You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome guys, I am here joined by two veterans of the StarCraft scene, and I'm going to talk to them about some of their favorite memories of StarCraft II. They've been around for an incredibly long time, they've gone to so many events across different places of the planet, and let's just hear some of their favorite moments. Let's start off first with our handsome German. Tiny introduction, Gabriel.
Yeah, hello, my name is Gabe, also known as Jeremy.
And of course...
Hello, this is Solar, the real veteran with StarCraft in this year.
How's it for you, Gabe, as a player personally, if you think back of some of your favorite events in the history of...
I mean, you know, when I started, I was still in school and like 13, 14 years old, so like still a child. But nowadays I'm like double the age, I'm like 27.
And if you think back of all these events that you've gone to, what are some of the events that really stand out for you?
For me, I was actually never really a traveling guy. When I first started playing, there were a lot of tournaments next to my... like in my city in Cologne, and it were mostly like national tournaments because I was still in school, so I couldn't just like travel to America to play a tournament. In 2018, I released like the DreamHack in Leipzig. I really enjoyed that one because the only reason I played in that one is because it was in Germany. And then I also played the next one because I qualified.
Solar, do you have any events that stand out for you after all these years of traveling?
The first one is like, it was 2014, the DreamHack Stockholm. I remember this tournament because I won the first international tournaments in offline, was this time. There was so much crowd and so much fans, and really amazing like the place. I mean, like after I win tournament and I went to the sightseeing, and it was really, the Stockholm was really cool place to see around.
If I have to pick one tournament, I think it's the BlizzCon in 2018 when Sarah won. Because that was actually, like at that point I was already out in the tournament. I had some nice vacation, but I was there then as a spectator, and that was quite a memory when like Cyril did the impossible, and in the finals there were like so many people, like the big BlizzCon, and so many people cheering for him. That was like a huge moment, I feel like in all of esports probably.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that you mentioned that, because I was thinking of 2018 as well, but one that was very special to me was GSL vs. the World 2018, because that was the first time that Sarah went over to Korea, duked it out with all the Koreans. I mean, if you guys don't necessarily look at it from your personal point of view, but you guys are both big fans of the game as well.
I remember, like, as a spectator, the most memorable point was like, I don't know what year was it, but the stats against Zoo final. It was
2019.
Yeah, 2019. It was like the last offline before the GSL changed to the studio finals, and there was really amazing fans, and like the CEO of the Africa, he paid for like drinks for every fans, and including like players, talents. He rented one place to let everyone just for free get the free soju and free drinks. Yeah, it is really amazing.
No, that's fun. Is there any city that you guys specifically remember? Not necessarily for the tournament, but you know, StarCraft has brought you guys to so many different places. Is there one city besides Stockholm that really stood out for you, where you're like, oh, this was such an amazing place?
I like LA in America. It's really like they has like nice weather, nice food, also nice people. So I really love to visit again to LA if I have chances.
All right, Gabe, he loves LA.
For me, it's definitely Katowice because I've been doing well in that tournament. I mean, I've been so many times there at this point that I know the city pretty well, and I feel like it's kind of nice. It's like close by, and it's like a random city in Poland that has like such a big standing in esports, which I think is very nice. So for me, it's that one, I think.
Thank you guys so much. It was a lot of fun. I mean, there's many more tournaments that we could talk about, many more great cities that we've gone to. I loved Gamers 8 last year as well, but we'll talk more about that on a different day. Thank you guys.
Hey everyone, Artosis here, joined by a gaggle of pro gamers. These guys have given each other scores for the player cards that you guys have grown accustomed to. And I have some information about the scores they gave each other and the scores they gave themselves. And I've got to talk to you guys about some of these. They're a little bit wild. So let's start with Rainer. Let's get him up there. So 90 overall, looks like a good score. Are you happy with that 90?
I'll take it. I've been a little bit washed, so I'll take it.
Yeah, is there anything here that looks bad to you? Maybe the strategy?
Yeah, they don't consider my strategies highly rated, but I do. I think
Yeah?
my strategies are S tier and they're undervalued, honestly.
Yeah? Well, I know one guy that doesn't think you're very good at strategy. Estrella, you gave Rainer a 7 on strategy. Would you like to defend yourself?
I mean, last time I watched him play, all he did was turtle liquors to late game every time, so it's not like...
He plays Zerg.
Yeah. I mean, there's more to do than that.
I would disagree with that. I think our options are very limited, and I always choose the best one. So that's 10 of strategy, right? If you choose the best one.
I guess if you're always choosing the best strategy, but you're not doing as well as the guy next to you. So 90 though, pretty good score overall.
I didn't deserve that.
Speaking of Estrella though, let's go over and jump to Estrella's overall score. It's going to be a 79. And Rainer, you got back at him a little bit on this one. I see kind of a low speed score here. Would you agree with that? Because he thinks you're about a 6.
I gave him 6. Oops.
I mean, I'm not the fastest player ever.
Well, 6 is not bad.
I think the score I see up there is fair. I don't think a 6 is fair, but yeah.
Maybe, okay, I'll be honest, maybe a 6 is a little bit on the lower end. I didn't really think it through, but I don't consider Protoss players to be the fastest out there. So I just put it out there.
Well, his style doesn't really move too fast all the time.
I've got him a little bit gapped in strategy, though.
Well, I would hope so. You actually have a lot of strategy in your play. That's about mostly what you do. I actually want to jump over to Hero Marines next here. Now, Hero Marine, you have an 81, but what I'm seeing here is that you gave yourself all 10s.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth. I mean, I think you should be confident, right? Like, I see myself as the best player, so I have to give myself a 10.
Okay, well, I hope that your results catch up with your opinion of yourself. What do you guys think? Does he deserve 10 in any category or all of them?
I think he's a macro beast, so at least in the macro department.
Okay, okay. Any 10s that you see that he deserves? Did you give him any 10s?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I don't think so, I'll be honest, Gabe. I do think his macro is top notch.
All right, well, let's go to Showtime next. Showtime edging out Hero Marine a little bit at 82 overall. You know, this is something kind of funny here. Solar, do you remember what you gave Showtime for strategy? You gave him a 1.
What? Excuse me?
Because like, I think I gave him the lowest strategy point to him because he only plays 1 build, and so that's why I gave him.
Do you have anything to say against that?
I mean, it's just nonsense. Like, if you actually watch my games, I play many builds.
Like 2 builds, 3 builds, what are we?
At the very least 2. In PvP, maybe 20, you know?
Okay, Solar, let's go over to you now. So for Solar, we have 84 overall. Now, Solar, you gave yourself 7s all across the board. I'd like to know here, Marine, are you like 30% better than Solar in every way?
Yeah, I mean that if you don't give yourself a 10, I mean you're not confident, you know.
Okay.
Who wouldn't give himself a 10? You know?
Now, Solar, I mean, you're a GSL champion at this point, and you gave yourself all 7. Seems a little bit low for you? Are you just being modest or what?
Actually, I gave a lot of players. I didn't give him that. I didn't give them that high points. Oh, okay. So I think 7 is already enough higher.
Okay. Well, Showtime thinks a lot more of you. Showtime, you gave him almost all 9s.
Oh, really?
Did you give him a 9 on strategy?
On strategy? I don't remember, to be honest.
No, don't remember? Okay. And let's jump over to Cyril now. Cyril at a whopping 97. And I want to know what you guys think. Does Cyril have the highest score out of all the cards?
Probably, yeah.
Probably not.
I mean, it's literally on the screen, isn't it?
Well, no, not out of all your guys' cards. Obviously that, oh my God. But I'm saying in the whole tournament, right? Yeah. So like, do you, well, I mean, let's just make this obvious, right? It has to be him or Maru. Who do you think has the higher score there overall?
Well, it's either the same or Cyril.
No? Same or Cyril? All right, well, it was actually Cyril by 2 points, 1 for each 4-0, and Maru comes in at 95. So, guys, maybe next time you can give each other a little bit more thought. The one, you know, that's a little bit rough, but thank you for joining us, and hope you guys enjoyed the tournament.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Welcome, everyone. It is day 2 of the EWC. I am Steadfast, and I'm joined by my pal, not Sal this time, my pal Ravi, Fear Dragon. How you doing, Fear Dragon?
I'm doing wonderful, Dave. We got some great games that have been going on this weekend so far. We're already on day 2. I mean, it's been an absolute treat. It's a treat to be here with you, Dave, to watch a bunch of StarCraft today.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. You mentioned, obviously, as I did, that it's day 2. Day 1 already saw some banger matches to kick things off. I'm sure you were watching as well as I was. Oliveira Beyond came down to the wire. Gumiho Estrella, probably the best series for me of the day. That one was amazing. The Mothership recall play was some of the pimpest stuff you've ever seen.
Which one? There were like 3 of them actually, I think, in that game.
The recall in behind and the time warp. It's funny because he set it up as like this perfect cinematic moment where he could have stormed every single Marine and they couldn't have run away. And instead he stormed the Vikings and Liberators, which was fine. But it was like it was very close to being this awesome thing. We are going to be taking a look at our matches though on the day as we start things off with a couple of TVTs. And then a TVZ and a TVP, and a match yet to be determined.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. We're going to be mostly covering the lower bracket on today's stream. But yeah, we have a pretty cool format, I believe, for this event as well, where this, in case you guys are wondering, it is going to be that sort of a double elimination bracket for 2 different groups.
Yeah, so the way that it works is that winner of each group, just to explain the format a little bit, in case not everyone understands, because it is a unique format. There has never been a StarCraft II tournament that has had a format like this. So
there are a few stages, yes.
Yes, yeah. So Group A, winner of Group A advances directly to Final Four. Winner of Group B advances directly to Final Four. But each group... Oh, looks like we're going to be doing a quick little recap, actually, of yesterday's vetoes. We'll take a look at that.
I don't really love this engagement at first by Classic as he walked into a Widow mine, then blew up a couple of his own zealots, and in the end he fired so many Novas at once that Clem said, you know what, I'm not going to walk away from this, I'm just going to run into this Protoss army, and even if I eat 1 or 2 big Novas to the face, it is going to be okay. We've got one more Disruptor coming in from the bottom.
He's once again going from all the sides, using the Queens at the front to tank, and now coming in with the flank, fully surrounding Cure. Not enough medevacs to pick up all the units, and all the tanks once again die as well.
Yeah, and another big surround. Things are just getting worse and worse for Cure.
It could really do well, but look at the way he breaks the rocks, opens up the path. Oh, he's going to recall! On top of the army, the combat offensive recall time warp combo. Massive storm on the libs. Oh my lord, Estrella! It's a crazy play. Is it enough though? It feels like Gumiho might just have a few too many units. The libs are still alive and they broke all the units on the left flank. The supply is somehow ahead for Estrella. His carriers are still there. The Stalkers come in, but they're blinking into Marauder Liberator.
The most important part of that is, yeah, Estrella, the recalled units, they got taken out, but look at the anti-hero right now for Gumiho. There's basically nothing. The carriers can clean almost everything up.
This is very, very scary. He's pulling the boys here, Steve.
Yeah, boys getting pulled. They're going straight into those Hellbats, and the flank coming in from Mara on the top side is going to clean up these 2 siege tanks. Some really nice splits there with the Marines. And I think Spirit, he's not going to have enough to hold on. Okay, Mara breaching forward. That's a lot of siege tanks there on the front line. Oh, look at the interference matrices. So many of them, dropping 7 in total. And Maru just absolutely pulverizing this position.
And we're back once again. Yeah, so we saw a little bit of what we were already talking about. We saw some great plays from Maru there. We saw that amazing Time Warp Mothership Recall combo. We're going to take a look, I think, at the tournament format itself. But yeah, if that's day 1, we've got a hell of a lot of great games ahead of us to continue on from here.
No, we absolutely do. Again, like some really, really fantastic games yesterday, and I think we are setting up for some great games today as well, but a lot of that stuff did happen in the upper bracket. And as I think we are going to be looking, as you were saying, at that tournament format, that was all from the upper bracket. Today on this stream in particular, we are going to be covering a lot of the lower bracket video or games that are going to be going on. And I think we actually have a wonderful video that's just going to explain the tournament format for you guys. So you don't have to listen to us trying to explain it. They'll have some great visuals and everything. So check it out.
The path to the StarCraft II World Championship and the largest prize pool in the history of the game begins now, here at the Esports World Cup. It will be a daunting task for our players, so let's take a look at exactly how the tournament format works. Such a milestone event for StarCraft II is something to be celebrated. Therefore, the tournament features a unique format. With 18 players total, the tournament is divided into 3 phases: the group stage, the knockout bracket, and the final 4. In the group stage, 16 participants are divided into 2 groups. They play a series of best of 5 matches in the double elimination format, at the end of which the top player from each group advances straight into the final 4. However, the 2 players that finish second in their group play an extra relegation match, with the winner also making the final 4. All the other contenders move to the knockout bracket, where they are joined by 2 players from the last chance qualifier. Here things get really spicy, as a single mistake means you're out of the biggest StarCraft II tournament ever. A single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches leads us all the way up to the final clash. Here the last final 4 spot is claimed in a thrilling best of 5 spectacle, so our players really need to watch their backs. In the final 4, our top contenders will play a best of 7 semifinals. From there, for the first time ever, the new world champion will be determined by a best of 9 grand final. And as if the title of world champion wasn't enough, he will also earn the first place prize of $400,000, the largest in the history of StarCraft II. Make sure to tune in and follow the player's path to glory.
And we've got that tournament format there that Kalaris did such an articulate job of explaining. Really nailing it, of course, is, God, you love those deep British tones. But yeah, we do have, as you were mentioning, Ravi, mostly it's going to be lower bracket matches on here for the day. It will be a bit of a slugfest as you get knocked to that lower bracket in the group stages, because what you're looking to be doing is to make it to that lower bracket final of your group, win that, and then make it into this very unique second versus second match, which is an option to be seeded directly into the final 4. So it is going to be a slog for these players.
No, absolutely. It's going to be a really, really epic weekend, I think, for all of these players, and looking forward to seeing how everyone's going to be able to do. Now, of course, these players are playing for a ridiculous amount of money, a total of $1 million on the line, a first place of nearly $500,000. Even the players that get eliminated and don't win a single match are still going to be walking away with $15,000. I mean, this is life-changing money, Dave.
It certainly is. This is huge. And I was listening to Pig. The first jump in prize pool is already $5 grand. That is already a significant amount of money. Then you jump up 10 grand, 15, and then things kind of get out of hand as we get in towards the top 5. Things get really, really heated there. And of course, something we haven't discussed as well is the implication for the esports, what is it? The club tournament. In order to actually place in that, because I was looking at the situation, there's a lot of teams that have won a game but don't necessarily have any representation in the top 8 in a second game. In order to rank in that, you need to have 2 top 8 finishes across multiple games. So you can't just dominate your one game. So there's a lot of teams that are coming into this with 1,000 points from winning their game and don't actually have that top ranking. So we're going to be looking for a lot of teams to try and get that second player or that second top 8 finishing. But for now, we got some more graphics for you.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be looking at matches that are going to be coming up today. And we have some really, really fantastic matches coming up. We have, first of all, some Terran versus Terrans in that lower bracket for Group A. We have 2 TVTs, and it's not because the Terrans are performing super poorly. It's just that, well, we had 2 TVTs, so, 2 Terrans are bound to end up in one of those matches. And then we did actually have 2 Terrans lose in that upper bracket. So it is a pretty fun day, Dave.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, actually. A lot of Terrans in this tournament overall. Just kind of a crazy number of Terrans. We are going to be taking a look at the bracket in a moment to show kind of how we got here, because there are maybe a couple of names that you weren't expecting. I think looking at things yesterday, Maru versus Spirit 3-0, not super surprising. Oliveira versus Beyond, that has now set up the destined rematch of Maru versus Oliveira, which is pretty cool. Gumiho Estrella was an amazing match there. Gumiho getting narrowly edged out, but it's going to make for some very exciting matches in the lower bracket, like we said, with a Gumiho Hero Marine match. I think that one's going to be really interesting because I wasn't necessarily expecting this when I was doing my research, but they're actually, on paper, the closest matchup of the 4 matches we're taking today. They are even in competitive maps.
You know, I can kind of see it here. Marine is sort of a sleeper in that Terran versus Terran matchup. He really can actually put on some fantastic games. But that's going to do it for Group A. Those are our first 2 matches for the day. And then the next 2 matches are going to be Coffee versus Solar and Cure versus Classic, as we kind of talked about earlier. But you can see how we arrived there. Cyril defeating Coffee. Unfortunate first matchup there for Coffee, but I think not a major surprise. Hero versus Solar being the score line that it was, I think, was a little bit of a surprise for me, but great to see our Protoss representative actually pulling in some big heavy hitter wins there. Raynor defeating Cure was also a very epic matchup, and Clem versus Classic going Clem's way, which, Dave, you had some predictions about that matchup on a podcast.
I did. No, I thought Clem versus Classic was going to be a really close match. I thought Classic was definitely going to take it. Or not definitely, but I was leaning Classic's way. I was thinking, man, he's looking really good recently. And in that game 1, right up until he threw all of his disruptors attacking up a ramp, he was doing very well. And then Clem kind of took over. But for our day, speaking of Classic and speaking of him looking good, we have a rematch of, I believe it was the top 8 match last year at Gamers 8, the tournament where Cure had probably his best performance in a very long time, where Cure managed to, I know that for a lot of people it's not going to feel that way, but I think you could make an argument that that was one of the series of the entire tournament. Now, obviously, with it knocking out the last Protoss Hope, that was very unfortunate, but it did make for a really high quality match and a real grind of a match too. It was very awesome to see. But the upcoming match for now is going to be Beyond versus Spirit. That's a pretty interesting one right now.
It really is. And I feel like both of these players arrived here in kind of funny ways. Spirit had to play versus Maru. I don't think there's any like major shame in losing to Maru. Maru is an absolute legend and an absolute beast. And Beyond also arrived here in the lower bracket facing another Terran player of Oliveira, who is also playing incredibly well. Beyond also had a very close series with him. So I think that this series may end up being a pretty fun and potentially close one. But man, Dave, this really can go a lot of different ways. I'm really mostly interested to see what Spirit is showing up, because sometimes this kid shows up for an event and he is ready to snap some necks, and sometimes it's not necessarily his best form.
Yeah, I think that is a situation where he was in his own head, I think, for a really long period of time during his career. And even when he did start having those huge breakout results, I remember particularly there was a match that he won versus Solar in one of the IEM Katowice's where he was able to win the very first match of the day, had some incredible Baneling snipes, his macro, his timings were on point, and he came in and we're like, oh my God, is he going to win the group? And then he lost every match from that point on. And it was like, oh. And he kind of got in his own head.
Yeah.
But since then, he has had some truly breakout performances. And it's a very different Spirit from that period of time where now he has, he beat Clem in the regionals not too long ago. Like, he's had some truly fantastic results. We are going to take a look at the STC predictions right now for the matches. We had those players walking their way over towards the setups. Very cool to see. I like that little shot. I think that's very cool.
Yeah, no, it's actually, I got to be at the venue last year, and it's a really beautiful, very hot venue, but players are going to make that nice little journey in the earlier stages of the morning and stuff to walk on in. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. But yeah, I am very, very interested to see what the audience thinks about this upcoming match, because I do think Beyond is like a fan favorite coming into this. And I think a lot of people who maybe just purely go off of name recognition and past accomplishments will probably lean toward Beyond. But I think you're right that Spirit has sometimes had some unbelievably amazing breakout performances, has put on some great games, specifically in TVT as well. So I think he's absolutely capable of making this a really, really cool series. I'm just, again, very interested to see two things. One, what form is Spirit showing up in? And two, is Spirit still feeling like a very defensive player these days? Because he's had a reputation at various stages in his career where sometimes he does like to play a little bit more defensive, and TVT can be a sort of fun matchup these days in that regard.
That's always been a really funny concept to me, because yes, he is the kind of player that will build a fourth command center at like the 6-minute mark sometimes, or like he'll get a little bit ahead and then he'll build 5 additional command centers. Like he's definitely more than willing to go for that crazy defensive style. But I think that people looked at that comment where Cyril was like, oh yeah, Spirit's my late game practice partner, and they were like, oh, Spirit's late game man. Because I think he actually is a really good timing based player. It's just, what is he renowned for? And it's that. Now this is kind of interesting because the Vetos in a mirror matchup are always much more stylistic, I think, and much more personal. As we do see Ghost River and Post Youth both being banned out. That kind of makes sense because it's kind of weird maps. It's a short rush distance map being vetoed out by Beyond, and it is a weird map being vetoed out by Spirit.
Yeah, I think I'm with you though overall that it is just going to be a little bit more stylistic. So we have map number 1 being Alcyone, we have map number 2 being Crimson Court, and of course, if you're wondering why, I feel like a lot of the time these days we do just sort of quickly gloss over the picks and bans, and if you don't know this, in best of 5s for our pick veto system these days, because we have 9 maps in the map pool, we actually do 2 vetoes, then 2 picks, then 2 vetoes, and then we do the rest of the picks. So it is a kind of fun little format where you get to basically pick some maps before they get a chance to be vetoed. And I think it's always a fun little treat about our current veto system.
I actually think that that's really cool. I think that was probably the best addition was the, man, look at that stage. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, that is the best, like, overall change, you know, not balance change, not design change, but whatever. But going up to a 9 map ladder has enabled some really cool stuff. And speaking of which, this is the first tournament, or actually one of the very few tournaments where it's going to be a best of 9 finals. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. But obviously, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as players are getting settled in there. I feel like that's the kind of thing. Like, this room looks very, very large with not a whole lot to kind of like fill in the space. This feels like there's a lot of room for your thoughts. This feels like there's a lot of room for you to just think. And these are 2 players that I don't know will appreciate that.
Dave is like, put me in a closet to play. I want to feel claustrophobic when I play StarCraft.
Yeah, I got to agree. That's kind of gotta be pretty funky.
Yeah, I think so. But we are going to be getting ready to move into that first match of our day here on the B stream, and it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a fun one. Dave, take it away, man. Who's this first player?
Spawning up in the top right for Na'Vi, it is Spirit.
And on the other side of the map, we have our Red Terran player from Shopify Rebellion. He is Beyond.
Oh, we got something a little spicy already coming in from Spirit. This is always a threat in the matchup. It is a proxy 2 Rax Reaper. And Bjorn is a player that is quite well known for skipping SCV Scout. And he is going for a proxy 2nd Barracks himself. Oh man, this could be a disaster for Bjorn because his production is going to be separated. That is going to be really difficult to manage. But if he can somehow get everything together, oh man, this is going to be real funky.
This really is. And I mean, especially when you consider the fact that sometimes if you're just going for not the 2 Rax opening as the defensive player or something, you're going up to the factory. You might have eventually a Hellion pop out or a Cyclone or something that can help push back those early 2 Rax Reaper plays. And then you'd sort of, that's like the stabilization point. But in this situation, it's just the 2 Rax and they're just going to be continuously producing Reapers, and your production's going to be, you know, like you were saying, kind of split off from each other. And so I think this creates a very odd situation here for Bjorn, where he's going to have to make some very, very tough decisions about, all right, I have to send my Reapers back at home. How do I safely get the Reapers to join together so they're not just getting picked off when they're rallied forward? Also, when is he actually going to discover what he's up against? Because this is it's going to be a little bit rough if the first discovery point is just him seeing the Reapers in his base.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really awkward. Now, it could come down to who is more decisive. Obviously, Micro is going to play a huge factor in this. We are going to be seeing these Reapers getting into the main base. Factory is already on the way for Bjorn, but it's obviously going to get delayed. Now, the Reaper, grenade is great for Bjorn, but he won't be able to get the catch there entirely on the other side of the map. Just pulling SCVs to force your opponent to micro is a good play. Bjorn, great SCV positioning on the ramp. Going to be pushing these units back. This is looking messy already.
Yeah, delaying the factory so much, getting that second SCV is a big, big deal here, as these Reapers are going to continue to pick away at more and more of these workers. Yes, it's true that Bjorn is also doing damage on the other side of the map, but it's going to be Micro on both sides, and you see that the SCVs almost get a surround on those Reapers, and for Bjorn, and Bjorn almost ends up losing those 2 Reapers, but he does manage to keep them alive. Is he going to return them home to defend?
He's hesitating right now. It's so difficult to make the right call in this situation. I gotta say, I love the decision from Spirit to scan. I think that was a game-winning maneuver. Without that, the SCVs make it so he can't actually get on top of the units, but as it stands, he is able to break that ramp. That scan was actually so smart out of Spirit and such a good decisive move. What are you gonna do with a mule? A mule can't even really mine there. Your gas is your bottleneck anyways. You've got SCVs being pulled. It's a messy situation. Really smart decision to scan there, and it just secures him a game 1 victory. Great stuff from Spirit to start things out.
Yeah, really, really, I mean, just great decision making on that. A little bit unfortunate there for Bjorn, because that is one of the kind of worst case scenarios for an opening, right? Is we're both going 2 Rax Reaper, but you proxied both of your barracks, and I only proxied one of mine. It's a really, really tough situation to come back from in that spot, I feel like.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult. There's no way around it. Bjorn was on the very bad end of a build order, which is, yeah, that just really sucks, because if it's a double gas opener, you get your factory a lot faster. Sure, you might lose a couple SCVs pulling, but you've got high ground advantage. It's definitely stabilized, or like an opportunity to stabilize. If it's a 1 Rax expand, that's kind of the dream for Spirit. But with the second barracks out on the map, it means that Bjorn almost never scouts. And you pointed it out correctly, that if you don't figure it out early and you can't get your units all together, you're really just not going to have any chance at all to scramble together a defense. And Spirit, not really a player who proxy 2 Rax Reapers often. This is a great start for him, and it worked out exactly according to plan.
No, absolutely. I mean, couldn't ask for a better start. I think this is also just one of those great feelings where you start off a best of 5 and you just, in a few minutes into the series, you're already up 1-0. It's not necessarily that kind of super flashy, oh, look, like I outplayed you in this really cool builder. It's just, it almost just feels like you start off the series up 1-0. And it's a really comfortable feeling to be able to be in that kind of position and say, all right, now it's like I just have to win a best of 3. And I have like 1 extra life. If I need to give up 1 extra map, it's okay. And I think Spirit's probably going to be quite happy about that. Beyond, I mean, he is a very, very much so a veteran of StarCraft II tournaments. He's been a world champion before. So he's no, stranger to being a little bit behind to be able to mount a comeback or anything in these situations. It's not exactly like this is a stranger danger like area for him, but it is still a very, very unfortunate spot after just game one.
Yeah, it's certainly not ideal. Now, if I'm Spirit, I would love to, what I would love to see from Spirit, Proxy 2 Rax Marauder. I'd love to see another cheese, but we're going to see if he goes for something like that. Spawning down on the bottom left for Na'Vi. It is the Polish Terran player, Spirit.
And the other side of the map, we do have our red Terran player from Shopify Rebellion. He is Beyond.
Looks like we are
all
not.
Right, Dave.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No. I was just gonna say. All right, Dave. What were you about to say?
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing any crazy proxies. Obviously, just both players building their barracks at home. Now, the big question behind this is, do we see an SCV scout out of either of them? Because you can still get bamboozled by something like a 2 Rax Marauder, even if you do open up with a very quick double gas opener. It can still be the kind of thing where it's like, hey, Marauders show up, they tag the first unit, they get a kill on it, and maybe it doesn't end the game, but it puts you in a really uncomfortable position. So the fact that Beyond isn't scouting or may not scout, I mean, it's his comfort zone, but it is still a little bit, it's a little bit wild, I think. Down 1-0, already down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I will say, I think of players, I feel like I would expect less to do something cheeky like that 2 games in a row. Spirit would probably be a higher up on that list, I think. Spirit is absolutely the kind of player that I expect to throw out something a little bit cheeky or cheesy or early aggression based. 1 game in a best of 5, I don't expect him to do it 2 games in a row as much. So maybe Beyond is kind of saying, all right, you got your little win in on me there. Let's play our normal game of StarCraft now. Let's at least get up to, the Raven stage of StarCraft.
Yeah, no, that's definitely possible. TVT is one of those matchups where there are a lot of different phases of the game. There's obviously the did someone proxy, but then there's the kind of early mid game where you make your first couple factory and barracks units, try and get some damage done potentially. There's the around third base push timing where oftentimes it's some siege tank, marine, raven pushes. And then it gets into what is Beyond's favorite part of the game, and that is going to be the marine tank part of the game. We are going to be seeing Beyond pushing this SCV off just a little bit, but he's not going to be able to do anything more than just a tiny delay. No snipe on that, and good job from Spear to make sure he doesn't lose anything.
Yeah, definitely important to try and not get too big of a delay on anything, but it is going to start moving up toward that starport tech and everything. And I don't know if you were watching, I'm sure you were watching a little bit of yesterday's games, Dave, but we saw some very, very fun TVT moments. Say, for example, a Banshee just killing like tons and tons of workers and literally winning a TVT. It's not something you see very often, but it has been fun to see some of the recent developments in TVT meta. Where are you feeling things are at these days? Do you like seeing a lot of those like heavy Raven openers and stuff? Do you like seeing the Banshee openings? I'm just kind of curious while we wait to see what these players decide to do.
It is pretty interesting because for a long time, Banshee openers were completely dead in the matchup because of the way that the old Cyclone worked. But now that it's got a little bit less range, there is an opportunity for it. We are going to see double Cyclone drop coming in to the natural, speaking of which. And Beyond is able to find an SCV pickoff. The main thing, of course, with this is that you're trying to keep it alive. Speaking of little tendencies in TVT, Spirit did elect to go for a very early Viking with this, which the intention is to shut down something like this. And he actually has not built an add-on. This feels like it is going to be a very aggressive push. He's going to get the jump on this medevac, gets the kill, and the Cyclone #1. That is such a good start for Spirit in what is likely going to be a pretty aggressive play. Maybe not. Was he just sharking around for that? If he was, then honestly, great read, because Beyond loves to kind of stay on the perimeter, and Spirit might have realized, Beyond, you do this, and you don't look at your units at that moment. If that's the case, that is an example of someone doing their homework in an amazing way.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be beneficial in the immediate moments, but I am a little bit curious to see how Spirit's going to be able to deal with the, not only the first, but the second Raven popping on out over here for Beyond. He's not going to have any real Ravens of his own because he's just had the reactor on his starport. So he's had that, but also doesn't have a critical number of Vikings to just kill off the Raven quickly or put a lot of pressure on, unless Beyond is a little bit slower with his push in. So this is going to maybe be a potentially scary moment here if Beyond decides to find some opportunity with just a few more reinforcements coming forward.
I mean, it's definitely going to be Spirit, though, gearing up for a big push. He did skip that Raven. That is a good scout for Beyond right there. He sees the quick reactor starport. Also, I didn't mention this barracks earlier, but the reason that it got put there is to keep the reactor safe so that he could go for that. Now, we do see a little bit of an ambush in the middle of the map. Will Spirit see it? The answer is going to be no, and that's a huge volley. Did Spirit just shoot his own Viking?
Oh, I missed that.
I think he might have. He took a big tank shot, and then the Viking one of his Vikings just disappeared. And there was nothing in range of it for Beyond. Yeah. So I think he might have shot his own Viking. Another randomly placed tank getting a good couple of shots. This is going to be a bit of a weird pseudo base trade. Beyond, oh man, he built that third command center on location. It does finish. We're going to see the interference matrices coming in. Liberator will siege up those. There's not enough to break this position, but Beyond might have the air superiority now, and that Spirit killing his own Viking there really hurt him. And the tanks of Beyond just blasted through this. Spirit's push got absolutely slaughtered right there.
Yeah, kind of surprising. It ended up actually going quite well there for Beyond. Now, the Liberator is able to get a little bit of damage done, but I mean, the supplies do not lie in terms of the army supply right now. 44 to 18 army supply. You can see that the Liberator is going to get cleaned up. And now Beyond, I mean, he is going to be sitting so pretty right now. He's got the army supply lead, has his Ravens and stuff still alive as well, which are going to be rebuilding some of the energy. As long as he's careful not to lose them to the, continuous Viking production there from Spirit, which, I mean, he shouldn't. He had the air superiority for a little bit. He should be totally fine to make this push in and feel very confident in this game.
Oh man, he is just gunning down every SCV in the natural right there. Command center is very likely to fall at this point. We're going to see the SCV pool going down, but yeah, Spirit just getting, I mean, he lost that on the first push, I think. Beyond just absolutely crushed that. And there was not a whole lot that Spirit could do from that position on. Beyond with an excellent bit of execution on the counterattack, but he's right back in this series.
That he is. And we're going to have a very interesting situation now where it's a 1-1. And like you were saying, I feel like game number 2, the kind of critical moment there, like you were saying, is just that he lost that first push. He lost so many units in that first push. Things really became an awkward position for him, and then everything else became a little bit harder after that. But you can see with this push in over here, this was a really cool defense, because I actually thought for a moment that Spirit maybe had a shot at making something happen over here, especially when the Ravens didn't quite have enough energy to get off the interference matrix on 2 of the additional tanks in the back. But yeah, Beyond just truly had like everything he needed to make that defense happen.
Yeah, he really did. And at first I thought he was like gonna commit hard to the fight, and then he dropped the interference matrices, and I was like, uh-oh, he might have just wasted those. But no, he was able to get the tanks in range, shelled down the frontline tanks of Spirit, and that was pretty much all of the army. That first tank shot in the middle of the map as well was huge, because not only did it get a ton of damage to the Marines, it also was able to force a huge mistake out of Spirit. which was the the killing of his own Viking there, which is obviously a terrible feeling when you're on this stage and you're doing a push like that and you kill one of your critical units. But the reason that Bjorn was out on the map the way that he was with his tank, with a little ambush in the middle of the map that Spirit wasn't expecting, was because he got that Reaper Scout. He was able to correctly identify that the push was happening. So just a nice little 1, 2, 3 setup from Bjorn, where he figures out what's going on, kind of stops it, or not stops it, but gives it a bit of a bloody nose as it's crossing the map, and then the just a nice clean defense at the third.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, I think it's going to be fun to see how game number 3 goes, because are we just going to have another game where something happens in the fairly early stages and everything else just kind of snowballs after that? Or are we going to get into like a mid game on even territory? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to be starting up here on the top right-hand side of the map. Dynasty on top of the blue Terran player from Na'Vi. He is Spirit.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left. It is the Shopify Rebellion's Bjorn. Bjorn
all right.
is doing a command center first.
Yeah. Dynasty always is a treat to me, because even as long as this map has been in the map pool now, I feel like we continue to see some fun plays caused by the fact that you have an in-base gold that is also still quite vulnerable in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no kidding. This is about as bold as it gets. Going for something like this is completely wild in TVT. Like, that is... So we see Command Center first in TVZ reasonably frequently, and funnily enough, quite frequently out of Spirit. But doing this in TVT is such an insane thing, just because the Reaper exists. And the Reaper is so powerful when it goes uncountered. But if your opponent doesn't scout this and they assume that you're opening up double gas, this is something that can pay off in absolute spades. Like, this can be so huge in terms of the advantage you get, especially against a double gas opener. And with a gold base, with it being a gold base, it's even more pronounced.
Yeah, it really is. I'm so curious to see what exactly Spirit's reaction to this is going to be when he does finally have some ability to do something about it. But for now, just gonna go ahead and grab his own natural expansion a little bit later on. Gonna have those earlier units and that timing window. I mean, Dave, what would you do as Spirit if you see something like this?
Oh, I mean, it all depends on when you see it. He plays oftentimes very defensively with his Reapers. Doing something reactively is going to be tricky. I think you're just going to have to micro your first units very, very well. Now, the outside of the mineral line is going to be super exposed, but it's all going to come down to whether Spirit sees this. I think the main thing is you want to deny that mining for as long as possible, but it's all going to depend on when Spirit moves out. Maybe a fast third CC, but the problem is, because Bjorn's economy is going to be so powerful so quickly, if you do that reactively, it's not necessarily like by the time that pays off, their gold base may have already kicked in and they may be going for a big push. But it looks like Spirit's going blind third CC, so he doesn't even care.
All right, Dave, you know what? I got a little bit of my wish then, because game number 1 and game number 2, they both not necessarily ended immediately off of something happening in the first couple of minutes of the game, but they certainly were heavily impacted by the first couple of minutes. And this is going to be a game that maybe you could say is also heavily impacted by the opening, but it's not going to be because of aggression. It's going to be because both of these players are making very interesting expansion choices.
Yes, they are making extremely interesting expansion choices, and Spirit's going to see this and be like, wait a minute. And if he clicks the minerals, he's going to be like, wait a minute. Oh, Bjorn shooting his own SCV there for just a moment, but we'll be able to save that. So a couple of missed micro situations in the early game from both players, and this is something we didn't really allude to too much. but they are players that can get a little bit nervous on those bigger stages. I don't want to highlight it too much, but since we've already seen it, you know, once from each player, it's worth bringing up, I think.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair and something to keep in mind as the series goes on.
That SCV lead is insane.
Yeah.
Command Center first is ridiculous in this matchup if you get away with it.
It is. I will say though, like Spirit, like you said, had like the fast third CC is, or like the orbital command is finishing as the third CC for Beyond starts up. So I do wonder, is there still going to be some opportunity for Spirit to play a little bit of catch up there, especially if he's able to use some of that earlier unit production that he had going on to try and put on some kind of pressure soon.
Oh my goodness, that keeps the lock on. Ooh, that Liberator goes down. Well, that was a big oopsie right there from Beyond getting a little bit of a miscalculation. He's like, I can go to the top right. I can get out of range. And he doesn't manage to do so, losing that Liberator. That's very unfortunate. We are going to see Beyond building the third command center on location right now. He does have a very quick stim, and this is a really specific build. I talked about Beyond's economy kind of coming online and enabling him to do some very fast timings. And this is a timing that I don't know that Spirit will have much experience against, particularly on Dynasty. Oh, and that SCV, that could have been the hero, but unfortunately it's not going to see this. What will Spirit have to defend against this big push? There are SCVs transferring to that base, and okay, he's only going to lose one, but he might lose the command center, and that would be a total disaster.
Yeah, that really would. I think he should have enough units over here with a repair to help save this, and he does manage to actually keep that alive. Marine's going to be going down for both sides, but it does seem like Beyond eventually gets mostly cleaned up. Elevators his Marines over toward the main. We also have reinforcements coming in from behind. Those Marines in the main base are just kind of causing a little bit of havoc and maybe keeping Spirit just occupied so he wouldn't see the rest of the forces coming toward his actual natural expansion.
Yeah, and a little bit of a misclick there from Beyond, adding on a Widow Mine. That's obviously not what you want here. But I just want to highlight the fact that this is all enabled off of this command center first. Like this, Beyond just has so many units at this point relative to Spirit because of this, and now he gets himself set up in the natural. We are going to see Spirit sieging a tank. Ooh, scan from Beyond. It will allow him to get the first shot. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, we do see the SCVs getting gunned down at the gold. Beyond's going to force a lift at the natural. He's going to force lost mining time at the third base gold. He is just absolutely cruising in this game number 3 off the back of a wild opener with a command center first.
Yeah, this is just phenomenally going his way, forcing the liftoff on both the gold base and also now the natural expansion, delaying all that mine time, securing his lead even further. Even if he gets cleaned up over here, this is still going to have been so unbelievably worth it. And as the cleanup is even happening, he is still getting tons and tons of value out of this, killing off all the SCVs and the gold. Beyond secures himself game number 3, goes up 2-1.
That was vicious out of Beyond right there. And that is, I gotta say, that's gotta feel a little bit demoralizing as Spirit. You cannot be feeling even a little bit okay about how that has gone for Spirit. Realistically, the best thing he can do is just say, I got absolutely bamboozled by a command center first. It was an interesting little setup, and I wasn't ready for it. We're going to take a look at the highlights here. This is... Honestly, if Spirit had managed to see this, and this had not gotten set up in such a good position, and let's say he intercepts this and, you know, kills one of the medevacs before everything unloads. Even with the command center first for Beyond, it's not so bad, but as Beyond was able to set up and get himself just so well wedged in, Spirit wasn't expecting units to be on his side of the map so quickly and so early. This was a really cool build out of Beyond, I gotta say.
It really was. I think it was incredibly effective how well Beyond was able to make this kind of push-in happen, make his drop harassment, like everything you were saying. If Spirit had been able to intercept or prevent that drop from really getting so well situated, maybe things could have been different, but Beyond playing really, really well so far this series. And I have to say, the one game that Spirit has won so far has been when basically it was like a build order loss a little bit, where Bjorn proxied one of his barracks in the center of the map when he was getting 2 racks proxied on his side of the map. So I think this is going to be kind of a do or die pressure moment here for Spirit. Yes, it's not the elimination from the tournament to lose this next game, but Spirit is down now 1-2. His only win, I would say, has not necessarily been as convincing of a fashion. So it's going to be a tough one. It's really going to be an important game for Spirit.
Yes, this is where we see if he can kind of refocus up, because like you said, I think you make a really good point. The game that Spirit won was, yes, that scan he made on the high ground was a really smart decision, but it was a game that he was supposed to win. There was a really cool reference, or I guess analogy, they were making on the mainstream yesterday, talking about like cards in your hand and like a build order you've prepared for months or weeks or whatever, even days or hours, is very much like a card. And once you've played that card, you know, you don't really want to play it again, or you don't necessarily have it in your toolkit, especially if it's a super wild build, for example, like a Command Center First. But Spirit got a really fortunate setup of the 2 cards, so he's going to need to find a way to fight it back here. As we have spawning up the top left for Na'Vi, it is Spirit.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our red Terran player from Shopify Rebellion. He is Bjorn.
And Bjorn is getting a little bit feisty here with this SCV. We're just not going to have a standard game in this series. It's just not going to happen. We've got a proxy second barracks, and Bjorn even cutting an SCV. Oh no, cutting another SCV. He actually canceled the one he was building to build this second barracks on the map. And this is how we expected, you know, or this is how you expect things to go when you go for that proxied second barracks. It's not as all in as the proxy 2 Rax Reaper. You don't have to get as much done. You can obviously transition into, you know, a fast stim, but you are looking to find some value with this. Spirit actually is going to be going for an SCV scout. This is very good for him because he's already opened up defensive double gas, and he is going to see that the factory is not started. But will he figure this out right away is the question.
Yeah, that is going to be a very important question to ask. And he is going to scout 1 gas, scouts the second gas, and now should be asking questions like, I haven't seen a command center, haven't seen a factory, I don't see a second barracks in the corners of your main base. Maybe there's something in the natural sometimes, but either way, he should be preparing for 2 Rax Reaper.
This is actually going to look really weird right now to Spirit potentially, because he sees the gas, and if he didn't count the SCVs in the mineral line, he might not necessarily realize that something is up. He might be thinking that the factory is actually proxied, not necessarily a second barracks. He isn't going to sit on the ramp. He does go for the high ground command center, which is the correct call. So we know something's already up. We are going to already see a couple of SCVs going down. That's a decent start for Bjorn, to say the very least. And Spirit, I think now for sure. Yeah, no. The second Reaper can't show up that quickly unless it's proxied. So he does know what's up now, but the fact that he went for the SCV scout and still takes a little bit of damage, that's not comfortable, especially when you're already down 2-1.
It is good that he kept his Reapers alive, though. Losing the SCVs, it sucks, but it's kind of the cost of doing business when you're up against this build. Losing your Reapers like this is where things can start to snowball. Already loses both of the Reapers. Might end up losing the Hellion. Is not able to get the kill on that first Reaper. Finally does with the extra Reaper that pops on out. And Bjorn escapes on out of there, killing off 2 Reapers and 2 SCVs for, what was that, 2 or 3 Reapers of his own?
Yeah, that was a really good trade for Bjorn. And he already got himself a little bit ahead right out the get-go. Obviously, the command center is faster for Spirit, but with Bjorn having it on the low ground, that kind of counteracts that small advantage, as we can see right there. So the SCV count is being pretty honest right now about the economic situation. It's not a situation where it's like, oh yeah, you know, Bjorn's on a 5-worker lead, but it's Spirit on 3 command centers or something like that. No, it's going to be a pretty honest interpretation of this. So losing those additional couple of SCVs makes this go from like you say, the cost of doing business to all of a sudden we're complaining a little bit more about the taxation of the trade routes. And yeah, we make a whole series of movies about how we don't like sand.
Yeah, this is not the best start here for a player that was already sitting down 1 and 2. We already talked a lot about this, where Spirit is looking for that first real victory that he can feel, not just that he got something on the board, but that he can build some confidence off of. And I feel like he's still looking for that right now, Dave. This is going to be a tough spot, but you know, he's still in this game. This is absolutely a deficit he has to overcome, but it's not something that is unovercomable in this slightest like stretch of your imagination.
No, this is certainly not unovercomable. We are going to be seeing a Banshee starting up here for Spirit, and that is a confidence move, I would say, because it's one of those moves where it's like, okay, I'm already a little bit behind. Things are a little bit uncomfortable, but I know your tech's a little bit delayed. Let me do something a little bit, not crazy, but it's a little bit different, and it is a little bit of a risk. And I actually do really like that, given the situation here, because if this Banshee can, you know, channel its inner Oliveira Banshee pilot and find a ton of SCVs, or even just a few SCVs, it can give him that confidence. It can give him that boost and that little bit of a mental edge to bring things back in this game and maybe manage to force a game number 5.
Yeah, Oliveira Banshee, in fact, was against Beyond as well. So
oh, man, if it happens again.
Oh, there's no way Beyond didn't just, like, sleep on that and think never again. But we'll see. He's got the Viking on out. The Banshee is making its way, its slow journey down to the bottom side. And that is the side that the Viking is on. It looks like the Cyclone over there for Beyond does, or was it a Cyclone or just the Reaper that gets picked off there?
That was a defensive Hellion for Spirit. It was low on HP, so it got picked off there.
Okay.
But Beyond was able to save everything for his side. But now this could be very good. This is smart for a couple reasons for Spirit as well. Since it's the double medevac drop, or since it was the proxy second barracks, you're unlikely to go for a quick Raven. So it is likely to be that double medevac drop behind this. Now, this was a little bit funky out of Beyond. Very kind of weird-ish timing, but Beyond loves his bio. Now, if Spirit can get in here and get a lot of damage, that's going to be great, but how can he deal with this big drop in the main base? Because if that gets set up with the tank, oh, baby, that is going to be real rough. These two Cyclones, I actually don't know if this is going to be enough to stop this.
Oh, no, I mean, just on their own, I don't think it's going to be enough to stop it, but we'll see how much is able to help reinforce all of this. Second Banshee is on there. Cyclones are going to be able to whittle down the HP of all of the medevacs, but not kill any of them. Marines, Reapers, Cyclone doing so much damage over here. Can the Banshees equalize?
I mean, it's going to be real tough to do. There is only one tank here, and it's a decent little spread from Spirit, but he all-ins on the tank, which means that he cannot clean up all the bio. There aren't enough tanks behind this. And the Banshees are going to town. Oh no, Spirit does not want to lose that engineering bay. That is one of the more painful things to have happen. Looks like a scan was able to clean up one of the Banshees, almost got the second. But these upgrades that were more than halfway along, I would say a pretty fast set of engineering bays, considering the way the game has started out. That is an amazing pickoff for Beyond. Spirit, oh, he's going to try and get on at this before it unloads, but he's not going to be able to do so. Will finally take down the medevacs, but it is going to be a ton more SCVs going down. It's a 15-worker lead. Spirit was able to find good value with the Banshee on the second setup, but it's not enough. It is not enough to make up for how much he's lost.
Yeah, and I think it's really telling that it's not just the worker supply that is down for Spirit. It is also the army supply. So you think about, okay, well, Spirit, he did finish up his third orbital command. Maybe he can float it down over, try and play a little bit catch up. Beyond already has his third command center also finished up. Beyond has the defensive tools he needs to also help defend his third command center. This is a very, very tough spot here for Spirit. What I will say Spirit did manage to keep alive, because he didn't, sacrifice his medevacs for the drop, was his medevacs are alive. So you can do some kind of pressure play here. You can try and do something to, overcome the deficits that he's been taking, but he needs to be able to do it while also facing this push out here from Bjorn. And he's just gonna Spirit's gonna have just fewer units on his side of the map because some of his units are gonna be involved in this drop harassment.
Yeah, no, this is kind of wild because Bjorn scans the third pocket location and he's like, oh, okay, you haven't taken that location. And instead of being like, Spirit's too behind to take the base, is he thinking that he's taken the left side base? Because I don't think you would ever do that in TVT. But if your opponent hasn't taken the third by this point, doesn't there have to be some kind of counter pressure? Bjorn is going to be able to maybe just get right into the natural, but no, that one tank will discourage him. This will allow Spirit on the other side of the map to find a little bit of purchase on the third base. He's got a good number of SCVs, and if he can gun down this command center, and Bjorn's actually coming back home, this is going very well for Spirit. Wow. Considering how this looked and how this started, that's an amazing setup for Spirit. And all of a sudden, the SCV count is basically equal.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. I thought actually Bjorn being able to move so far up into the natural, saw that there was just one siege tank there. There weren't a ton of Marines really able to defend either. I thought he was going to just wait for his siege tanks to catch up with his Marines, and then he was going to do the dive in push while also trying to defend back at home. But pulling all the way back, it really does give Spirit a little bit more time to get better defensive setups over here.
Yeah, the only thing is that even though that equalized, Bjorn can still just keep a contain and keep Spirit from ever taking that third base. This was definitely a huge hiccup for Bjorn, and it went very well for Spirit. Absolute dream scenario, to be honest. Your opponent doesn't attack into you. They take a bloody nose trying to do so. They don't commit. They back away. You get a huge amount of economic damage and save one of the drops. And even this Liberator harass is actually finding a little bit of value as well. But if Spirit can't secure that third base, I mean, it's kind of all for naught because you're just fighting at such a huge deficit.
I'm definitely with you. He has to secure that third base. He has to break out of this natural. But army supplies are not actually that far back here for Spirit. I wonder if this is now maybe going to be an opportunity. And I will say one thing, Dave. Oh, you got to be so careful about the drops in TVT. This is going to be really annoying. I was going to say TVT is absolutely a matchup where you could be behind economically and one good engagement can just bring you back into the game. But this is... it didn't go as poorly as I thought it would.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad. That was a really middle-of-the-road situation. I was actually wondering if Spirit was going to scan that, see that there was only like maybe 5 Marines covering the tanks, and then drop on top of them. We are going to see it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade right there in the tank battles, which is, that's just fine. The problem is Spirit just cannot secure this third base. And actually, this command center is going to get very low. He needs to pull SCVs from the main. That's a lot of firepower coming out of Bjorn. Where's the SCV pull? Looks like he's going to have just enough to, just enough range. Oh my God, there was a Doom drop on the bottom side that got totally intercepted here. Oi, oi, oi.
That's not what you want to have happen at this moment. And there's actually going to be a small window. I will say the upgrade advantage for Bjorn did get equalized for quite a while, but now he's going to have another maybe 20, 30 or so second window. And Spirit may just try to force the engagement during the single window where he is going to be down a set of upgrades with his Marines.
Oh, that's a really unfortunate timing to take the fight. He does have a lot of medevacs here, though, and he's got enough bio to actually push this back. His army was much higher HP going into that. So even though he was down in upgrades, it ended up not being too bad for him. Spirit has really been holding on by a thread for a lot of this game. He's still, he's still down. He's still in a really tough position, but Bjorn has not been able to find the killing maneuver. Oh, if +2 attack were done, that would have been a dead medevac. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I think you're spot on in saying he hasn't been able to find the killing maneuver because he does seem like he almost has Spirit dead to rights. The third base has finally been established, but Bjorn is also establishing a fourth base. He's sitting up almost 50 army supply. Not to mention just the economic advantage he's going to continue to have. But Bjorn has not been able to find the killing move.
No, he is not. Man, he's really trying to force this Doom drop into the main base, and Spirit keeps barely getting there. This feels like that scene in the movie where like everything, the important MacGuffin gets dropped and everything goes into slow motion, and the guy barely catches it. He's done that like 3 times now. But eventually it feels like Bjorn is going to be able to find his way in. Spirit trying to pick the fight there, but that was more Marines with more medevacs for Beyond. So it's actually going to be Beyond able to hold this position, kills quite a few SCVs. Man with Gun does not mess around, and Beyond is, yeah, he's not able to find the killing blow, but he keeps Spirit small. And he keeps Spirit from actually coming back in this game yet and finding that engagement that Spirit has needed for so long. And now it just feels like, it's out of reach.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a very awkward position where Spirit has to try and defend this location. He cannot be cut off between his natural and his third base. The stim forward with all the Marines from every single angle, and Beyond is able to do it. 3-1. He keeps his hopes alive in that lower bracket, and Spirit is going to go straight to the knockout bracket.
Yeah, Spirit is going to have to go directly to that knockout bracket, which is not what you want. But at least for his part, he will have a couple of days to think about it. He'll be able to study the other players, and he will still have one more chance to try and make it through. Looks like we are not going to be going to an interview, which that's totally fine. There's more matches to go. But that was a pretty cool match overall. Very weird, I gotta say. That was about as weird as it gets. The closest to standard that we had was this game number 4 with and that still started off with a proxy second Rax Reaper. Beyond did a very unique follow-up. We are going to take a look at the highlights for the series. This first doomed push. This feels like when this push got, kind of stomped in phase 1, 2, 3. This feels like where Beyond took over the series.
Yeah, it really did feel like Beyond started to get this massive, mental edge, it felt like almost, versus Spirit, where it just felt like he did not really ever fall behind after this kind of moment here.
Yes.
Where he was able to get that kind of cleanup. I really love the idea, you were talking about this on Dynasty, of going for that kind of very fast gold base, and you saw what amazing dividends that ended up paying off. But I think it's important to note that Beyond got a victory not only with his build order and stuff on this, but he got it with a lot of his engagements that he was able to take. He got it with also just economic advantages he was able to garner for himself. I really did feel like it was a very all-around victory there for Beyond.
Yeah, it certainly was. And right there, that was almost the game. If that Reaper had not popped out for Spirit right when it did and sniped one of Beyond's Reapers, that could have very well snowballed into a game 1 victory, or game 4 victory already. But there was so many things that went poorly. Combat shields getting denied right here. This drop, it found so much value. If Spirit with the Banshees had been able to find the value he did, and he was able to prevent this, not necessarily from getting a decent trade, but from getting the overwhelmingly favored trade that it did, we would have been looking at a very different game number 4, and we might even be heading into game 5 right now. But things happened the way they did, and this was the final moments right here. A nice execution from Beyond, coming in from the top, coming in from the bottom, and he gets like a 270 surround on the CC. Kind of cinematic in the ending.
Yeah, I mean, some good resilience there from Spirit at the very, very end of that series. But as we kind of talked about, it is going to be a little bit tough. But guys, that is going to mean that our first Terran versus Terran is done for the day. We have our second Terran versus Terran coming on up, though, in the second lower bracket match. Hero Marine versus Gumiho. Dave, you were talking about how this is, in fact, one of the closest matchups that we have of the matchups today.
Yes. Yes, it is indeed the closest matchup by history. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it is going to be the closest match, but, history does matter a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see who shows up really effectively on the day, because both of these players were preparing for TBT, similar to the previous series. But for now, we are going to head to a brief little break before we get this one going. It will be Hero Marine versus Gumiho in the lower bracket for EWC. Don't go anywhere. I am Steadfast, joined by Ravi. Thank you.
When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moment can be lost entirely. Clear Man eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Man. Keep a clear head.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, everyone, for the EWC Day 2 for StarCraft II. It is the year 2024, and we are here for another TBT. I'm joined by Fear Dragon. How you doing, Fear Dragon?
I'm doing good, man, but that first series, it was a little bit of fun, but I'm looking forward to this next TBT because I think that this is gonna in theory, be a little bit of a closer TBT. And it should be a very, very fun one. We got our Korean versus our European yet again, but of a very, very different nature.
Yeah, it's super interesting because when you think of Byun and Spirit, you think of Byun as this guy who loves to micro the crap out of his units. He loves to get every ounce of value. Marines, tanks, medevacs, doom drops, 8 racks double factory. He loves to make units and get on your face and fight. Spirit, very much a methodical defensive player, definitely prefers Liberators, Vikings over Ravens in the late game. But Gumiho and Hero Marine are both quite wild players, I would say. Not necessarily in terms of, they're always going to be doing something crazy. Although in Gumiho's case, I think you could argue that he usually is doing something out of pocket. And in fact, him playing super standard is more out of pocket for Gumiho. But they're both very strategically oriented players, and they're both very cool in how they approach a best of 5 in particular. I think when I think of players like Estrella, Gumiho, Hero Marine, now Serral falls on that list, Rogue, there are many players where the longer the series gets, the more excited I am about casting that series. And I think both Gumiho and Hero Marine now fall firmly in that. And it looks like we're going to take a look at the vetoes. Take it away.
Yeah. I was just going to say that I think that especially when I think about a match where there's the first match that happens for this event, right? And that match is the match that those players know is going to be happening for a while. And so they're going to be preparing. And I think it's somewhat exciting to me to think that both these players are going to be playing a matchup where basically Gumiho didn't have to play the TBT, but Hero Marine also didn't have to play the TBT. I want to see, like, we didn't get to see their TBT in that first match. What Terran versus Terran stuff are they bringing to the table? Because if you look at Group A, you know, lower bracket or upper bracket, you're gonna have to play Terran players. What preparation are you coming to this tournament for the biggest tournament of the year? when you see your group and it's just 5 Terran players. That is what I'm really excited for, saying these 2 players are really good at preparation. They know what they have to prepare for. It's Terran. Like, that is the #1 thing you have to prepare for in this group.
Well, the interesting thing too is that for a TVT in particular, there's a lot you can do, and you don't necessarily. So for a long time playing, let's say mech or bio in TVZ, you usually played one or the other. Funnily enough, Gumiho is one of those players that mixes it up, but usually you have a strong tendency one way or the other. But in TVT, you can pretty much play anything into anything. Now, whether that be a double starport play, which I think we'll definitely see at least one of those in this series. Maybe, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see 3 of them, or a match where they both go double starport. But it's going to be really funky. I'm really excited to see what happens. We're going to start things off on Golden Ore. Spawning down to the bottom right for Mouse Sports, it is Hero Marine.
And over here on the top left-hand side of the map from Cloud9, it is the blue Terran player Gumiho.
It's going to be really interesting to see what these 2 players decide to throw at one another. Gumiho does go with a gas first, which is already a little bit of an indication that we might just be seeing a 1-Rax expand. Now, the other side of that coin is it could be a gas Rax gas, which is just a slightly faster factory than normal. Just to go into a little bit of history of TVT, for a very long time, that was the go-to build in Legacy of the Void, was gas, Rax, gas. But then Terran players realized you could go Rax, gas, gas, and you got your factory maybe 3 or 4 seconds later, but it meant your orbital command was 3 or 4 seconds faster, which means your economy comes online just a little bit quicker, and players became more comfortable doing that. And it just basically became the standard. Now we are going to be seeing the 1-Rax expand here, but yeah, it's just interesting to see. Well, I guess it hasn't been an evolution in a while, but even, what was that, maybe 11 years into SE2's history, we see some deviations in the matchup. Now, this is kind of nice for Hero Marine. He figures out that his 1-Rax expand, and he blocks the command center while going for his own 1-Rax expand. And Hero Marine did the Barracks gas, so his orbital is just a couple seconds faster. Hero Marine gets a slight build order advantage, I would say, to start things off.
Yeah, definitely going to be nice for him. All those small little deviations and stuff, these 2 players are going to know super duper well, just by seeing their kind of early scouting information that they maybe get with like an early Reaper or anything like that, or just the SCV that poked his head across the map as we see Hero Marines returning on home. But factory is going to be plopping on up, and we are still, despite all the little differences and stuff, it's going to be small little edges that they can garner for themselves. But at the end of the day, they are going to kind of start to align on where they end up. They're going to set up with that kind of command center in the low ground, going to have that factory starport set up. But 3rd CC already coming down over there for Hero Marine, who is also going to lose that first Reaper. Does escape out of there with one of them at least, though.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Hero Marine to be moving up the ramp while Gumiho was moving in that position, because Gumiho wasn't just sitting there. He was actually moving across the map. But at the same time, Hero Marine moving across the map with his first 2 units while doing this, he doesn't have anything else on the field. This is actually so bad for Hero Marine. He cut his factory unit in order to get this out, this super fast 3rd CC, and a fair bit. 1 SCV and a lot of lost mining time. Did Gumiho get the scout on the 3rd CC? That is my big question right now.
Yeah, I mean, the 3rd CC is way up on the north side, so he did manage to actually see that.
Oh man,
he is going to try and dive back in over here, but the Marines are popping on out, so this is not going to get as much done.
No, that was a pretty bold move, I've got to say, out of Gumiho. He still was able to pick off 1 Reaper, but I feel like that was maybe a bridge too far for Gumi. Hero Marine, he's going to be able to get away with now this fast 3rd CC behind this, and it will begin to pay off very quickly. But Gumiho going for the Banshee without the cloak. And because he saw the quick Hellion, I think he's anticipating that Hero Marine might have skipped Cyclones entirely, or at the very least, wouldn't be going for double Cyclone. But he is correct in the fact that, can we double check that? Did Hero Marine build a Cyclone at all? Okay, he did build a Cyclone. Where is it? That is the next question, of course. Because if it's not on the edge of the main, yeah, there's a big chance of this to find big value. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for mech behind this. This is kind of exactly what I was talking about, where it feels like you can do just about anything in this matchup to a certain extent and do what you want as long as the execution is very clean. And Gumiho has really been throwing curveballs all over the place here.
Oh man, Banshee's gonna come in over here, and these Marines are gonna try to push it back. 3 worker kills, maybe going for a 4th, but Cyclone not gonna be able to get that lock on either. So the Banshee is not only gonna be able to get a little bit of that damage done, it's also gonna stay very healthy. And yeah, the Ravens over here at the natural, but does it really want to drop down the auto turret here for the Banshee? No, it doesn't really. So it is gonna just try to force things back. Cyclone covers the natural, but now the Banshee's 1 range advantage versus the Marines. Helps out for a little bit before the auto turret cleans it up.
That is something that we used to see in every single TVT back in the day, is that every player would go double cloak Banshee, and we haven't seen it in a very long time. That kind of just took me back like 5, 6, 7 years watching a Banshee kite against Marines. But Gumiho obviously losing that there. We are going to be seeing the very quick switch into Vikings out of Gumiho, which makes a ton of sense. You need that air superiority if you're going to try and play mech. But we do have Hero Marine getting into the quick double engineering bay. Gumiho, though, with an interesting little position here. This is going to hit the Marines pretty hard. That's a nice first volley.
Yeah, gonna definitely soften up a handful of them, as the Cyclones have already softened up a couple of them. Siege tanks in range of the command center is going to be so annoying. 3 SCVs repairing is actually not enough to keep the hit points of that command center from continuously falling. So it's going to be really annoying. Eventually he's going to have to deal with this.
He certainly will. He does have those Ravens ready to go with the interference matrices. He's going to come in, it looks like, from the left side. There they go now. Oh, wow. He didn't have the energy, I guess, for the second interference matrix. So he is going to lose... well, actually, not going to lose too much. Oh, that last tank volley getting a lot of Marines. But still, that was... I would say that was a very good cleanup for Hero Marine. Gumiho... Maybe not anticipating the Ravens coming in from the side. It looked like a really strong position. Marines were not going to be able to close the distance. Tanks were going to take a big volley. We do see actually SCVs getting slaughtered in the natural. Just a couple Hellions run by and kill 8 workers. Well, that's very nice for Gumiho. But it does feel like Gumiho's got to chill out a little bit. You do not want to get caught by a bunch of stimmed Marines, stimmed bio on the map. With just a small number of tanks. That can really quickly backfire on you. Mech is, as you well know, and as many people know, it is a composition that you really need a lot of supply for it to be at its max power.
Yeah. And losing 3 of those siege tanks when you're still in that kind of ramp-up phase is a little bit scary. But for Gumiho, it actually ends up being okay for the moment, just because Hero Marine is still just kind of in that macro up phase. He's still getting up stim and combat shields and concussive. Yes, I guess you could technically just go for a push out against a mech player before you have those upgrades, but it is likely going to be Hero Marine waiting around for that kind of stuff. So it does seem like Gumiho has actually been able to hit on a very nice timing where, yeah, he was able to kind of do that little pressure play. He loses some of those units, but he still has a bit of safety as he establishes his 4th base. He's going to be able to rebuild that siege tank count.
Yeah, the main thing about over pushing is obviously we know that stim combat shields, mostly stim. That's the one upgrade I was looking for. That stim wasn't done, but Gumiho doesn't necessarily know that. So you do have to be very careful. So I do like the decision to have pulled back earlier. Gumiho doing what he always does, though, and that is expanding while attacking in a greedy fashion. He built the 4th command center on location. It is already a planetary. He's already on 83 SCVs, powering up more factories now behind this. And he got a pretty fast 1-1 air He is switching back into Vikings now once again. I wonder how many Vikings does Gumiho have? Okay, 7 Vikings. Yeah, that's enough to have solid air control. Hero Marine did only lose one of the Ravens from that first push, so he's still got 2 with a lot of energy. He's going to try and come in here with the 1-1 Stim Combat Shield's concussive and see if he can get something done. Does win the first tank duel. Oh, but he will lose the second. That's going to go in the favor of Gumiho. Just a matter of who shot first.
Yeah, a little bit scary of a moment here as Gumiho is going to have to make sure that his siege tanks are all well positioned with some of the interference matrices coming on down though. And here Marine re-sieges up his siege tanks a little bit closer. Is it going to be enough? He is powering on forward with that bio before the interference matrices expire. Some more siege tanks on the back line are going to try and push things back, but it is not enough. And here Marine comes in with a massive round of reinforcements.
That he does. He went so Marauder heavy so early, and he is going to be able to swarm these tanks. This is not something Gumiho was expecting. They talk about liking the greed of Gumiho, but he needed those Vikings to be protecting the siege tanks. Twice, Hero Marine snuck in from the side with those sneaky Ravens, once on the defense and now once on the offense. And he is playing with a lot of confidence and a lot of swagger. We are going to see Gumiho trying to scramble together a defense at the natural. And with the Liberators and Hellbats, he will be able to clear up this line of tanks. Hero Marine might want to chill out. Yeah, he doesn't need to end the game right now. He's gotten himself a solid advantage. But if he over pushes, he could very easily throw that away. And now I think that's like the 4th tank he's lost in the last 20 or 30 seconds. But still, this has been a very successful push out of Hero Marine. I think you just want to back away. That's exactly what I'm going to see. Double starport behind this. Back away, keep your opponent off that pocket third base maybe for as long as you can, and transition into your own air, because that is what is usually going to be the killing blow against a Mech Terran.
Yeah, and if you think about what Gumiho lost, Gumiho's tank count got reset during that. He's trying to basically stay alive with a lot of these Liberators that he's been making so far, but in the actual straight up fight, when he's not actually well set up in a sort of natural expansion location, I was gonna say he has a little bit harder of a time with the fights, but still ends up doing decently well with this kind of trade. And wow, the supplies really start to even up after that.
Yeah, Hellbats can be surprisingly good in these engagements where they don't get targeted down quickly. Tanks don't kill them fast. Marauders, Marines don't kill them particularly fast. It's really just a numbers situation where you have to have just a ton of bio to clear up those Hellbats quickly. But Gumiho, yeah, finding a pretty good engagement, and Hero Marine overextending, I think, a little bit. Now we're going to see a little bit of counter harass coming in. Hero Marine went up to 92 SCVs, but Gumiho says, nuh-uh, that's way too many for you, my friend. And he will find very significant damage. 19 SCVs go down, but this is definitely recoverable for Hero Marine. Meanwhile, nice little move into the natural by Hero Marine, finding an opening. No tank was sieged up here. There is one on the high ground now. Hero Marine, I was going to say, he definitely wants to load up and either A, get out of there, or B, drop on top of that tank. But yeah, that's a nice little bit of damage coming in from Hero Marine. But Gumiho is definitely caught back up in this game in a big way.
Yeah, and if you think about really what he lost was he lost a lot of mining time at that pocket third that you were talking about, but he has been able to establish not only reestablishing that base, but also top right. And yeah, Missile Turret does manage to snipe off one of those Medivacs alongside those Vikings. Hero Marine, yes, he's continuing to expand, he's continuing to power up that economy, but the longer this game goes on, the more settled in a mech player gets in on, you know, a roughly equal base count, the scarier this gets, I feel like, for the bio player. You really have to start finding ways to pick your opponent apart.
You certainly do. Hero Marine is hard transitioning into the air right now. He's on, well, 3 reactored starports. And that is going to allow him to, you know, deal with the tanks, but Gumiho is already building Thors right now, as well as the Hurricane Engines upgrade, which is going to allow him to make a ton of Cyclones if you are so inclined. And Hero Marine, I don't think it's going to happen here, but there was a game I cast not too long ago where Spirit went hard into, or no, sorry, it was Clem versus Spirit, where Clem went crazy hard into Vikings. And we actually saw Spirit transition into like 25 Cyclones, and he just ran right up the gut from like basically a dead position. and just camped his opponent's production with like 20 Cyclones. It was crazy. Now, I don't think that's going to happen here, but the Cyclones are cheap, they are fast to build, and they are a big threat on a remax. That's something that we will have to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely going to keep an eye out on that for now, but very curious what he wants to do with that upgrade and if he is going to actually start making a bunch of Cyclones. Because right now, the name of the game here, it seems like for Gumiho, is max out the remaining supply on Thors.
Yeah.
5 of them in production that are not going to be around for this fight
SCVs.
just yet. And the SCV's going to be taking some damage, but man, the Thors, they just can't really get to the front line of the fight.
No, but there's not a whole lot of tanks, so once they do get there, they kill it off very quickly. The bio was very far out of position. Liberators will siege up now, and actually, that might have been a bait from Hero Marine saying, send your Thors forward so I can snipe them with the bio, so my Liberators can now go to town, which was potentially a very smart little trap from Hero Marine. A strategic trap more than a physical one. Ooh, we're going to see the attempt to repair this up. Liberator versus Thor, what's going on? It is going to be a Doom Drop into the main base. Looks like the Thor did get repaired up, but this Doom Drop is on top of the production. The Thors are going to be bottlenecked here. We will see tanks sieging up on the low ground, but the bio can just move away from that ramp and start sniping production. Very nice little maneuver for Hero Marine, but can he get out with everything? Hang on, what is happening with those SCBs on the right side? Why are they just... Oh, Liberator harass. Okay. That is quite nice for Hero Marine. But I gotta say, Gumiho is stabilized, and it feels like this damage is not going to knock Gumiho out of the game. I don't know. I think I still like Gumiho's position even after all of this.
I love Gumiho's position after all of this. I think at most he did end up losing quite a few of those random Thors here and there. Like losing 3 Thors definitely seems like it sucks, but Gumiho protected his production. He protected his bases. Yes, he lost some SCVs, but he's still sitting at a decent enough count for, you know, a Terran player, I would say. It's really now, I feel like, a scarier situation for Hero Marine, as long as these Thors don't just get caught completely off on their own, because Thors, yes, they can be great, but Thors completely on their own against like a full max out Bioforce, that is a little bit scarier.
Yeah, and the Thors do not have that +3 armor. We are going to see the tanks getting caught completely unsieged. They do siege up now, but they get cleaned up pretty darn quickly. Now, Hero Marine, this is the situation where the Thors, I think actually there are enough Thors to fight the bio, but that was pretty much all the tanks going down. Hero Marine needs to buy a little bit more time for more reinforcements. Marauders coming in from the top side. That's actually just way too many Thors. And Hero Marine, he found a good jump on his opponent's army, but stuck around too long and underestimated the power of those Thors. If he had just disengaged after killing, you know, the first set of tanks and a few Thors, I think that he is okay, and he actually kind of equalizes his game. As it is, Gumiho gets a lot of bio kills. Marauders, they're not super expensive, but if you lose 7, 8, 9 Marauders, that's a lot of resources very quickly. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like Gumiho still holds the advantage here, but this game could go on for a very long time at this point.
No, I think you're definitely right. And it's important to note that economically, yes, Gumiho's economy has been messed with a bit more, but they really are not that far apart in terms of base counts. So Hero Marine doesn't have some massive, like, I'm making bio, but I have a massive economic edge, so I can just throw away units at free and just gradually overwhelm you. He's not in quite that situation right now, so it does feel like he needs to try and find some really good trades here, and I'm a little bit worried if he can't find it in the next fight. Gumiho has been taking a lot of really good trades and throughout all of this game.
Yeah, he's also doing something interesting that the Observer's highlighting right now. Well, that's not ideal, but where he wasn't saturating his 3rd or 4th bases and was prioritizing mining from the 5th and 6th a lot more with the SCVs that he had. Can we take a look at the resources lost, actually, at this point? See what the situation is. Okay, it's actually a lot closer to even than I would have expected. We do see the Liberator harass from Hero Marine has been pretty effective. Never killing a ton of SCVs, but always being a little bit disruptive to his opponent's mining. Hero Marine does have that gold base on the bottom left, but he has not yet taken the right side base. This could come down to a situation of who can mine those last 2 bases on the right side effectively. Also important to note, Hero Marine was not taking the gases at that gold base, and that could become a factor later on. But we do have a big Thor, Hellbat, and honestly, this is more Thor Hellbat than anything. Push, just a couple of tanks for support. This is going to be a very funky little engagement, but the Mass Liberator, it is difficult to approach this. Oh God, those Liberators.
Yeah, Liberators, they're going to get taken care of by the Thors, though, since the Thors don't have any Marines or Marauders that they really have to worry about immediately. But finally, those Bioforces come on in, and they are going to start shredding through some of these units. The Siege Tanks, and going to have to deal with the Bioforces coming in from every single angle, though. It's a very, very messy fight. But at the end of the day, it does seem like the final decision comes down to Vikings versus Liberators.
Yeah, right. That is that is the weirdest thing. Humarine did leave those Liberators sieged up for a little bit longer than I think maybe he should have. One, not reacting super well at the very end of that fight. It was a very chaotic fight. You can't be too critical, because a lot of times you're focused in these situations on the tanks. You're like, okay, I need my bio to be split up. I need Marauders, you know, individually split away, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But Gumiho was like, no, no, no. You need to focus on the air. I'm going to focus on the air. That's what's most important right now. And he comes out of it with a huge Viking lead. And now Liberators aren't an option for the next stage of this push.
Yeah, they really aren't. I think the one kind of fear that I have over here for Gumiho, it's a small fear, but it's, does he actually have enough siege tanks over here to continue to protect this army? It does seem that the Bioforce is going to just jump in on top of the siege tanks, right-clicking them down, ignoring the Hellbats for the most part. One siege tank does manage to survive for a little bit, but it eventually gets taken care of, and there is going to be the pushback there for Hero Marine.
That is really nice. The Vikings and Marines. Oh, Gumiho getting baited into the Marines. That's a lot of extra Vikings he just lost. Oh, that is actually huge. And this is super important because Gumiho just built a huge round of Liberators. He was the one who's trying to capitalize on his air advantage. Hero Marine taking a +6 Viking trade right there. 13 for 7. What is the air count right now? We got to take a look at that. Got to see the unit count. Okay, 8 to 6 in favor of Big Gabe. And something I didn't highlight earlier, we didn't highlight earlier, is the fact that there was no +3 armor built for Gumiho, which normally you think of for the mech, but it applies to the air as well, and that's actually made a huge difference here. Ooh, Liberators are going to try and come in. Hero Marine will need to kite back, and he will be able to do so. What is... who wins this air war? I think... Three, I believe, for both sides. Hero Marine was really good about getting into those air upgrades, and he has continued to produce Vikings. He's got a small economic lead. Oh man, this game is kind of a barn burner.
Yeah, chaotic game number one it's turning out to be, as both these players are just somehow continuing to trade so close to evenly across the board, even though it's leaning one way, leaning the other way, but at the end of the day... Okay, those Marauders do not want to be there. They're going to have to get out of dodge for a little bit, but these Vikings, they're kind of like deliberating. Do we land for the siege tanks? There's a planetary there. There's also some siege tanks that we have. Like, maybe we can make something happen. No, not going to happen for now. Marauder is going to get taken care of on this right-hand side, as no mining going to be able to happen over on this right-hand side for a little bit. A really, really nice ability for both these players to just get in each other's faces the last minute or two.
Yeah, this has been such a weird last, like, I mean, to be honest, it's been last like 10 minutes of this game, but so many unique problems that they're creating for each other. And funnily enough, I think maybe the solution to both of their problems is actually more missile turrets around their outlying bases, because obviously Liberators can't kill buildings. That is a lot of tank Hellion. And if Hero Marine can clean up the air, there's like no anti-air besides Vikings. This actually feels very scary for Gumiho. Where is his air fleet? He needs that air superiority to be able to do anything with this army.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning. He's got 4 Vikings there that are getting chased down, and he may end up even losing 1 or 2 of them. No, manages to keep them alive for now. He's making more Vikings and he's making Thors, but yeah, he just doesn't have it right now.
No, he transitioned hard back into ground, and this has not worked out super well for him because Hero Marine recognized correctly that, yeah, air is what is probably going to dominate these battles. Those ranged Liberators are just so powerful, so you need to be able to protect them with the Vikings. We are going to be seeing the siege tanks not able to snipe down this base. That would have been obviously amazing for Hero Marine if he'd gotten it. but Gumiho is able to get the repair. We are going to see a bio drop on top of this nice unsiege there from Gumi. The Liberator count is not super high right now for Hero Marine, but the Viking numbers are huge on both sides. I think there's more for Hero Marine. Bio is kiting back against the Hellbats. Kind of an inconsequential fight almost on the side. Now, you do have to be very careful as Hero Marine that you don't take big splash damage from the Thors on your Vikings. But there is that Cyclone switch coming in from Gumiho that I foreshadowed many minutes ago.
Yeah, man, 6 Cyclones coming out, and they are going to have that upgrade that you were talking about. So we will see if he's able to make that kind of big play happen. I mean, you were talking about getting in right on top of the production and be able to camp it like that. I'm very curious if he's going to go for something like that, or do you just use it in a more kind of like roundabout, try and find engagements you can on the corners of the map kind of way?
I think so. That was a very unique situation. I don't think he's going to find a way to get straight across the map, because Hero Marine is not skimping on bio. The mistake Clem made in that match was that he cut so much bio. Hero Marine is not making that error. We're going to see a nice little snipe on, that was like 4 tanks right there. Great stuff from Hero Marine. Thors are shooting at the Liberators in the back, and because the Liberator count is not super high, even with a relatively low number of Thors, this is still going to be good. But what the Cyclones enable you to do is they enable you to win Viking fights that you wouldn't normally win. They kind of act the way that Marines do underneath the bio players' Vikings in this scenario. We're going to see a move forward from Gumiho. I don't know if this is the right call. A little bit of a flank coming in from the Cyclones. Vikings will land on top of them. I don't know if that's the right call. I feel like Hero Marine needs to get out of here, but he does have some reinforcing bio. That's going to help a lot. And the concave of Vikings on the ground is beautiful, and they are crushing through. Never mind, there was just enough reinforcements. That was a symphony from Hero Marine with that engagement. It looked so bad for him, and then like 15 supply of bio comes in and just perfectly holds the units for Gumiho in place, while like 12 Vikings just absolutely massacre everything in this little pocket for Gumiho.
Such a chaotic fight. More Cyclones continue to be produced over there, but it seems like Gumiho is going to finally tap out 27 minutes into the game. Hero Marine takes the first map. Wow. What a chaotic game. That game truly did just not sit at dead even the entire time either. It really did feel like there were constantly these little shifts of who was ahead in different ways, small ways, or like sometimes players were ahead in opposite ways. Like one player was ahead in economy, another player had like a nice little tech advantage or had an army. Really, really fun game.
That was such a cool game. I really gotta say, that engagement at the end from Hero Marine, this is going to be a long highlight reel, I feel like, because we've got a lot of moments in this game where things got wild. You said it best. There was lots of trades back and forth. This was a really nice cleanup here for Hero Marine. It looked like it was going to be a very uncomfortable position to deal with. Also, something oh, wait, no, he did lose 2 Ravens. He built a 4th Raven. Okay. Oh, I was wondering. I was pretty sure he lost more. He built a 4th Raven. I didn't even notice that at the time. But it enabled the position he took right here to be as good as it was with that earlier push. Well, I guess with that later push. Earlier from this point, later from when he built those Ravens. This ended up being a pretty good cleanup from Gumiho. You said it best. He did a really good job of protecting his production and keeping this from becoming a total disaster, which it very easily could have. But God, this game just had so many twists and turns.
It really did. And I feel like even just, yes, both players were going for, mech versus bio, but the composition of what that mech unit count looked like and how heavy it was on Vikings, how heavy it was on Cyclones versus like Thors or, Liberators and stuff all changed for Gumiho's side. I feel like even Hero Marine, while he was pretty stable on like the Marine Marauder account, even his kind of, oh, am I making a lot of Vikings right now? Am I adding on a lot more of like, my medevacs and stuff? All of that did also shift up a lot. And I loved seeing not only those shifts for each of the players as they lost units in their fight and remade them, it's the decision of what is my opponent making?
Yeah.
How can I capitalize on this? How can I capitalize on the fact that I remember it went from a period also where earlier on in the game, it was lots of these like big skirmishes, lots of big ambushes. And then there was just like a 3-minute period of just lots of small skirmishes, lots of small little ambushes, trying to find little bits and pieces of damage. These players really just had it all in that game.
Yeah, that was a fantastic display of TVT and all of the strategic decisions as well as the execution. We are going to see spawning up in the top left for Mouse Sports. It is Hero Marine.
And down in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Terran player from Cloud9. He is Gumiho.
That's got to be an exhausting game to play. You know, that is such a back and forth game. Both players had opportunities, big opportunities, and many opportunities that they both created and that their opponent left open for them. That's just the nature of a long macro game like that. But coming off of a loss like that, that can be pretty exhausting. However, these are not necessarily players that are requiring massive amounts of momentum. This is not an Oliveira or, well, he's the one I can really only think of at this point. But the ones where you like things go well, and you know it's all of a sudden they're on top of the world. Or maybe a player like Clem, actually, I guess, is a little bit momentum based as well. But what do you make of this proxied second barracks here on Site Delta?
Yeah, Gumiho is going to be able to do that. Hero Marine is going for the SCV scout after we finish up that barracks. So he will have that kind of similar opportunity to poke forward and say, all right, what have you got? But he's going to be met by a full wall, which in and of itself is also a little bit of a tell sometimes of, okay, there's a chance that you're doing this to make it look like you're hiding something that doesn't need to be hidden. But there's always going to just start to ring some alarm bells of, okay, like I need to start thinking about and mentally preparing for some kind of proxy, some kind of shenaniganry that could be happening. And Gumiho pops into the natural, and SCV is going to pull back, sends his first Reaper across the map. And well, yeah, I mean, Hero Marine is just getting set up to do what you need to do against any of this kind of stuff, is get up your factory, get ready to make that first factory unit to help push things back.
This is a really important scout, though, because it lets Hero Marine keep his Reaper in a good position. It could very easily have been on the low ground. He could have been trying to take a low ground expand, but with that scout, he's able to make the correct call of being at the top of the ramp. SCV will pull. The Reaper does pop out in time. Grenade knocks back Hero Marine's Reaper, so it's going to be 1-for-1. But can Hero Marine get the trade? Oh, he does get the snipe. That's a big deal. Very nice for Hero Marine. So he's able to go an SCV and a Reaper for 2 Reapers. And with the barracks being proxied like this, that is a very good pickoff. If he can find this Reaper in the middle with the Hellion, that would be amazing. But it is, of course, going to be able to jump up to the high ground still. It lets him know that more Reapers were produced. He doesn't know that it's been lifted now. But, okay, I was going to say, Hero Marine could maybe think about getting across the map. But he wants to confirm, did that barracks get lifted? Gumiho knows how dangerous this is. He's actually building a bunker, which is not what you want to do off of an opening like this. But it's a responsible decision.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense given the fact that he knew he lost a lot of his early firepower. His barracks is going to be floating in the air. But the problem is the bunker only has 1 unit inside of it. It's just not enough actual firepower. So there's going to be a little bit of a health tax every time Hero Marine tries to move in or out for a little bit. But at the end of the day, Hero Marine can just kind of poke forward, delay a little bit of mining, just make sure that there's no SCVs mining at the natural or no mule or anything dropped over there. And he is mining comfortably over at his own natural. He has his gas geyser taken, something that Gumiho can't do. Finally, Gumiho gets home with that extra barracks, but is going to be some annoying delays. I think it is reflected already a little bit in that supply.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely going to be an opportunity for Hero Marine to go for something. He is opening up with a quick medevac, and it will be Liberators and Siege Tank behind this. You can go for a contain on this map, Now, Gumiho well positioned with the Cyclone here, which is quite important. Very, very important to prevent this from getting momentum. Because that's kind of what Spirit was missing out for in his series versus Beyond, is preventing those medevacs from getting in and getting unloaded, particularly on-site Delta, but Gumiho doing a good job initially. However, Hirmreen just going to rotate to the natural. He'll find at least an SCV.
Yeah, well, is able to find also the refinery that was still being constructed. So even further delaying that is going to be really, really annoying here for Gumiho. So Gumiho not exactly having the best start of things. Can he at least deal with the Liberator harassment nice and quickly? A quick reaction there is going to lose one SCV. Does eventually push things back, but man, still continuing to have his gas geysers canceled the natural. That is, I feel like, the third delay we've seen on those gas geysers.
Yeah, and that's kind of a big deal because we've got a pretty decently committed push coming in from Hirmreen. He is going for Reactor Viking, which isn't necessarily as committed as the double Starport Viking Liberator push that I was talking about, but it is still the kind of thing that is definitely going to try and get some value and get yourself wedged into a good position. I'm really liking how Hirmreen is taking the bull by the horns in this game number 2 after an exhausting game number 1 for both players. Bunker is going to get salvaged, so it will not buy much time. This looks so scary for Gumiho. This push may very well overwhelm the Blue Terran, but he's going to pull the boys and try and clean this up.
Yeah, he kind of has to at this point, especially with the Liberator in the mix there. He's able to soak up damage from the Siege Tanks and the Marines so that he can clean up the Liberator, but 9 SCVs going down, and the push is still here. Vikings land to take care of the Siege Tank. They do so exactly as they wanted to, and more SCVs falling. Even if, at this point, if the push gets cleaned up, Hirmreen is walking away with a massive economic edge.
That he is. Now, you do have a tricky decision. Do I retreat with the Siege Tanks right now? Or do I try and hold this position for as long as I can? And it looks like he is not quite sure. Okay, he unsieges the one tank. He was giving himself the opportunity to either siege or retreat. And I actually really like that. That's a very creative decision opportunity. He didn't want to, he knew that Stim was done, so he didn't want to give an opportunity for a full chase down. The medevac had already been chased away by the Vikings. Smart move from Hirmreen to unsiege that one tank and just kind of make an audible call. That was actually a really clever little move under the gun because he knows he's so far ahead in economy right now. But something I would not expect, he is going mech now. Hirmreen saying, okay, fine, let's flip the script. This feels like not the best way to leverage such a huge economic advantage. But at the same time, if he plays battle mech, well, that can very quickly, the economic lead can translate into a lot of units very quickly.
Yeah, if you're talking about traditional mech, I think there is an old saying that if you want to give up a lead, like take a lead and then transition straight into mech, because you'll just give your opponent time to get back into the game. But battle mech is an interesting thought, as we do see that Cyclone production starting to kick on in. I don't mind it as much, given the fact that he's been able to do this contained so well.
Yes.
I think here's my one question though, Dave. Assume that Gumiho does not just lose a ton of siege tanks in the next like minute or two. I can see the Cyclones taking like decent trades on the outskirts of things. Do you see the Cyclones ending the game, like pushing up to the natural right now? Or is this just going to be a, well, I guess I just continue to contain you because I can't really move up your natural with Cyclones against, you know, 7-8 siege tanks or something at that point.
Yeah, this has to be a I collapse on you when you try and take your third. And that could definitely be the kind of thing that catches Gumiho off guard, because I don't know if this would, I don't know if this has been played super often. How many Vikings have gone down for Gumiho? It feels like he's lost like 3 Vikings to, what is it, 5 to 4? Okay, I think Hirmreen lost 4 in the natural, so I want to say it's 3 or 4 to 1 in the last little bit, and that's really less than ideal. Huge scan coming in, and that is actually exactly what Hirmreen wants to see. Gumiho moving out onto the map. That Hurricane Engines has completed. Oh, the tanks though! Ooh. That's not what Hirmreen wants in the slightest. Why were those doing that? He just scanned the army. He did not expect the army to move back to the left. Oh, Hirmreen just got bamboozled.
Yeah, I mean, he still does have quite a few of these Cyclones, so maybe he's going to be able to make something happen with these Cyclones who are trying to find some of the reinforcements coming across the map. Do manage to find one of the Siege Tanks and a Marine over there. Gumiho pulling back, even scanning to try and find where those Cyclones are at now, as both these players are just continuing to scan each other, but I think the Cyclones are going to have a hard time moving forward. Here's the scary thing about Cyclones, and I'll say like being a Cyclone player, is Cyclones can do quite a bit very quickly. They die so fast, fast as Siege Tank fire. They die incredibly fast as Siege Tank fire. They are also going to start getting picked off by some of these Marines with Stim. Ay, ay, ay.
Nice little flank right there from Gumiho. Hero Marine, because he's got that speed upgrade on the Cyclones, he gets away with a few of them. This has not gone according to plan for Hero Marine, though. This, what I feel like he wanted to do with this was surprise Gumiho. Either A, when Gumiho was moving out and trying to siege up, and he comes in with a huge surround of Cyclones and maybe Hellion, Cyclone Hellion, maybe Vikings land in the back, and just kind of overwhelm a desperation push from Gumiho. But Gumiho didn't panic. He maneuvered his army very nicely, and now Hero Marine's kind of stuck on a lot of Cyclones that are pretty flimsy for this stage of the game. At this point, I can guarantee you he would have preferred to have mass Siege Tank, but he is going to try and make something happen here with the push. Gumiho's still been super behind in economy, is very far behind in supply, and this could still be a push that ends the game. I love the Hellbats and the Medevacs. They're going to be able to drop in on top of this. Nice little spread, little dragon drop right there, getting on top of his opponent, and that will push this fourth base back. There are a lot of SCVs here, so despite the massive Viking count, well, actually, hang on. No, he's just going to lose the command center. He's going to lose a lot of these SCVs as well. There's the Hellbats again dropping on top of this.
Yeah, Hellbat drop on top of the bio is going to be super duper effective. Marauders are still going to be able to tank quite a bit of that fire, and they are starting to stim on forward on top of these Siege Tanks. They get surprisingly close to them, but there is just simply too much Big Gabe. And he goes up 2-0 in this best of 5 series. A strong, strong place for him to be.
That was really impressive out of Hero Marine. He has played a very cool little series, I gotta say. Game 1, a back and forth slugfest where he managed to finally find that one big engagement with the landed Vikings and the reinforcing bio. Game 2, though, yeah, this push, first the defense goes very well for him. He catches 2 Reapers with the kill, including able to chase down that 1 Reaper. And then this push in the natural was just so effective. And I really like the way that Hero Marine managed it as well. Gumiho, this did not go well for him on the break attempt. Like, I don't know if it's that he went too early, or he didn't pull enough SCVs, or he didn't micro well enough, or if it's just that Hero Marine managed the fight really well, but that break was very, very unfortunate for him. But the Hellbats, the Hellbat drop, what a swag way to end the game against Gumiho, because this is a tool Gumiho loves to use.
Yeah. Well, whenever I think of Hellbat drops, even though we have seen them, of course, still when players go for mech, I always think of the old school TVT where both players just go Hellbats with the medevac, load them all up, just drop them on top of each other. Absolute chaos. But no, at this point, Hero Marine just has such a significant supply lead that even with the Cyclones that weren't really necessarily super effective in that fight, he just had enough army supply. He could push in, end the game. He was able to deny that base for such a long time. I think Hero Marine was feeling pretty good about things there. And I mean, now setting up 2-0, that is kind of funny, not exactly reflective of how close this series has been. This has been a very close series, especially that first game. That second game also absolutely had some moments where even though Hero Marine was looking good for a majority of it, Gumiho was able to pull out some kind of like questionable moments of, oh, Hero Marine, wait a second, this is a little bit awkward. Are you doing okay here? He still managed to pull it out in the end, but it's just an awkward feeling, I think, as a competitor, where you say, I'm having close games, like I'm doing okay, but I'm down 0-2, and now I have to win 3 games in a row against someone who has been having very, very close games with me, has been just barely getting the edge on me. How do I do this? How do I pull this out and reverse sweep this?
That is the big question. Can he do it? Spawning up in the top left for Cloud9, it is Gumiho.
And over here on the top right-hand side of Ghost River, we have our red Terran player from Mouse Sports. He is Hero Marine.
I gotta say, Hero Marine is just playing absolutely amazing StarCraft today. Really came and has delivered in this series so far. The one moment I feel like that has may kind of haunt Gumiho a little bit. It didn't go unremarked, but we didn't talk about it as much as we could have. There was a moment in game number 1 where Gumiho's Vikings were skirmishing against Hero Marines, and then they got baited into moving just a little bit too far into the Vikings and Marines of Hero Marine. And from that point on, Gumiho completely lost air superiority, and it felt like that was the beginning of the end for him in that game. Obviously, game 2 is a completely different story, but we could be looking at a very different series if Gumiho had managed to keep control of those units a little bit more tightly on that leash. But as game 3 goes on, what would you like to see out of Gumiho?
You know, I know that this is heavily biased by other matchups, but when I look at Ghost River, Steadfast, I don't think of very long games. I think of a lot of shorter style games. I do feel like the push outs across this map do feel like it's a very short distance a lot of the time. You get from one side to the other in what at least feels like a pretty short period of time, and it feels like your base is going to be a little bit more exposed. So I wouldn't mind something a little bit more like not necessarily 2-base all in, but a little bit more focus on like a 2-base push kind of timing.
Yes, I think that's a good estimation or a good call. And if we are going to see a map where one or both players go for that double starport play, I think Ghost River is going to be that map, because there's just so little distance that you have to travel. And Liberators and Siege Tanks can control so much of the natural so powerfully. It will be interesting to see how that pans out. Gumiho did go for the 1-Rax expand, but has been able to get an equally timed starport here. Going to be, I think, skipping the Cyclone to start things off, whereas Hero Marine is going to be opening up with that double Cyclone at minimum. Gumiho probably just going to go for the single Cyclone here. Now my next big question is, what will their first starport unit be? And will they go for either A, quick second starport, or B, add on to the reactor? As we do see Hero Marine putting his starport, that's funny, because I look at that starport, and if I scanned that, I would say that's your second starport.
Because there's no add-on?
No, because it's just kind of in like a weird location. That's where you put the second starport to hide it usually. Usually, yeah, exactly. You would put it right below or above the factory, which is where Gumiho has put it in his main, just because it allows you to swap add-ons so much more fluidly and quickly.
No, I kind of know what you mean. It's a little bit funny to see. Thankfully, I think Gumiho will probably get a scout out with the medevac drop and not see it at such a late time. They think
God.
Starport.
That was such a late reaction from Hero Marine. But he does manage to save the medevac.
That's okay. Gets very bold and aggressive with that. Keeps a Cyclone alive for a little bit, but the reinforcing Reaper and Hellion come in to clean up the Cyclones. Wow.
Oh man, that was a really late reaction time out of Hero Marine. That was like, obviously compared to me, that's, you know, I still haven't reacted to the drop at this point. But at this level, that was a very late reaction time, and he ends up losing the medevac and both Cyclones for it, only able to get a couple Marines. Gumiho keeping his medevac alive, keeping his Cyclone alive. And now Gumiho once again going for the quick factory, but these two Reapers that are still alive are going to A, get the scout, and B, they'll be able to know the healing. Very nice. Not often we see that.
Why are CVs biological? They already are mechanical. You're going to repair them. Why is it fair for them to get healed by medevacs too?
I love the idea of simultaneously repairing and healing an SCV, or like a Hellbat. Like it's like they perform emergency surgery while repairing like its right arm module.
Yeah, it's basically like a doctor healing up the Gundam pilots.
Yeah, exactly.
We put a doctor inside the Gundam so they could just treat the entire like pilot, and that somehow also heals the vehicle.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. It undoes the damage. It's it all makes perfect logical sense. Here Marine is going for that second starport, but this is actually reactive to seeing the very quick second factory. We're going to see a funky little Raven drive-by or flyby here. The Viking will be able to avoid that auto turret, but it was pushed far enough away that I think these Ravens should retreat out. Oh, that is a big tank shot. Here Marine was not expecting Gumiho to be there with that army. And this is already so nasty for Here Marine to deal with. Oh God, those Marines are just getting slaughtered. He does get the frontline tank. Oh, that one tank
not going to
shot.
get the backline one. Yeah, that is rough. And now he also ends up losing the Ravens that were retreating on home. Oh, everything is falling apart there with that defense for Here Marine. But man, I love the decision from Gumiho to just pick up and get out of there. I mean, you got the damage done that you wanted.
Yes, I would say that you did quite well. Here Marine is, funnily enough, actually up 10 SCVs. Not really sure how that has come to pass, because I feel like I looked down before and it was like very even, and I don't think any damage has been done. Maybe Gumiho prioritizing things a lot. We actually see a third starport being produced by Here Marine, but he is so far outgunned in the air war. I don't know if he's ever actually going to be able to compete. It's 5 Vikings. We might see production getting camped. There's only 2 Marines being produced at a time. Meanwhile, 2 unsieged tanks dropping in range of the melee range of the siege tank of Here Marine. Fortunately, he's got 3 more unsieged tanks that show up and save the secondary tank, as well as a good clutch repair. But God, this series is just so off meta. It is so out there.
It is off the rails for sure. We're gonna see a 4th base finally being established here on the left-hand side for Gumiho. So it's already making it a little bit further than I thought maybe we would get on the Ghost River.
And now Gumiho's adding his own 2 additional starports. He scouted the extra starports of Here Marine, and he says, "We're just going to the skies, baby." You know, Port Alexander was get to the boats. This is take to the skies on Ghost River.
I don't even know what to say, man. This is gonna be a very, very wild air war. But I know Here Marine has gotten started on his Viking production off of the 3 starports like faster. What is the Viking count at right now? I kind of want to know, because yeah, it is 9 to 10. Wow. So with the starports finishing up, they are now still building the reactors there for Gumiho, but the Viking counts are almost even, and Here Marine is about to overtake Gumiho just as those extra little add-ons are finishing up for Gumiho.
I was just about to say, do we have a reactor on the 3rd starport? And the answer was no. It is just now going to be ready. We will see a faster 1-1 air for Gumiho. And actually, I believe he scanned with that scan. Not only did he see the starports, which he already knew about, he saw the timing of the armory. I'm pretty sure, if we can double check that, if he saw the timing of the double armory, he's going to know that he will have a very powerful timing where his 1-1 will be done and his opponents will not. Assuming, yeah, okay, he did see that an army just started up. I don't think he saw the second one. It looks like no. But that doesn't really matter. If you see the first one, you should be able to infer what is the situation. Gumiho also started mining from that 4th base way before that of his opponent. And God, this game is just so freaking wild. The one thing I'll say, I think Here Marine might have just enough Vikings to maybe push out before Gumiho's 1-1. Oh, it's only a 2 Viking lead. Even if you scan your opponent's army, there's a chance that you won't be able to actually tell exactly what the Viking is, or Viking count.
Oh no, we're hitting that point where players don't really count the number of Vikings. They just kind of eyeball it and say, I think that I have more. It's one of my favorite things in like every single one of the mirror matchups. There is that kind of air flock of either Phoenix, Mutas, or Vikings, where you look at your opponent's army, you look at yours and you're like, I think I have more, but do I want to chance it? And sometimes you just see a player go YOLO and discover.
They discover one way or another what the situation is.
Yeah.
Gumiho's 1-1 is going to complete, and that means that if the army fight is even in numbers, it will not be an even fight in terms of how it turns out. This is going to be really tricky. Gumiho also going crazy with the SCV count, taking a 5th base rather quickly. He was ahead on the 4th base timing. He's going to be a little bit ahead on the 5th base timing. And 92 SCVs does mean that if they both max out, there might be, you know, 4 or 5 extra Vikings here for Hero Marine. That is something that Gumiho is going to have to be a little bit mindful of. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we haven't seen either player trying to add a single Raven on just for an anti-armor missile. But that makes it, the fact that Hero Marine lost his Ravens earlier, so much more painful.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of little ways that you can actually add in heavy value into the Viking fight. Like, for example, I know we've seen this sometimes. Getting up, when it gets to this number of Vikings, getting up 1 or 2 Thors just to splash damage and control space. Well, we are going to see the big Viking battle. We do see a little bit of a concave in the air, but it's not going to matter quite as much when it comes to air versus air battles. Who is going to come out victorious? The Viking count is so even for both sides still, Dave.
It is, and of course, Defender's advantage is really advantageous for Hero Marine, but Gumiho, I think, just got a little bit better of a jump. This is where, okay, so for the first while, you don't really care about target fire, but this is where the target fire really comes in handy and really does become important. Gumiho, a little bit of anti-micro there on the tail end, but he comes out one Viking ahead. Now, we got to talk about the critical point of that fight. 1-1 was about 10 seconds away from finishing when that fight broke out. That was a brutal anti-timing for Hero Marine, and Gumiho, off the better economy, off the faster 4th and 5th starport. Yes, I did say that. The faster 4th and 5th starport and the much faster 2-2 has taken a huge lead now in this game, despite the fact that he only came out with a 1 Viking advantage. He is absolutely super far ahead and has a huge amount of potential to maybe just end this game, at the very least to deny the 5th base.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to at least land that and continue to establish it for the moment, but Hero Marine is setting up his Siege Tanks in a more aggressive position. He's rebuilding his Viking count and is actually a little bit more on top of, well, for a little bit was more on top of the production, but now we have 10 Viking production at a time for Gumiho. And yeah, that is, it's just going to escalate so quickly. Now the question is, can he actually make use of that Viking count before Hero Marine's able to max out? Because that's the other thing. He needs to make advantage of it right now.
What? Oh my God, he lands the Vikings. Half the Vikings on top of the tanks. The smart servers get them down there in a hurry. And we are going to see Gumiho just blasting through the natural. The couple tanks he had made him realize he could win the fight on the ground super handily if he landed a couple of those Vikings. Is it going to be an overextension? The answer is absolutely no, because there is just so much firepower with the anti-mechanical, and Gumiho flips the script and takes game number 3. He will not go quietly into the night in this series.
What a way to end game number 3. That is a fascinating way for that game to have gone. I truly do enjoy that we hit a point, Dave, where I think there were just some of the Siege Tanks left over from the earlier stage of the game, and both players just had an agreement that it's like, you know, I'm really not allowed to make anything but Vikings right now. And then Gumiho said, well, I'm not allowed to make anything but Vikings now, but I still have these Siege Tanks. I still could just turn this into a ground battle with Vikings. That was a very clever way to end that.
It was, because there's always a situation where, like, you don't really know exactly what your opponent's 2-2 timing is. You don't really know exactly what's going to happen coming out of a game like that. Things are just weird. It's hard to read a game like that, even though we could see Gumiho was slightly ahead. When you get the big concave, you get the timing where it's 1-1 versus 0-0, you only win by 1 Viking, literally just 1 Viking. You have to start to wonder, is this not going the way that I'm thinking? So the fact that he was able to make use of those tanks to end the game, oh, that's really impressive. The start, though. losing that early double Cyclone drop really set Hero Marine into an unpleasant spin. He did make a pretty good hold here, all things considered, because I feel like he found out about this push as 7 of his Marines got hit in the face with a superheated tungsten shell, you know? Like, I feel like he found out about this push as he was getting blasted. But the fact that he held it all was already kind of impressive. But, man, this game just went completely off the rails from there.
I still think I'm just amazed at how lucky we were to see a Viking battle of that scale where, like you were saying, a single Viking was left in the end. That is, I feel like, a true rarity. It is the equivalent of also seeing, I mean, I will say it's a little bit more likely than, say, like Phoenix versus Phoenix or Muta versus Muta having a single unit left over at the end, but it is just truly something you usually see it snowball one way or the other.
Yes. By the way, for anyone wondering at home, each round of production, they were spending 1,500 minerals and 750 gas on Vikings. They were just absolutely throwing money into the night. They were throwing 3,000 minerals, 1,500 gas per minute into Vikings. Like, that is just an insane, that is an insane thought to have.
Yeah.
It's just very funny to me. Very, very fun game. I always think of like what your economy is, and never mind, hold that thought. We're going to see spawning up at the top right. For Mouse Sports, it's Hero Marine.
I love you, Dave, because you're so antsy to introduce the players the moment that we have to. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, we can make production wait for a little bit. Yeah, I love this little spin that the observer does over and over and over again. Ah, there you go. Down here in the bottom left-hand side, we do have from Cloud9 our Blue Terran player Gumiho. And Dave, you were not around for some of the earlier days. I mean, you were around to witness it, but like, man, some of those commentators would just troll the observers of production for so long. Like, I think there was a time, I'm trying to remember if it was Maynard or someone else. I think they like trolled the observer on not doing the intro for like 2.5 minutes. Then the observer finally panned away and they're like, and it down here in the bottom right as soon as they left.
Oh my, that is some top tier trolling right there. Sometimes you just need to, take it a little bit higher. I do remember seeing some caster chicken in my day though, and that's real fun.
Caster chicken is no longer allowed.
No, it is not. I heard also that it was, yes, heavily outlawed. Heavily outlawed. We do see a reactor first out of Hero Marine. That is a very bold play, because if you get Proxy 2 Racks Reapered, you just don't have production for like a while. So basically there's 2 Reapers either about to enter your base or at your base by the time you're starting your first 2 Reapers, or by the time they're like on the way. So you are constantly 2 Reapers behind in terms of production. And if they don't proxy 2 Racks Reaper, you have a very interesting timing where you can go for 4 Reapers, 2 Hellions, or even 6 Reapers, 3 Hellions. Things can get really bold, but it is a risk. And it's one that I really like with Hero Marine up 2-1 after a pretty, I would say, pretty exhausting first 3 games.
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree with you on that. And I think that's something I appreciate about Hero Marine in general, is I do feel like he is the kind of player that in a best of 5, in a best of 7 or something, he really can bring out a lot of different ideas into the series. And I think it really does keep his opponents on their toes. But Gumiho is going to be able to find an opportunity to dive in here, kill off the SCV, build the command center. And then he's just going to chill. He's going to hide these Reapers from vision. He's waiting for the next SCV to come out, but Hero Marine is also going to be able to find an SCV as well. So he does also slow down the command center.
Yes, but this is a very bold move. This is only Gumiho. Gumiho is the only player in the world. I guarantee you Hero Marine right now is like, what the hell is this guy doing? hiding his Reapers in the natural like this. This is so much early game firepower, but it has worked out pretty well for now. However, this is the danger of a move like this. Now both of these Reapers are dead, and with that 6 Reaper, 3 Hellion setup, I believe there's a 3rd Hellion, is there? Or did he switch into the Cyclone right away? Okay, yeah, 6 Reaper, 3 Hellion Cyclone setup. This is going to be very scary. And Gumiho's actually moving out. Is that a double Cyclone drop? Oh my God, if he crosses the map with this and Hero Marine runs in, that is going to be so much damage. Oh, this is going to get so
That's
messy.
Suicidal, right? Like, he knows he lost the Reapers. He knows as the most common reaction is going to be to just move across the map with your units.
Yeah. This is kind of insane, and 7 SCVs go down very quickly. That's the thing, is the SCVs can't easily pull away from this. The Hellions and Reapers just put out so much damage versus Light so quickly, and now it's a 7-2 trade. I will say finding the Cyclone there is amazing for Gumiho, because now Gumiho gets the opportunity to find a lot of free time with these Cyclones. Okay, I was thinking that the Cyclone of Hero Marine would be able to be better protected. This actually completely turns things around a little bit in terms of how this kind of setup will go. Still, that was so bold from Gumiho, and he is just such a wild card, man.
Yeah, it really does take a special level of guts to say, I'm just going to leave nothing back at home because I know that I can do more damage than you faster, even though I left later.
With less units.
Yeah. And he's continuing to find additional units over here with these Cyclones, even with one very low on hit points. He is microing his heart out with it. He honestly could even just play around a little bit with that yellow hit point Cyclone, but he's going to actually try and do so with a couple of Marines coming in to reinforce over here. Does end up losing one of the Cyclones over here, but this is a scary looking push now because he's actually killed off a lot of army supply.
He certainly has. Do we have Interference Matrix for Hero Marine? Not yet. It is in production still. He can drop those auto turrets, but he's got to pick his spot very well. And this is looking extremely scary. Siege Tank gonna siege up. This is the kind of weird push that Gumiho is so good at. There's the auto turrets being dropped now, and that will be enough to clean up the Liberator. Can he get the tank in the backfield? Siege Tank. Oh, he switches targets away from the unsieged tank. And I feel like that was actually a big mistake from Gumiho. He was about to kill that tank, and then he switched targets onto the Marines, I think. This... Okay, that's an interaction I've never seen in my life. Auto turret drop against a landed Viking Cyclone drop. Gumiho will find a good amount of value with this.
Yeah, you aren't used to seeing landed Vikings loading up into a medevac and then getting an auto turret dropped on them. Standard TVT here, Dave. It's very, very standard.
I mean, it's a pretty standard Gumiho TVT. He's like, yeah, this is the 4th game like this I've played in the last 4 days. Good.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely finding some nice damage on the worker count, but it's worth mentioning, if you take a look at the worker counts, they're relatively even.
Yes.
The big difference here is that Gumiho has his 3rd base already finished up and actually on location.
And once again, it is gonna be mech. They are both just obsessed with mech in this series. That is wild. We have not seen a bio versus bio game yet. We've seen bio versus mech. We've seen mech versus bio. We've seen air versus air, and now we are going to see bio versus mech once again. Now, Hero Marine is early enough into his stim that he might elect to throw down another quick starport here, but you might have said enough is enough after game number 3. I don't want to go mass Vikings. I do like this position for Gumiho very much, though. We're going to see, auto turret being dropped here. Nice spread on the, I guess, Cyclone away from the units. Oh my God, I swear that was in range, but I guess he didn't have a scan? Or maybe it was like just out of range, the tank of Gumiho. But either way, Hero Marine will be able to secure his 3rd base, will be able to land at, and it is going to be the double starport. Okay. All right. So he is thinking that he caught this mech early enough to try and break it very, very early with air.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans on out, as it definitely can work out sometimes, but actually, you know, I will say, I'm thinking back on game number 1, Dave, where we did see Gumiho going for that mech style. I'm trying to think about like the first couple of minutes as like the factories had finished up, how Gumiho had kind of played it out. How aggressive was he out on the map? How was he sort of getting in Herobrine's face before Skim had really finished up versus how passive was he. And I feel like there was a nice little window where if Herobrine was in that game, say, going for like this kind of fast, like big build up your air style, I do feel like he's going to have this window of opportunity where, wait, did he cancel Stim?
No, Stim.
Or did he just finish it? Okay.
No, he did. Oh my God. He's been, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, man, he started concussive shells a while ago. He's been canceling and restarting concussive shells for in case his opponent scans. Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
That is
okay.
so Giga Brain.
Forget everything I'm saying. Just, this is okay.
That is so
This is
cool.
really interesting because it also means he's going very all in on this.
It does. Well, it means he's going mech himself now as he throws down another starport, or sorry, another factory. But this is, you know, air mech. This is Viking Liberator with siege tank support, not siege tanks with Viking support.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one, Dave. And well, it looks like the first little move out is happening over here. The scan immediately as soon as the move out happens.
Oh, that's a big scan. He must have seen the he must have seen it with the Marine on the watchtower, seen the edge of the army. And that is going to give Gumiho so much time to slow this down. He's already building 2 Thors. That is a very wise decision. He recognizes this is a huge air army. And we are going to see Hero Marine trying to get in here. Landed Vikings from Gumiho. Do you land the Vikings now as Hero Marine? I think he has to, but I don't think you really want to.
Interference matrices are starting to expire as well, so these siege tanks are starting to come back into the fight. And here, Marine, he's still up in supply. The Liberators are getting some good damage done, and he has absolutely won that air war. But remember, it's just one Liberator. It's a slow siege up to gradually push back these sieges.
Yes, and that will make the Thors very effective here. We are going to see the SCVs trying to be pulled to protect against the landed Vikings. And those landed Vikings are going to get slaughtered by the siege tanks. Great defense from Gumiho. Just as Hero Marine was starting to really drive his way through, force a wedge into his opponent's army. Onto that third base, Gumiho with the clutch defense. And that SCV pull and mass repair just completely shattered the momentum of Hero Marine.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that army, yes, there are a lot of Vikings, but it's just the siege tanks. It's really just the siege tanks alone. And Vikings are great in the air for continuing to scout out your opponent to reclaim that air superiority and everything. But you still have to have a way to protect the siege tanks so you can continue to push in on the ground. Really ended up causing a problem as soon as he realized I have to land my Vikings to deal with this, and now everything gets slowed down. And now the Hellion run by killing off 10 additional workers. All these little things that Gumiho is able to find are so annoying. And again, I said this kind of earlier, it's not so much that he was like all in economically, but Hero Marine is all in on this strategy.
Yes.
Because there's not really an easy transition from that.
No, there certainly is not. We got a double Thor drop. I think that was spotted by the scan, but it might have just gotten missed. This is the most random thing to do, and that is such a huge investment of resources. Did he turn it around? No, he's gone all the way into his opponent's natural. Oh my God, Gumiho is the only person that will drop 2 Thors in a TVT 12 minutes into a game.
Against a player who's just basically said for the last 4 minutes, I'm only going to make Vikings. It's like, if there was a vulnerable point of a Thor drop, I would think it would be against Vikings.
Oh my God. And the crazy part of this is that he's going to get, I would say, I feel like that was value, no? Like, he kills 9 SCVs. Thors are really expensive, so it's hard to get value, but he kills 9 SCVs.
Thors are like
he kills
300 minerals, 200 gas or something. I don't know, man.
It's more expensive for the gas because of the medevacs as well, but it's a good enough move that even though it was insane and it should never work, it went just fine. We're going to see a little bit of an ambush on the Hellbats, and once again we see how relatively ineffective siege tanks are against Hellbats. I think that Hellbats ate like 3 or 4 siege tank shots and just kind of didn't even sneeze. One thing we got to mention, and while it's not bio versus bio, the mech upgrades are 2-2 versus 1-1 with now 3-3 on the way. That is a little bit ugly, and a nice little move here from Gumiho. Sends a couple Hellions into the bottom, a couple Hellions around the left. So with Hero Marine pulling the SCVs, he loses even more of them. Hellbats, I hope they're not on move command. I think they're just going to kill 2 tanks in the middle of the map. God, Gumiho loves these weird, super scrappy games, and he's so good at them.
Yeah, I mean, Gumi God is turned on, man. He needed to get warmed up for this series. He just needed to have, I don't know, like the sweat build up on his mouse pad. So the towel to absorb. It's like, now my mouse is sliding at the correct DPI. And now he's really, really turned it up. He's doing great this game, man. He's in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he needs an imbued. It's like a special +1 sword. The +1 hand towel of Gumiho is he's going to drop Hellbats on the bottom side. He says, Hero Marine, you think you're the king of the Hellbat drop? Nah, that's me, bro. And he is going to be able to clean up a good number of tanks here. We've got a Thor shooting a planetary. Yes, it is 2024. And we have a Thor shooting a planetary after a double Thor drop at 12-minute mark. Gumiho, I mean, at this point, it feels all but destined that he is going to force a game number 5.
Yeah, there's truly going to need some kind of miracle defense here for Hero Marine to try and make something happen. And Thor is going to be able to push away the orbitals, slowing down even more of the mining here. Planetary Fortress going to get concaved in on by Hellbats. Not something you see every day, but yeah.
No, it is not.
Gumiho is killing it, man. He's not leaving any opportunities for Hero Marine to turn things around. He's killing off every single one of these bases.
Yeah, and at this point, I just really don't see what Hero Marine can really do. He's going to try and max out on a Raven composition and try and, I guess, shut down the Thors. Thors are really great targets for Interference Matrix. Like you said, they're 300 minerals, 200 gas. They are clunky. If they occupy a big amount of space, that's not ideal. And we are going to see these 2 Thors getting cleaned up, but this is very small potatoes relative to the deficit Hero Marine finds himself in. And now it is going to be 3-3 versus 1-1 on the mech. That brings to mind the IMMVP versus Marine King game. And we're going to see a landed command center getting picked off there. Just everything Hero Marine touches turns to dust, and everything Gumiho touches in this game is turning to gold. And he is on the reverse sweep path. Hero Marine, he's going to need to focus up to get into game 5.
Really does, as when you have one of these situations where a player is getting reverse sweeped and you go to game number 5, a player who was just like down originally and is now beginning that reverse sweep, they have all the momentum going in their favor. It's a scary situation. Now, it is very important to note with this game, Hero Marine took a risk. Hero Marine said, I'm going to go into this game. I have this plan around how to deal with my opponent's mech style. I'm going to go for this push in after you dealt with, you know, this like this kind of counterattack and stuff over here. But Hero Marine had this plan to go into like the big Viking war, to go for this big attack. When this didn't work out, that is where Hero Marine fell drastically far behind. And everything after that was basically trying to recover from this.
Which is funny because the first part we're seeing right now is actually where I would say it went pretty well for Hero Marine.
Yeah.
He did a really good job of knowing exactly how many Vikings to land to buffer for the siege tanks while still keeping enough in the air to win the air war. But I think we're going to have it coming up in a moment here. It's this point right here where the SCV pull comes in and gets the clutch defense. So many Vikings land and go down. And this, it's funny because I was thinking in the first fight, I was like, oh man, he really doesn't want to land all the Vikings. That's such a scary premise. And it worked out well for him the first time. But the second time, I talked to my pal Sal, and I've casted with him a little bit. He always cringes when Terran players land their Viking like that because it is such an all or nothing move. When it works, it can work brilliantly. Landed Vikings do so much damage to mechanically. But when it doesn't work, like we saw there at the end, it completely throws away your momentum or completely loses you the air superiority. And since Hero Marine, like you said, it pretty much all in on the strategy, that was just such a gigantic mountain that he had to climb to try and make anything happen in that game.
It really was. So I think that is maybe a small comfort that Hero Marine can take going into game number 5, that this series has been a little bit weird. The strategies that they've gone for have been as impactful as, I would say, just the execution of everything and how everything is actually shaped on out. So we're going to get ready to move to game number 5. The map to decide who moves on to the next round and who goes to the knockout bracket will be Crimson Court. All right. Yes, right.
No.
And down here, the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our red Terran player from Mouse Sports. He is Hero Marine. I was like, Dave, are you playing Caster Chicken with me? We just talked about this. We can't do that anymore.
Oh my God. On the reverse sweep path. God, Gumiho is such a baller. He's such a baller. He's like, yeah, I just battled my way back through one of the hardest fought series. It's not the hardest fought series of his career, but it is up there in terms of the length of the games, in terms of how close and back and forth they've been. And he says, screw it, we're going for a proxy 2-Rax Reaper. That is so bold.
This is like the most old school Korean champion thing that I can think of too. It's just, I feel like all the old school Korean champions that you think of, like the legends, would always do something like this in a game number 5 or a game number 7 of a grand finals or something. It's like, that's the game you go for the cheese on. It just truly does take a lot of boldness. It takes a lot of confidence to just be able to go in and do this and say, yeah, you know what? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of putting it all on the line on this. And here, Marine, when is he going to discover this? Is he going to discover it with just the first Reaper popping in?
That is... no, I think he's going to see it a little bit earlier than that because he is checking for this location. And that is so good. Gumiho put the barracks very far forward. The second barracks, I don't think he really needed to do so, but it is going to cause this to be revealed quite a bit sooner, and that lets Hero Marine pull SCVs. Obviously, he did set up with the double gas, which is an ideal situation for this. Gumiho is going to try and move forward. Grenade hits both SCVs and both Reapers. That's going to be... Oh my God, how'd that Reaper get away? How did that Reaper possibly get away?
That's really, really big because this is all about trying to find little ways to snowball. The SCVs are going to try and continue to buffer as much as they can, but one Reaper already goes down over there for Gumiho. Meant to snag his opponent's Reaper as well. At the end of the day, though, once Hero Marine starts getting up more of these factory units, this whole 2-Rax Reaper play really starts to see a big fall off.
It certainly does. That was a good concave, though, of Reapers. 3 set up so that the Hellion cannot get a good splash. And that's a great engagement. And that's why it's so important that that one Reaper got away. If it's only 2 Reapers trying to go up the ramp, that doesn't happen. He doesn't get that equalizing 3 SCVs that he needed to get. As it is, we still have Hero Marine with the faster CC, with the faster factory, and with those faster factory units. And Gumiho going to do something interesting behind this. I believe he's building a reactor straight up off of the factory. And so he's probably going to be going very quick into Cyclones off of this, which is kind of a necessity. Because if you, well, things just get very tricky. Gumiho might keep this barracks around the production just to say, if you ever try... Oh, held that thought. We're actually going to see him using it to block his opponent's army. Oh, I don't know about that for Hero Marine. That was very kind of awkward. But the grenade kind of causing some separation on Hero Marine's units that might have helped them a little bit more. It's going to be close enough to an even trade, I think. The main thing is that Hero Marine doesn't lose more SCVs behind this.
And that part is definitely nice. I will say, I think... economically as well, just yes, Hero Marine did manage to get up a faster CC, but his also wasn't on or in location and everything, so he has to like lift it up and land it. Now they're both morphing in their orbitals at around roughly the same time. I kind of feel like things sort of even out from here, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it's so crucial that he got that early save on the Reaper, that it didn't go down. This is actually really nice for Gumiho. Whenever you keep those Reapers alive, it's always the dream to come back in and find some additional SCVs, but it's never a given, and it's not even the expected value. So getting 3 more workers right now That will actually tip the pendulum in favor of Gumiho. I would say, considering how early this got spotted, considering it was against a double gas opener, this has worked out very well for Gumiho. Now let's see what we've got coming up behind this. It is going to be a quick Raven transition coming in from Hero Marine. Much more standard opener. Gumiho going to go quicker into Vikings here. We are going to see the double Cyclone drop 5 SCVs. Those last 2 lock-on ticks getting great value, and the Cyclones popping out at home will be able to get a lot of damage on the medevac, but it is going to be Hero Marine getting the return kill on the Cyclone. That's going to be pretty solid for him. Still, this is a scary situation overall.
Yeah, it really, really is. Seeing the medevacs almost encountering each other one more time, which could have been so dangerous with how low hit point both of them are, but they do manage to escape on out of there safely. Interference Matrix getting close to finishing up over here for our blue Terran player. It is going to be a very, very dangerous kind of moment once those Ravens finish on up.
Yeah, it certainly will. Hero Marine is able to get these units back home, and I think it's a wise decision when the medevac's that low to repair this up. All right, look at that. We've got a second factory and a second starport. We're just not going to get Marine Tank versus Marine Tank. That's just not happening this series. It literally will not happen in a best-of-5 series. Oh, the interception! Oh, that's so nice for Hero Marine right there. Gumiho looking completely unfazed. If you told me he just lost that, I would not believe you. I would say no. He is looking at a piece of art, and he is currently contemplating, what is this? That's what that face is.
This resonates with me because it is just a great piece of simple art. Yeah.
I like the way that the square and the triangle are connected by a squiggle.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Gumiho is not going to be too phased by that, because there are still things going his way, but he needs to make sure that these fights go his way, and he is absolutely going to be thrilled about that start. Hero Marine is not. You see it on his face. He is, in fact, very disturbed by that squiggle.
Yeah, he's like, oh, man. Freud would have a lot to say about Hero Marine's reaction to that painting, because that was a strong reaction right there, as to be expected when you lose those critical units in the form of the Ravens. That is quite a disaster, but a great pick off for Gumiho. We're going to see this one barracks getting set ablaze and actually will be left to burn down, which is somehow more insulting than actually getting the killing blow yourself. Oh, we are going to see a flank in the middle of the map. Fight breaking out. Oops. Okay, how many units just went down? I think that was quite a few Cyclones that just got picked off. Hero Marine does have a surprising... Oh my god, wait. Okay, no, that's the old battle report.
Yeah. That's from the earlier fight where the Ravens end up dying.
Like Gumiho did that.
We are going to see a big breakthrough over here, though. Gumiho going to obliterate this army of Hero Marine. Does end up losing quite a few of his Vikings in the process, though.
Yeah, but the spread on those landed Vikings was beautiful. That was 4 separated landed Vikings that none of them were in range to be splashed. That was an excellent break from Gumiho and a fantastic fight. And now Hero Marine, I mean, it feels like he is just in such a rough position at this point. This is a really unpleasant situation. Gumiho is adding a 3rd starport. We just aren't playing... We're just playing a new breed of TVT. This is StarCraft 2.5 that you're watching right now. You might have missed the announcement, as apparently so did I. Ooh, that's a very nice, decisive land. He might have had enough Vikings to take the fight, but he says, I'm not sure. And so he just quickly lands the Vikings, doesn't lose anything when he could have. And that decisiveness saves him at least 1 or 2 Vikings. We can see that there actually was at least 1 extra, maybe 2 extra Vikings. Ooh, but as the Vikings get back into the skies, will this be enough? Gumiho kind of ambushing Hero Marine and will be able to wipe out the air completely. Oh, baby, that's another big pick for Gumiho. And Hero Marine, his bio unit's coming in a little bit too late to make any impact on the fights. That is a great little find for Gumiho.
Yeah, those reinforcing Vikings, like you were saying, the decisiveness to just land and then wait for the reinforcing wave of 3 extra Vikings made a massive difference in that fight. now we're going to start to see Gumiho able to just maintain a little bit of an air superiority lead.
Gumiho's going BCs. That is a fusion core.
Oh my god, yeah, fusion core
and he
coming
just
down.
built two tech labs. I'm almost certain for the starports. Gumiho is actually, and look at the money he's saving up. That's BC money right there. That's battle cruiser bank, baby. And after Hero Marine just took the losses that he did, well, he does scan. Oh, did Gumiho get a little bit too greedy right here? The tanks are going to get found. They're actually concussive shell slow. There are 2 tanks in the backfield that will stabilize this, but Gumiho still does take a bit of a bloody nose, and his BCs are just started. Hero Marine only on +1 weapons, which means that those BCs are going to do way better against the Marines than they would if it was like 1-1 or 2-2.
Yeah, the armor upgrades help out so much against those battle cruisers as well. So not having that and having that so far behind is going to make things a little bit more difficult, but Viking count is still going to be there for Gumiho, so he can protect his battle cruisers against like opposing Vikings and things like that. But it is going to be kind of interesting to see how exactly Gumiho decides to use those Vikings now, because Hero Marine has abandoned the Viking war. Understandably, he lost it completely. It is just about making a lot of bio units, making a lot more medevacs now from his starport. And how he is able to utilize those alongside the 2 battle cruisers he has is going to be a very key thing for him.
It certainly is. Man, Gumiho is just the most wild, coolest, most baller player. The fact that he goes for this is so cool. Ooh, Doom Drop on top of the tanks. There's nothing to actually guard them. But since there's so many tanks, is this still just fine? We are going to see the attack coming in. Battle cruisers teleporting in on top of this. Hero Marine's got to be like, wait, what are you doing right now? But at the same time, it will still be a breakthrough on the base. Did he kill the command center? I think he did. Yeah, he certainly did. It is nowhere to be found. Marauders do break through on the ground. It's 19 SCVs going down for Gumiho, but Hero Marine is going to lose a lot of army. He actually built a sensor tower in the middle of the map that was kind of spotting this. I'm at a loss for words. This game is absolutely out there. Battle cruiser is going to get saved, but the lift up will be there. Oh my god, he almost saved it even still.
Men with Gun fires down an entire capital ship at the last second there up on the cliff. Now we start to see the next battle cruiser continue to find additional damage. This is the lower kill count battle cruiser, as the other one I think had like 20 kills or something almost, as our observer is showing us. This one raking up some kills of its own. Gumiho is certainly finding some value with this.
He is finding so much value, and this is acting like a super liberator right now, where the Vikings are just holding air superiority, and the battle cruiser is just killing everything else on the ground. Because the Marines don't have amazing upgrades, they're only on that 1-1. They are not, dealing with the battle cruiser the way that you would want them to. Hero Marine is desperately trying to get out additional Vikings. He's adding on additional starports, and he's even making a Thor. That is how desperate he is right now, because he knows that it's not just going to be that one Thor or that one BC. There's going to be more behind this. Vikings land on the right side. There's no smart server, so you do have to be a little bit careful, but they are back into the air quite quickly, and Gumiho will get out of here. And at this point, because no medevacs can be built, we haven't said the word medevac, I feel like, in this entire series, except for maybe like 3 times. But because no medevacs can be built, each stim actually is kind of impactful. So even just forcing a stim there is very uncomfortable for Hero Marine.
Yeah, I mean, Hero Marine was trying to make a couple of them earlier on, but yeah, it just becomes so difficult to actually keep them alive for very long
against this number of Vikings.
Against this kind of Viking count. If you make them, you're making them with the intention of having them sacrifice, but maybe you're going to be able to do some drop harassment or like a little bit of healing for the stim. It's not a long-term thing.
No, but it does mean that with the stims, coming in and no medevacs left on the field, these battle cruisers have a much easier time dealing with that bio on the ground. And we do see Gumiho getting the latest armories of all time. They are going to finish at 1440. That is an excellent definition for watching StarCraft II. It is not such a great timing for your first 2 upgrade structures to finish.
It is going to make things quite difficult in terms of the upgrades. But thankfully for Gumiho, Marine has not been going for a lot of armor upgrades himself so far. He's gotten up the 1 armor upgrade for his bio. Is finally getting up an armor upgrade for his own, I guess, for the Vikings that he's been making as well. But doesn't have a crazy number that's going to make it, because you can imagine a situation where the Bioforce at this point at almost like 15.5 minutes is on 2-2 already and is going for 3-3. And then it would be against 0-0 battle cruisers.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be a rough situation.
That's kind of the situation I was envisioning in my head, is like, maybe they're 1-1 battle cruisers against 3-3 bio, but like a 4 upgrade difference is a big deal. But when it's only a 1 or 2 upgrade difference, the armor, the base armor of those BCs, which is 3, is so impactful. The fact that they attack so fast is super impactful. It makes the opposing armor super important. So the upgrades really, really do matter a lot. Yamato Cannon just now completing 4 Gumio. He spreads out his air fleet into like a little concave. I guess that does make it more difficult to scan as well. He does have to be a little bit careful here. Still, this looks so good for Gumiho right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. Yuri looks like he just wants to commit to the fight. The Viking air war is about to happen. Yamato Can is coming out on these battle cruisers, and then they teleport on out. Did they just teleport home?
I guess so. I guess he read that Hero Marine had enough Vikings. Yeah. I thought that was going to go terribly for Hero Marine, but instead he had enough Vikings to clean this up, forces the BCs back, wins the air war, and that was just before Gumiho's 1-1 had completed for the air. Something we haven't talked about in this game, but we're going to see right now. Hero Marine was never able to take, or chose not to take, that center gas base, which means he is going to have a nice infusion of gas coming in at a very efficient rate, whereas Gumiho is already probably more than halfway mined out that high yield gas. Hero Marine with an amazing fight right there. I really thought that was we were getting close to maybe seeing the end of that game. Something else that's important to note is that it was +1 armor for Hero Marine's Vikings, so they were just a little bit stronger. But man, that did not go the way that I expected.
Yeah, I think Hero Marine started doubling down just on the number of Vikings he had for a while. I think the last couple of minutes, he's just really been focused purely on Viking production. That was his answer as that battlecruiser count was starting to grow higher and higher. So 31 Vikings to 3 now. It's, you know, I have to ask the question, Dave. When you lose the Viking War that badly as Gumiho, do you like even making those extra couple of Vikings more for Gumiho? I feel like you're just not going to win it.
No, you do not like that one bit. Yeah. And something that was missing during that fight, as you could see from the slower land and slower, I guess I like to say unland, but the slower going back into the air, there was no smart servos either for Gumiho. And he's just now started up. We are going to see Yamato coming in on the armory, but unfortunately for him, there was no upgrade in production. He will teleport with all the BCs. He did kill the armory, but not the greatest necessarily setup. However, the big damage that comes in, well, actually, I guess he did get like 10 SCVs than the natural with the BC, but the Liberator got a bunch of damage on the bottom right.
You know, Dave, I have to say, I do like the potential setup here for Gumiho, where if the battlecruisers are in high enough numbers, I mean, 7 is a fairly decent number of battlecruisers, and you support them properly with Thors, your opponent has 34 Vikings.
Yeah.
That's a vast majority of their army.
Yep.
These Thors, if they're able to get... So here's the one little thing I'm not sure if I'm a massive fan of. I don't like having every single Thor in high impact payload mode. I think having at least 2 or 3 in splash damage mode will make an unbelievable difference against the Vikings.
Yeah, it is so strong, especially with an upgrade advantage, which there is there. It is +2 Thors versus the +1 armor on those Vikings. We are seeing Hero Marine finally starting to take the base on the left side. It's been 5 bases. Gumiho has been taking a ton of bases during all this. He's so good at continuously taking bases while applying pressure like this. I will say Hero Marine, because his SCV count has been cut down significantly, he hasn't replenished it. His army supply is huge, but that does mean that he is kind of all in on taking a really, really good fight. And if he doesn't manage to find that, if Gumiho manages to find even trades, he's just going to replenish so much faster. Yamato's doing their trademark, or BC's doing their trademark Yamato, gunning down 2 siege tanks and that base in the middle. Gumiho just has so much control of this critical center area of Crimson Court.
It is becoming a big problem right now. And, well, we're going to see what he can make happen. But the Vikings and the Ravens are maneuvering around the center. Gumiho continuing to push further and further into Here Marine's turf. Sensor tower looks like it's going to get knocked out very shortly. And the missile turret line is just making things even more complicated. How do you break into this with your mass Viking army?
Oh, well, he's going to try and land on top of it. Interference Matrices coming in on the backline tanks. They will wake up in a moment, but that smart servos for Hero Marine allow him to get a very good fight. BCs are on the left side. They are going to kill that base on the picture-in-picture. But Hero Marine's army, look at this army supply. He actually has such a gigantic force. The thing is, can he win the game with it? Battle cruisers are going to force these Vikings back home. They will teleport out very quickly. Can he get the command center? He will get the command center. He will teleport out. That's actually very handy. Actually, what's the orbital command count right now for Hero Marine? Okay, he's still got 3 orbitals. That's handy. There's no anti-air there with the Vikings away from this. Gumiho is adding on a ton more starports. He knows he's super far ahead in economy, and he's also getting a ton of turrets to try and protect against the Vikings. But Hero Marine's going to have a bit of a field day on this top left side.
Yeah, I mean, there's no ground support, really. There's a single siege tank or 2 up in the main base right now, but the battle cruisers can deal with the bio. The problem is they can't really deal with the Vikings unless they're supported by the missile turrets or something. But it's just, how do you actually defend all these bases against the bio just killing everything, or even the Vikings landing and killing off the planetary fortress? That is the one little conundrum that Gumiho is having right now. He's been able to take so many bases around the map, and I do like that. And I do love the decision over here from Gumiho to say, well, I'm just not going to fight. I'm just going to counterattack.
And Hero Marine says, fine, you're doing it that way. I'm going to go into the main base. I just saw a Widow Mines target, but Gumiho, wait, hang on. Hero Marine just taps out, and Gumiho is going to take the game. I guess Hero Marine said, I need to kill you with this. The BCs were doing too much damage on the other side of the map, and Gumiho gets the reverse sweep. That was kind of a wild time for it to end with all the chaos that was happening, but what a series that ends up being. And Gumiho, man, what a comeback that was.
Yeah, oh my god, the Gumi god himself with the battlecruiser play manages to make it happen. And I really think that at the end, Hero Marine if Gumiho did not make some really, really smart decisions about how he was using those battlecruisers, he could have just very well lost the game at that point. Because Hero Marine did have the army that would actually just kill Gumiho. Like, if they just straight up fought in a head-on fight and there isn't missile turret defense or things like that, Gumiho actually would just kill all the battlecruisers with, 40 or something Vikings and a handful of bio units. But Gumiho going for the counterattack with the battlecruisers and everything, it forced Hero Marine into a very awkward spot where he was saying, okay, I can't really do anything about, the battlecruisers moving across the map because I have all of my army on your side of the map. At the time it would take me to get over there, your battlecruisers are going to just teleport home again. It's just going to be like the repeat of the exact same problem that happened earlier on, just before that big push out from Hero Marine. So Gumiho was able to exploit that really, really well, and that would have also bought him enough time to maybe get up some kind of defenses. But man, I think I'm with you, Dave. It was such a close moment. I can see what you mean, where it almost feels like, did Hero Marine tap out a little early? It's like not 100% clear.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you have such a powerful army, even though it's mostly landed Vikings and he'd lost most of the bio, I think if he'd retained a little bit more bio, maybe he does try and fight it out a little bit longer. But that is one of those situations where things just get so weird and off kilter, and it's such an unfamiliar situation. You cannot blame him while he is taking so much damage. Also, he had taken so much damage on the previous battle cruiser flybys. Like, I think he'd lost maybe 3 or 4 orbitals. We are going to be taking a look at the bracket here just in a moment. So we'll have that up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think it's already up. We just saw actually Group A already had Oliveira falling to Maru 3-0, and Dark defeating Estrella 3-0 in that winner's bracket. And then down on the bottom side, we just see bracket B over there. But On the bottom side of bracket A, we do have Estrella versus Beyond getting set up as a match, and also Oliveira now versus Fumio.
Yeah, we are going to take a look at what went down in this entire series. I mean, it's weird to think back to game number 1 at this point when so much has already happened throughout this entire series. Because I feel like game 1 was so back and forth, but Marine was just so good the way he was able to buy time, the way he was able to defend pushes. Things were playing, he was playing so well in this game number 1, especially that one engagement at the very end that ultimately won him the game. But with how Gumiho was able to turn it around and find momentum from such a desperate position in the series, I mean, that experience just cannot be overstated.
Yeah. It really, really was phenomenal to see Gumiho manage to make that kind of big turnaround, and he managed to do it across like a lot of different kind of games and very, very varied games, I would say. Like we had this game, the proxy, 2x Reaper that turned into like this crazy weird situation where Gumiho was able to find some really nice little edges here and there, but just the fact that Gumiho was able to make the reverse sweep happen was amazing. I really, really did not expect Gumiho to be able to pull that off after how the first 2 games started, even though it was very, very close. But yeah, man, he just truly brought out some very fun styles today.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that it was a proxy 2-Rax Reaper to start things off in game number 5. Like, Gumiho is just the king of chaos. Like, no one does chaos, weird StarCraft better than Gumiho. He is just the absolute best at it. And people talk about the GOAT and who it is, but the GOAT of chaos is 100% Gumi.
He is definitely up there as one of the kings of chaos for sure. Phenomenal job there by our boy Gumiho. He's going to get to play another Terran versus Terran against Oliveira next. So defeating a European player, defeating a North American player, now heading over to China. But we are going to be moving into our next match soon. It is going to be Coffee versus Solar. Solar had his run in the upper bracket of Group B against Hero, got 0-3'd unfortunately there. Coffee got 0-3'd by Cyril up in the upper bracket. Now they get to face off against each other. Dave, how you feeling about this one?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty... you look at this one on paper and you say, yeah, Coffee's going to have a real tough time. But in a couple of recent online cups, I know they're just online cups, he's actually shown some competitive games in ZBT, or in TVZ, I should say, and against Solar in particular. I don't want to do the caster thing, but it is realistic to think that there actually is a decent shot here for Coffee. Still, if Solar's on point, it is going to be a really difficult thing. For now, we are going to head to a little break, and we will be back with the next series. I'm Steadfast, this is Fear Dragon, and this is EWC.
I'm here with Solar, and I just want to know, how did you prepare for today?
Actually, not prepared that much. Just trying to make myself very calm and make myself in a good condition. That's all.
Okay, so if I ask you what I should expect from you today, what would the score be?
I hope 3-0, but I'm afraid I'm losing some maths. So, but first of all, I have to win him. Yep, to survive.
Okay, thank you so much, and I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليه تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده؟ الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I'm standing here with Coffee, and I just want to say I've seen you walk around with a big smile on your face, so I'm guessing you're very confident. So how do you feel about today, and what should we expect from you?
就今天一整天看到你就是一直都笑着在嘛，就是笑口常开，然后就想问是不是因为感觉非常有信心呢？以及今天我们能期待到你的什么样的一种表现呢？
就是我觉得就是因为来这边之后，我觉得我的心态还是以就是比较放松嘛，就是因为这种的话我就可能会发挥的比较好。今天的话，对我就觉得我今天应该会发挥的比较好。
The reason why I'm smiling so much is because I'm feeling pretty relaxed. I feel that being relaxed is the key part to being able to perform well in this tournament. So I'm also kind of like focusing on keeping myself relaxed in a relaxed state throughout the whole tournament. And I do think that I'll be able to perform at a much better level today.
Okay, I wish you the best of luck, Coffee. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the EWC. I am Steadfast, joined by Fear Dragon. We just wrapped up a crazy TVT series that went the distance. Started out with a 2-0 lead for Hero Marine, and Gumiho came roaring back to complete a reverse sweep. That game number 5, we were talking about it a little bit during the break, and it might have felt like that was maybe a little bit of a premature GG from Hero Marine at first, but I think it is fair to say that with the BCs, what they'd been doing for the last 2 to 3 minutes, and I think you hit the nail on the head really well there during the game while we were calling it, that was just such a, if not full-on checkmate move, it was a move that makes you feel checkmated. Even if it is or isn't, for Hero Marine, it's just so tough to do anything about that.
Yeah. Now, getting ready for the next game, I do want to remind you guys that you can go ahead and vote for who you think is going to win. We have our audience predictions for upcoming matches, and that upcoming match is going to be a different shade from our Terran versus Terrans that we've been going into. It is going to be Coffee versus Solar, Zerg versus Terran. No Protoss in here just yet, but we'll get one after the series. So Coffee versus Solar. Dave, you definitely had some thoughts about this that you were talking about right before we went on to the break. I'm kind of with you. I think that like there is a version of Coffee, like you were saying, in recent times in the ESL weeklies, that we've seen him able to actually defeat Solar in one of those like 11 or 12 series that they've played against each other. And he's even able to take some maps on a lot of the other ones. I think the big question on my mind is, can he win a best of 5 versus Solar?
Yeah, and that is the question of the hour, isn't it? That's the thing, is even if you can take a game or two with some sneaky strats, trying to take a third one is going to be really, really tough. This is going to be our first ZVT of the day. In fact, our first non-mirror of the day, first non-Terran. And it is going to be a return to normalcy in terms of bans where they're actually, you know, like Terran vetoes post-youth, Zerg vetoes Ghost River. Surprisingly, we don't see Golden Aura being, or sorry, not Golden Aura, Dynasty being picked. And in fact, Coffee bans Dynasty? What? That is a huge favor doing that for the Zerg right there. I am very, very surprised by the fact that Coffee bans Dynasty.
It is interesting. It does kind of remind me sometimes that I feel like the different regions sometimes do have their own little quirks about what maps are strong. Like, what are the common things that maybe Zergs in China and stuff are doing versus Terrans? So I think it's going to be pretty fun to see exactly what Coffee has in mind for this matchup against Solar. And I think the one other thing I will say is that it's funny to say this as Solar is now sitting down in the lower bracket for this match. You know, he did get 0-3'd, but Solar group stage / early stages of a tournament is always a really scary Solar. He's always a force to be contended with. So I say this after he got, you know, I think it was, what was it? 3-0'd by Hero in the upper bracket. But I still think Solar is going to be a very scary beast to try and take on right now.
Oh, yeah. He is absolutely a terror. I mean, he went up against a Hero that won it about the most Hero way possible with like some truly YOLO blinks into his opponent's army and winning anyways in a 3-0 fashion. But that was a Hero playing very well. Solar, I'm still not worried about him in this series, but we'll see if this man can do something. Spawning down on the bottom right, it is Coffee.
And over here on the top left-hand side of the map, we have our blue Zerg player. He is Solar. Ooh. Gonna be representing Team Vitality coming into this.
Yeah, this is, I gotta say, this is pretty interesting out of Solar. He's going for the Extractor Trick 15 hatch, and that can be pretty decent against a potential 2 racks Reaper opening. It can also be, well, it's kind of funky because it all depends on how you want to play it out, when you want to take that third base. There's a lot of players that will do this as a 2-base tech play. Without lane speed, it's obviously going to be quite difficult to secure the third, especially against a potential 2 racks Reaper play, but it's going to be a moot point anyways. It's actually going to be Coffee on the low ground single barracks. And this is something that is a little bit out there. It gives you potential to try and snipe your opponent's Overlord by lifting that barracks and providing high ground vision to the pervert pillar, as it's been called. This is a pretty neat little play from Coffee, and I'm here for it. I'm interested to see what he's going to try and do behind this. Solar, does he send the Overlord all the way forward? The answer is going to be yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those maps where the quote-unquote pervert pillar is a little bit further out there, right? Do you still lift for the, like, all the way out?
I mean, if you know the Overlord's there, almost definitely, yeah. Like, that's kind of the whole point of the build is if you're not doing that, it's a little bit weird. Now, a player like Dark is very unpredictable with his Overlord pattern. Player like Solar, very methodical with their Overlord pattern. And so Coffee doesn't probably is able to know basically just by checking 1 or 2 replays what the situation is. We are of course going to see this Overlord being a little bit cheeky, but shouldn't be able to escape. Coffee should know well enough. Oh my god, can he actually get it back to the high ground? The barracks left He's going to have to bring this back again. Solar is doing such a good job with the Lings. This is not supposed to be possible in this situation.
Oh my God.
What the hell
now
just
the Lings
happened?
get into the main? And this is such a pain. The only thing that could have been worse is if the Lings had gotten into the main or the natural even like a few seconds earlier. They could have actually even slowed down the building of the natural. But actually, wait a second. There's no SCV on the third right now. So it looks like they either kill the SCV or at least like force it off of buildings. So wow. Okay. No SCV killed over there. One of the Lings that looks like it has fallen. The second Ling does also die to the Hellion. So eventually clean up there, but that is not the start Coffee one.
No, that is Coffee supposed to get an advantage off of that by killing the Overlord, by supply blocking his opponent. Instead, the Overlord stays alive for forever. So it doesn't even really slow down Solar's build order with a supply block. Solar's able to obviously adjust for that. And then additionally, it's Coffee losing extra barracks time because he kept having to send it back and forth, Marines are kind of wandering all over. It's a full scout. And now off of this full scout, Solar's thrown down a second gas and a Roach Warren. This is going to be a Roach Ravager Ling. And Coffee has not stopped with the greed at a third CC. He has gone ultra fast double engineering bay with, I think, no starport. No starport at all. The chance of Coffee holding this without a bunker is literally negative. It is a concavity. He is in the negative percentage. He needs to figure this out and build like 7 bunkers to have any chance of holding this.
This is so tough, and it's such a smart decision from Solar given the advantages he garnered for himself in the early stage of the game. Like you said, especially that barracks being delayed for so long, and Coffee is just gonna be in such a rough spot. The problem is he doesn't have any way of really scouting this until the Hellions run face first into the Roaches. They're not even going to encounter each other in the middle of the map. They encounter each other on Solar's side of the map, as most of the Roaches have already made their way across the map.
If Coffee manages to hold this, I think we might have to reopen the GOAT discussion, because that would make him one of the greatest players of all time. Yeah, GG gets called. He knows there's absolutely nothing to be done. Solar taking care of business in game number 1. He got that scout with the Ling. He saw that there was no starport, and that was a reactive Roach Ravager Ling all in. That is very smart from Solar. Coffee already showed versus Serral that he was going for that quick double engineering bay greed play. But he was usually doing it off of like 1 Banshee or 2 Banshees. But yeah, just a great setup there. Great setup from Solar. And not often you see 2 Lings basically winning a game, but that's as close as you can come to 2 Lings winning a game. They did a lot of heavy lifting there.
Yeah. I will say also, like, it makes sense if you go for that kind of opening on that map. You do want to do the barracks lift stuff. You want to get that Overlord. You really should commit to it. But it does also remind me of just that Pervert Pillar is quite far away. That barracks really does have to stay quite far out there, and you can't really just. It's not like, you know, some maps where the Pervert Pillar is right next to the wall in, and you can just lift it up and, oh, the Lings are coming forward. I need to just like land it or something and deal with things. It really is a huge pain to try and go for something like that. And Solar did a great job exploiting just the smallest little bit of extra effort required from the Terran player to try and make all of that kind of same damage happen. Man, just really not the way you want to start your best.
No, not at all. And it's not, for me, it's not even so much that the Pervert Pillar is that far away on that map. It's that it's so large, and you can do that ring around the Rosie with even just because so the 2 Lings complicate it so much, because you cannot separate the Marines anymore, because the 2 Lings will just kill 1 Marine on its own. And there's so much area, like the circumference of the circle that is around that position is so large that if you can't separate the Marines to actually pincer on the Overlord, it can just keep flying around and flying around and flying around. That was the dopiest way to win a game I think we'll see in this tournament, but I'm so here for it. As we have spawning down in the bottom right for Vitality, the man with the golden Lings, it is Solar.
And over here in the top left-hand side of the map, We have the red Terran player. He is Coffee, representing all gamers.
Every single, he's even representing Solar. That's crazy. Can't believe that.
All gamers.
He's representing literally all gamers, 100% of them.
Yeah, it is a Chinese team.
Yes.
Full of many different Chinese players and stuff, or at least it was. I think, at least according to Wikipedia, he is currently the only active roster member of the team.
Yes, I think that they merged with Mystery Gaming, or not merged, but partnered with Mystery Gaming for the World's Team League.
Yeah.
Man, I'm actually still just blown away by I'm like rewatching it on the stream.
Game 1.
And I'm just blown away by what happened in game number 1. Like, that has got to be one of the most demoralizing out skills you can see at this level of play. It just feels so bad because, like, yeah, things just did not go well. We're going to see more or less the same concept out of Coffee once again in game number 2. Solar, where is he sending this Overlord? Where is it going to go? Is it going towards the left side, or is it going to kind of move up into the more normal position? Because this, well, surely he can't do the same thing. He didn't go for the gas or the extractor trick 15 hatch, so he won't have the Lings 10 seconds earlier. But at the same time, this... Oh, we changed direction. Okay, the Marine... No, this time the Marines will get the kill, and they'll get it easily.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot harder to make a whole lot happen over here. Well, the Overlord will, of course, still make it up to the high ground.
He built the reactor.
Oh, the barracks is actually building an add-on now. So.
Oh, my God. I was like, oh, he's just gonna he's gonna have it lifted for like 5 seconds and it'll get the kill. No, he wanted to prioritize the reactor. Now he can lift it after the reactor's done, but once again, the big impact of this kind of a play is the early supply block you hand to the Zerg. It slows down their droning. It can slow down maybe the third queen. Things can just get a little bit messy. But oh man, he's not. Oh wait, what?
That is one of the decisions
of all time.
Of all time.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so here's the reason why I think Steadfast and I are a little bit perplexed by that one is typically the timing of your Hellions coming out can be incredibly impactful. Even especially getting it out even just a few seconds earlier or something can help keep the queens from spreading creep down over toward the third base. It can help prevent the queens from getting the creep spread out into the center of the map. Maybe you can find an extra drone or two or something. It really can make a big impact. And we do have a Marauder on the way.
Yes, we do. This is going to be the trusty build. The only time I think you should build Hellbats in this matchup is, well, when you pair them with Marauders with concussive shells. And that can be a very deadly push if your opponent doesn't sniff it out. Now, if they do, and they get either a quick Roach Warren, or they keep producing queens, or a quick Baneling nest.
Or they send a Ling forward and just see.
Seeing the tech lab researching at this point is a little bit of a tell. Seeing the Starport not building an add-on, but building a unit of some kind is even more of a tell. This should be enough to read this for Solar. The Roach Warren does come down now. It's not super early. He will need to buy time in order to build those roaches, but you can see he's actually building a Spore in order to deal with Liberator. He might be reading this as just Hellion Liberator, which he's still got the coverage in the form of that Roach Warren, but this could get a little bit scary before those roaches are out.
Yeah, and we do have the medevac now loading up with some of those Marauders and a couple of these Marines making their way across the map. So there is a little bit of that time to build some roaches, but like you said, it's still going to be buying maybe an extra like 5 to 10 seconds or something before they actually pop an extra little 5 or so seconds before they can even make their way over to the location of the battle. Queens really gonna have to hold the line over here.
Love the quick drone pull. Love the Spore Crawler reposition. These are both so super handy. He needs to buy as much time as he can. Spore Crawler gonna get transfused. That also is gonna make it so the medevac has to stay further back. Roaches are gonna pop out every second for Solar that he doesn't take big damage is a good one. Love the reposition on the Spore Crawler here. And with these roaches popping out, Solar is in an excellent position to defend this. Nice medevac micro, but there's so many queens here and so much firepower in the form of those roaches that this just feels like it is going to be an easy peasy cleanup. A lot of queens will fall on the tail end. That was like 3 or 4 queens that went down. And wait, was that that was the first medevac? Damn, he kept his HP really high if that's the case. Coffee gets out with more units than I expected. No, okay, he did lose a medevac. Okay. Okay, so he must have canceled the Viking. And yeah, because he was building a Viking. Now it's going to be Cloak Banshee to try and hold against these roaches. And the third CC is on the way. Solar's actually building nothing but units right now, which is very surprising. He's going to try and just end the game here and now. I don't know if that's necessarily the right call, but with the production all at the front, he might be able to get a lot of value. He's not going to be happy to see this Banshee, but this still could do some big damage.
Yeah, Ravager number 1 is going to end up falling over here. The gate's technically open with a Marauder falling over here. Going for Cloak is one kind of move that he can do.
Love that.
Slow things down, but not that the Banshee was really going to be using Cloak on the defensive side, but more the offensive side. Killing off all these workers, though, this is some big, big damage. And now the fact that he's just been reinforcing more and more units is going to be very handy.
Yeah, no, he started droning out of this now, but he calculated correctly that Coffee was not going to have enough to prevent a breakthrough. And even though Solar would have eventually gotten cleaned up, Coffee knows the amount of damage he's going to take there is just absolutely crippling. And Solar finds himself up quickly 2-0. Coffee, he's no fool. He knows that Solar knows how to drone behind something like this. The defense at the beginning was so good. Yeah, this is looking very strong for Solar here as we head into game number 3.
It really is. It's going to be a very tough matchup for Coffee to try and turn this series around. And while this isn't elimination for either one of these players, whoever ends up losing this, it is going to be basically them being brought down to their final life. There's just the knockout bracket left after this. So both these players really do want to do better in this. No one really wants to start off their tournament series going down, 0-2, just losing like winner's bracket, lower bracket, and going straight to the knockout bracket. That is the toughest road you could ask for.
Yes. And if you do it in a way that you don't even win a single map, that just feels awful. It's not even that, because you're in the same position if you get knocked down to the knockout bracket, kind of regardless, unless you end up making it to that second versus second place match and you lose that one. But if you go down to the knockout bracket without even winning a map, that is going to feel really bad. I feel like he needs to win a map just to have like that mental momentum. We're going to be seeing this defense was very good from Solar. Obviously, he could have saved those queens a little bit more effectively. Yeah, I think he lost like 4 queens on the tail end, but
the very literal last second as the second medevac came in, that's when the first medevac died.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it was like a bait and switch, because I looked at it and I was so sure that the first medevac had less HP. I was so sure that it was an orange HP bar. Okay, so I feel better about that then. That it was like a perfect bait and switch. Thank you for watching for that. I already forgotten about it. The fact.
Yeah, it's also I have to credit Coffee. It's like a little bit good, little bit bad. The medevac was able to survive for quite a bit of time, and it only took the damage toward the very tail end of the fight because it was so far back. But because it was so far back, 3 of the Hellbats died just before the roaches even popped out everything. Just the queens right-clicking them down, because the Hellbats were so far forward and the medevac couldn't really heal them, because if the medevac was close enough to heal it, then the queens are in range and the queens are taking out the medevac. So it's a tough micro battle that you really have to try and manage with that. But it just meant that by the time the roaches even popped, a lot of the army had already been picked off at that point.
Yeah, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment as we get down to the bottom left of Alcyone. It is All Gamers Coffee.
And up here at the top right, we have our blue Zerg player, Team Vitality Solar, sitting at match point.
And yeah, you're right that the medevac had to stay so far back, but it is really due to that Spore Crawler. And the fact that the Spore Crawler stayed alive for as long as it did really made things awkward. Solar did a great job of making sure to making sure to keep that Spore Crawl alive, to kind of buy time with the Lings threatening to come in. And once those roaches popped out, I mean, even though a bunch of queens went down at the end, it didn't really matter too much. Now, okay, let's talk about this game a little bit. This is a build that people had been tinkering around with when the 2-Rax Reaper kind of started coming into popularity. And, you know, Bjorn was coming up with like 17 different transitions out of it. One of the things that we saw was kind of a TBT concept, which is the fact that you proxy the second barracks so that by the time the first Reaper arrives, the second barracks has finished up its first Reaper as well, and they pair up together, and it's this very specific 2 Reaper timing that you're kind of aiming for off of this. Now, Terran players mostly kind of decided that that wasn't super worthwhile as like a mainstay build, but if you can catch your opponent off guard and you're able to, you know, find a couple of drones, it can get you a nice little advantage in the early game.
No, absolutely. And that's all you're really looking for with something like this, is just finding small little wave victories. And I think that is actually when you're in a situation where the series has not just gone not your way so far, you just haven't had almost any little victories.
Yes.
Like, not even talking about winning the game, like just the little victories of how the openings and stuff go. I think just finding your first foot, like the first bit of solid ground you can plant your foot on, can be so valuable. So just looking for a little way you can get a small edge to start off this game, I think that can be the beginning of something. But this is not the start exactly that he wanted. Losing a Reaper before Ling speed even finished.
And that was really close to actually being quite good for Coffee. But he ended up getting surrounded there, got himself pinned against the minerals. It's always such a gambit. 90 to 95% of the time, it feels like the Reapers slip out. Even on creep, against slow Lings or against drones, it feels like it's so hard to get that trap. But Solar was able to get just enough of a surround that it was able to turn into a kill. And now that means that this one queen that would have been under heavy threat now gets to survive. That, honestly, in the same situation, that might have gone down, or at the very least, Solar would have had to have it further back. Maybe that means the drones get dove on a little bit easier. But instead, it is going to be Solar finding the pickoff. I wonder how much is... Okay, no, Solar stopped mining gas. I was going to say, is he going to go for like a big Ling Bane all-in with this? By the way, I do want to talk about the concept of this build. Good job for... Oh, no. Oh, my God. Did Coffee not realize that Solar mined this out? Ooh, gonna be an attempt to trap.
He can escape out. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And look at that. That is a horrible feeling. You're so close to slipping out. And if he gets to that ramp, he easily makes it home. There's no way. Solar has to go so far around to try and trap that again. Oh, man. That just... You talk about trying to get any little victory. Coffee got none. No victory. And now he's going to lose the reactor.
This is just almost kicking a man while he's down. And of course, that's the nature of competition. You're going to do everything you can to win. But man, this is brutal. It's I think this can... It's like...
Solar's going to do it again.
It can't even necessarily be fully explained as just like nerves. Because, for example, the Reaper's getting out of there. It's like almost just unfortunate, right? Every tiny little bit of an edge or like the reaction time can matter so much and just barely be able to escape. It's just Solar is so good. He also is just able to get in that perfect position to get that surround. It's tough, man. It's so tough. There's roaches on the way. I don't know what Coffee does.
At the very least, he can take solace in the fact that he has a minimum of $15,000 and still one more chance. But he is not holding this push. It is just simply not going to happen. He went double engineering bay again. He tried to play extremely greedy. Solar is not a player that Roach Ravager Ling all-ins very often. He is... That's Dark. That's Rogue. That's Shin. Solar does not do this often, so I do not blame Coffee one bit for going for this. But it is just not going to pan out. I do want to point out, I want to give Coffee a little bit of credit as we have these units slipping across the map on the left side. I do want to give Coffee some credit. He did go for... a very cheeky maneuver by setting the table for this proxied second barracks. If Solar had scouted the natural, this would have looked like the same build. So he set the table. It was good series prep, but Stim is about to get taken down. The reactor's going to get taken down again. And what does Coffee have to defend? No bunker. He might have 1-1 complete. But he's down 50 army
He's
supply.
going to lose all of his production. Like, all of his production's in the natural as well. And there it is. GG. Solar knocks out Coffee to the knockout bracket. Moves on to the next round. Keeps his extra little life alive there. Man, 3-0. That is a dominating performance there for Solar.
Yeah. In a weird way, it was almost more dominant than Cyril's 3-0 over Coffee. Almost more dominant than Cyril's 3-0 over Coffee. I know that the games were short, but Solar just did not mess around. He came to play today, and he came, he saw, he conquered.
He really, really did. Beautiful performance there by Solar, and that is going to, again, give him a very solid shot at making his way into the next round to play versus the loser of... Ooh, I think that is going to be a tough match. Rainer versus Clem. The loser of that plays versus Solar, I think.
That is... Oh, man. That honestly, that's scary for all players involved. Solar has had terrifying ZVZ at his peak. Which is scary for Rainer. But at the same time, you do not want to face a Rainer who is, by all accounts, super awakened right now. Clem has struggled with Solar even when he has been at his absolute peak, where he won DreamHack Atlanta. The closest player to beating him was actually Solar. And then on the other side of that coin, of course, Solar has just been a really strong opponent. Or sorry, Clem has been a really strong opponent for Solar. Overall, I'm just real scared for all players involved. This bracket is a bloodbath.
It really is. I mean, this is just sort of the nature of where things are going to be when you have a World Championship Series kind of event like this, where it is just going to be top caliber players. You're going to see some of the best players basically facing off against each other and having a really, really hard time. Really good players are going to get knocked out early on. This is kind of that defense that we were talking about. The Queens able to get a pick off on. You can see how many, but just before the Roaches really got involved in the fight, how many of the Hellbats had already died at that point. Medevac gets sniped off over there. There's the bait and switch Medevac moments. Yeah.
I see it. I see it now. I finally see it.
I see it now.
And it is actually does make the push even that much more committed. The fact that he added a second Medevac, he was rallying Hellions and Hellbats into it. So even though he found, 4 Queens on the tail end, he didn't get a single drone. He committed to it a lot. Like, imagine if he has 2 Banshees out. And, well, just imagine if he has 2 Banshees out when this push comes in. Oh, and maybe saves a couple of the Hellions a little bit more effectively. Like, things could have gone very, very differently here. But, unfortunately, for Coffee, it just wasn't meant to be. And Solar has made his day very easy because now he is off until tomorrow.
Yeah, actually, I think you are correct about that because, yeah, that is actually a very nice way of putting it. Is you just get to basically rest. You get to sit back, and I believe that the main stream right now is covering Rainer versus Clem, but we are actually going to be jumping into a conversation with Solar himself to hear his thoughts on that series and just the tournament in general. Hey, Solar, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello. But
hey, congratulations, a beautiful 3-0, man. How you feeling coming off of that series?
Yeah, I knew he was going for very greedy opening like yesterday against Cyril. So I prepared about it, and I want to play against him very aggressive, and my plan was going very well. So yeah, it was easy.
I have to ask a little bit. I think it was game 1 where I actually forget if it was game 1 or game number 2. There was the moment where you had the Overlord on the high ground cliff, and you were basically just playing the keep away with your Overlord, running around. What was going through your mind in that moment? Were you just laughing to yourself there, or what?
I was trying to survive it as much as possible, and while he was busy the killing over with the Marines, and I want to scout with my 2 Zerglings to his main base, and I scout everything. That's why I went to the aggressive Roach build for that one. Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Dave, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was going to ask actually. You said obviously at the start of this interview that you saw that he'd been doing really greedy play against him. So good preparation and obviously getting the scout is very nice. But I guess kind of switching gears a little bit, the opponent you're going to have to play tomorrow is going to be the loser of Rainer and Clem. That is a
Do I play tomorrow?
I think so.
I think I play today, isn't it?
We will double.
I think it may be today. Don't ask us. We're looking at Liquipedia.
Okay, Wikipedia knows everything.
Yeah, exactly. Liquipedia. Okay, so well, regardless, if
does
it's today or
Liquipedia
tomorrow,
know about the time zone?
who would you rather face off against, and who do you feel more confident against?
As you guys know, Clem's practiced a lot in Korea, and when I play against him, wow, this guy is like really talented in StarCraft II. I feel like he was really good, especially against Zerg. So I'd rather to face against Rainer, and I also want to watch as a spectator Clem against Serral. So I rather to play against Rainer.
I like that. That's a good answer. Not just a fantastic player, but a fan of the game as well. We won't take up any more of your time, but thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win. Always a pleasure chatting with you, and good luck in your match either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was a very, very well done series there by Solar. Absolutely earns his way into that next round against a potentially a very tough opponent either way. But cool to hear his confidence about potentially facing off versus Rainer. It's definitely really fun to see.
Yeah. And specifically, he now has had even a little bit more firsthand experience against Clem. Having now come to Korea. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome, I think.
Yeah. I think my other favorite thing is that he said in that interview was just he himself as a fan wants to see Clem versus Serral, which I think is also just super funny. It's just like, yeah, you know what? Not even as a player, just I want to see the beauty of Clem versus Serral. I think a lot of people can relate to that. But guys, we are going to be moving into our only Protoss match of the day so far. It is going to be Pure versus Classic, a Protoss versus Terran coming on up in just a little bit. How you feeling about that really quickly, Dave? Because I think we're going to go to a break soon.
Man, I'm super excited. I'm really excited about this one. It's going to be a great matchup between these two. I think that their history speaks for itself at EWC, and I'm just excited to see how they do in this first meeting of theirs. For now, we are going to head to a little break, but we will be getting into that match right after. Don't go anywhere. This is the Esports World Championship for StarCraft II. I am Steadfast, joined by Fear Dragon. We'll be right back.
I'm here with Classic, who had a bit of a rough day yesterday, but I'm guessing he prepared for today. So I want to ask him, what did you prepare, what did you do, and what should we expect from you today?
일단 김도우 선수 어제 조금 경기가 별로 좋지는 않았어요. 그래서 어제 좀 힘든 경기를 치르셨는데 오늘 경기는 좀 어떻게 준비하셨고 또 어떤 경기를 치르실지 좀 궁금합니다.
어제 생각보다 너무 못해가지고 조금 자신감을 잃긴 했는데 그래도 한국에서 준비할 때 어제 실력은 아니거든요. 훨씬 더 잘했기 때문에 어제는 그냥 컨디션이 나빴다고 생각하고 오늘은 컨디션이 괜찮은 것 같아서 오늘은 좀 좋은 경기를 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I lost confidence yesterday because I was underperformed a bit. than I expected. So today I'm just going to have to bring more of me inside because when I practiced in Korea, I played much better than that. So I'm just going to bring what I have prepared.
Okay, I wish him the best of luck. Cure, yesterday you had a very close match. You played very well. And I'm guessing today you're going to play even better. So I want to know from you, what do you expect from today's match?
일단 김도욱 선수 어제 굉장히 또 명경기를 펼치셨고 좀 아쉽게 지시긴 했지만 그래도 경기를 굉장히 좋으셨거든요. 그래서 오늘 경기가 좀 기대가 많이 되는데 어떠신가요?
저는 근데 좀 안 좋았다고 생각을 해서 너무 아쉬웠고 잠도 잘 안 오더라고요. 그래서 오늘은 정말 후회 없는 경기 하고 싶습니다.
Well, in fact, I regret a lot on the last matchup because I thought I underperformed it because the fact that I underperformed than I expected, I couldn't bring what I had. I couldn't sleep yesterday. So today I'm going to do better and I'm going to bring what I have in my what I've practiced.
I respect the answer and I wish you the best of luck.
Welcome back, everyone. We are once again here for the EWC. It is day 2 out of 5. It is lower bracket action in now Group B. And it is going to be the match of the day for both of us. It is going to be Cure versus Classic. Ravi, what do you think?
I think this is going to be an absolute delight to see because I think, as you said on a podcast recently, Classic has actually been pretty on fire, I would say. Like, he's been a pretty amazing Protoss player to see. He's gotten some decent results. But I think that whereas Clem just seemed to really have his number, I think that I have a little bit more confidence that Classic can actually put up a good fight versus Cure. Not because Cure is a bad player, but just because I think matchup-wise, they may fare a little bit better against each other. So I'm expecting a fun, close match here. But how are you feeling about it, Dave?
Well, I think it's really interesting because that game number 1 between Classic and Clem was quite a good showing from Classic yesterday. But then it kind of game 1, he made one big mistake where he attacked up a ramp. His disruptor positioning was not amazing, but he had really carved out a good position from that until that point. But then he ended up making that mistake. Things kind of went off the rails. And then game 2, Clem absolutely styled on him with the first couple Reapers and a proxy Reaper play. And it felt like kind of shattered Classic's confidence. So hopefully he'll be back and being a little bit more on point. Now, we do have to mention that historically speaking, Cure has had a very strong record against Classic, like really strong, like way stronger than you would expect. But it is a new day. It is a Classic that has been looking very good, and I'm interested to see what'll happen here.
I think it's important to kind of contextualize that as well, because both these players have been around for a while, but when you do look at their actual, the time of a lot of their matches, Classic has been on the upswing lately, and they've been playing a lot lately. And I think those matches, Classic has actually been, more 50-50. But then you go back to the earlier era and stuff, and you go back to like 2017, 2021, 2022. Yeah, Cure was just absolutely just skyrocketing in skill. And I think Classic was kind of on that point where it was kind of like, oh, you're about to leave for military service, or you're like, you just came back from military service. How's it going? So I'm actually quite excited to see that Classic is looking to be in decent form these days.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in particular, even though the patch was a while ago, I do think that the way that the matchup kind of works for Cure's style, it took a little bit of a hit. It took a little bit of a hit with the nerf to the Widowmines. He has always been a player that has loved controlling 2 big armies all over the map and being a constant threat in multiple positions. And something that makes that really difficult to deal with is if you're just constantly spreading Widow Mines out on the map, you're constantly just kind of creating uncomfortable positions for your opponent. And the fact that the mines are no longer permanently cloaked means that setup, the fact that Cure always had like basically an observer that shoots whenever he would secure a position, he'd just leave a Widow Mine there. The fact that that doesn't work as well as it used to is actually quite a pain, but we'll see if he can make some adjustments here and get the job done for Team Liquid. It is Cure.
And on the other side, we have our red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. He is Classic. Not just Twisted Minds, he is one of the very few Protoss representatives that has made it here to the World Championship. We have 4 Protoss players that managed to make it here. One of them is Showtime, who is going to be in that kind of special little spot where he made it in through the qualifier and is not quite playing in the group stages or anything. But Classic is absolutely one of those names I think a lot of people are looking at and hoping to see do well at an event like this.
Yeah, and he did extremely well last year at EWC, and I was touting him pretty highly. I was saying, like, he's been looking really good, not necessarily super flashy, but he's very good at always being in position, at being decisive in the right moments, at knowing when to go into a big carrier transition in this matchup. He's just a really strong player overall. But at the same time, it is one of those things where if you can get knocked off balance a little bit, it can make it very difficult for you. So we'll have to see. I think this is going to be one of those matchups where the first map will determine a lot here. And Classic, I don't know, looking at yesterday's games, a couple of those games, at least one of those games is one to forget. And I really do think game number 1 is that one. Cure, going to be doing a little bit of an old school play. This looks like it's going to be a 3 racks pressure, a quick second, third barracks, and just going to try and build a lot of bio units, check and see if Classic's prepared for that. This is a very old school style of play, and we'll have to see what he can get done with that.
Yeah, very very curious to see how things are actually going to turn out with this, because this can be one of those things where when you encounter this as a Protoss player, it's like sometimes a lot of Protoss build orders are sort of designed for like whatever the current Terran meta is of like, oh, are you getting super aggressive? Are you making a lot of bio units? Well, then I'll make sure that I'm accounting for that and getting everything in position. But
what?
That is a rather early forge.
That is an extremely early forge. This is not, we have somehow shifted reality from the EWC to Hearthstone's beating Grandmasters with stupid stuff channel. Fastest possible upgrades. This is absolutely wild. We are going to see a trap on this Reaper. Nice job right there from Classic. Cure had been doing a good job with the ring around the rosy, but that's a good trap. That should not be a scout on the forge. That should be far enough back. No one does this. What are we seeing right now? Is this gonna hang on?
This has to be Colossus, right?
Okay, so State actually came up with a build at the beginning when Adepts got nerfed from doing 23 damage versus light to 22 damage versus light, where he got a very fast +1 weapons and got a very quick Warp Prism and 2 Adepts and would 2-shot SCVs with this. Is Classic reaching years into the past for that exact play? That would be so freaking cool.
That would actually be hilarious if he ends up going for something like that, because yeah, that was, Adepts were a menace to Terran players back when they 2-shotted Marines and SCVs. And then of course they just said, okay, well, we're gonna make it so that all these units survive with 1 hit point. And Warp Prism on the way. Blink is okay, it's gonna be Blink on the way, not Resonating Glaives. So it does seem like it's not gonna be that.
Well, the thing is, you don't even need Resonating Glaives to make the Adepts effective. It's just the fact that you get 2 Adepts in a Prism, and now you're able to one-shot SCVs with them. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Oh, man, that is cool. This is literally such a throwback. This is the biggest of throwbacks, and he might just lose the Prism for free, which would be so tragic. Okay. Thank God he moved it just a little bit to the side. That is going to be a little bit weird to see for both players. Well, not so weird for Classic. I think he's going to figure out that that's a 3 racks pressure. Just cancels the Nexus quickly. But for Cure, he's going to be like, what in the hell? This has got to be DTs, right? Or 4-gate Blink Stalker. What's it going to be? Nah, it's just 2 Adepts with +1 weapons. God, this is cool.
It is going to be interesting, but I do now wonder if the War Prism has been scouted, regardless of whether or not you know there are Adepts inside. You just expect Cure to have a bunch of units back at home. And also, he's already gotten the cancel on the 3rd base, so he can just return home with the majority of his units now. So he should just be able to very quickly react to this, right?
You would think he should be able to just easily react to this, yeah. But, I mean, it's a little surprising. 3 SCVs already going down. It's such a cool idea, but like, is it actually good is the question.
Yeah, it's
you
like
have
he lost
really
it
fast
doesn't have
upgrades
a 3rd right now. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, that's the main thing. So Kira just like, without doing too, okay. Oh, that was scary. These Marines do have stim, of course, and if they're able to find the War Prism, it is very, very scary for Classico. Yeah, even though this build order is super, super cool, I don't know that it's done enough.
Yeah. Also, a little bit of a supply block as Classic's been waiting for that Nexus for like an extra 20 or so seconds, just kind of delaying his next round of supply or production. Kind of rough, but he is going to be able to get this Adept Warp Prism harassment back into the main base, killing off 4 workers now, 5 workers. So, I mean, he is absolutely adding up the worker kills. He is finding some value from this for sure. It is just going to be a question of whether or not he can make that value equate to the value loss of the 3rd base being canceled and everything else that also comes in with his tech also coming out a little bit slower, just because he had to go for the forge and the extra upgrade before you would normally be investing all that stuff into like a Robo or a Twilight Council. So it's still actually not going as badly now that he's been able to get some of that damage as it was originally, but it seems like maybe this is okay. I'm just so curious how he's going to do to the first push.
I think it's good enough to be weird and to kind of throw his opponent off balance, where it's like, wait a minute, is there a vulnerability in this build? Can I exploit this? it's entirely possible that Cure's never seen this because he never watched State stream, you know, like like I did, like a big nerd. God, look at this. They actually die so fast.
They really do.
It's so good. They're so good. God, the harassment is actually so freaking cool. And he is going to lose these adepts, but 6 SCVs is no small amount of losses. That is solid. The Colossus are now out in decent numbers. Classic before had the perfect timing on the recall, knowing that Cure was probably going to be building that Viking. Yeah, 14 SCVs going down.
Man.
God, this is... this feels like Classic of old. This feels like the Classic that came in with the wildest build of all time. The Blink into Storm that was able to beat Serral last time at Gamers 8. We're going to see a nice spot on the... That's the entire army, and seeing as much as he's seen, he should know that that's the whole army. I don't know that Kira is going to want to take a fight here. He's going to go for a massive stim, and that is a big win for Classic because there is not a whole lot of medevacs here. Widowmine's getting triggered very early on. Great usage of the hallucination. Stalkers. Oh, nice retarget there from Cure.
Yeah. We'll eventually be able to get those, though, and that is a very solid defense. You were kind of talking about how just having the right number of those units. I think if Cure... I didn't mind the idea of Cure being able to take a fight at that big area where he had a nice concave and everything, but I think you were kind of correctly identifying that it was just not likely Classic was going to take a fight out in the open like that. So that sim ends up being quite costly, like you were saying. Now they have to pull back and kind of just play more of a normal macro game as both these players just get single upgrades for a while. But finally, the second forge is finished over here for Classic. So he's going to be starting up +2 armor and +3 weapons, I imagine, shortly thereafter as well. Does Kira even have a second engineering bay?
That is a good question. If he does, it finished just a little bit ago. No, it's single Engie bay.
Yeah.
I am really liking Classic's position in game number 1 here. It's not over yet, but he's got a great amount of tech. He's on that double forge setup, fires up that +3 weapons with not very much time in between. And are those the first 3 ghosts out of Cure? Is he just now getting that ghost tech online? I say just now like it's super late, but it just, it feels like the forge upgrades. Basically, Classic didn't get a crazy amount of damage, although 14 SCVs is pretty solid. But it's more so that he got a very fast +1 weapons with this and didn't lose out on anything else while slowing down his opponent, while kind of perplexing his opponent. Just a great play overall. And now it is going to be double disruptor behind this. Classic is such a wizard.
This is actually so sick to see the way he's been able to transition that early game from what looked to be a potentially rough spot of if he didn't get damage done, he was just going to be super far behind, into, yeah, he just looks very solidly ahead now in a lot of different ways. Now, there's still absolutely a chance for Cure to make a great engagement happen, but it's going to be on most likely inferior upgrades, and it's going to have to be against a Protoss player that has both Colossus and Disruptors on out with a lot of gateways to reinforce. But here we go. We may be seeing a potential engagement getting teased here. Who's saying Colossus as well?
That is very cute. That's a great usage of that energy. Meanwhile, we got Zealots in the natural. Those are going to be a nuisance to deal with. Widowmine's friendly firing one of the ghosts. Oh, would love to see Classic just click that ghost. You would kill it. That would make the Zealot run by... almost killing a ghost almost makes the whole Zealot run by worth it, almost on its own. It's not quite that crazy, but it's like, you know, you get a couple of bio units, you get a depot, and then you also get a ghost. We're going to see the Disruptors are doing a good job of zoning this army out. Classic is about to be on 3-2 versus 1-1. Cure does not want to fight this army. He cannot fight this army. He just needs to buy time. If Classic can recognize this, he might just go for the push. I believe War Prism speed is done, so he was able to take a very nice little route around that missile turret and avoid the Vikings. That's a... this is looking great for Classic in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm loving everything that he's putting down right now. +3 armor is also on the way, with 3 Disruptors being made at a time, and a 4th Robo actually coming on out. That's actually so sick. Did I see that correctly, or are my eyes just terrible? I thought for a moment I saw multiple Disruptors being made.
There was multiple Disruptors before this. Yeah, it was 2 at a time before this. Ooh, Vikings find a great position on the high ground. Classic getting a little bit exposed. There's no Prism here right away. to warp in or save them. Oh, that's a cute little blink forward, but is this going to end up being a regretty situation? He is able to pick up those units with the Prism, so it only ends up being 3 Stalkers. I think that was 3 Stalkers for like 2 Vikings.
Bit of an awkward angle though now, as he is going to be kind of cut off between these bases if Kier pushes a little bit further forward, but no, Disruptor is going to be able to push him back, and he is able to kind of rejoin with all of his reinforcements.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, he that would be very nice. Missile turret being added on here. I don't know if that's for, yeah, that's for the base. Is it? No, that's just shadows happening in. Missile turrets in the main base, getting the kill on the War Prism. Always handy. You do not want to have to deal with a bunch of Zealots in the back of your main. Double expansion coming in behind this from Classic. He is going ham with the base count. What is that? His 8th base? 7th and 8th base? Ooh. Meanwhile, recall to the top side to deal with a small little bio run by. Looks like the gate probe spotted it, maybe? I guess so.
Yeah.
Disruptors.
Is able to deal with that, and Disruptor is going to have to be very, very careful. A lot of them fire their shots quite early on. Are there enough behind it? Looks like a handful more are going to join the forces with this, and you see the Zealot run by, not able to deal with the Planetary Fortress. Nice little skirmishes back and forth, and you know, I still like a lot of what Classic has available in this game. I do think Kier has really been able to draw this out long enough that he's still in a pretty solid position. He's going to have his own +3 weapons finishing up soon. So I feel like a lot of the things that Classic had been able to garner for himself as an advantage, Kier has been able to stabilize a little bit more and more.
Yeah, we are going to see a huge concave coming in, but a massive disruptor shot on the top side finds a bunch of Ghost Sand bio. Classic will eventually lose these Colossus to a big Viking concave, but that was so much on the ground that just went down. 14 Zealots reinforcing. That is a huge swell. 3 Immortals being produced at the same time as well. Classic wants a punchy ground army that does not rely on Colossus, and he is going to try and just grind this down. Kier not microing his bio back there initially. Disruptors, one of them does connect on a single landed Viking. Classic just reinforcing directly into this like a Zerg player, using that mass gateway style, and the Zealot flank would be so impressive if he hadn't killed all of Kier's army basically already. Yeah. Classic slamming that one home in game number 1. Great start for him.
Yeah, great start. Was able to carry it on out into the later stages so well. And eventually, even though it seemed like Kier was gradually starting to catch up on things like upgrades and stuff, eventually Classic was still able to just, I think you put it really well, just gateway flood him with all the reinforcements and absolutely slaughter the rest of that army. So great job there with Classic. Great disruptor control as well, and that does put him at a 1-0 lead now.
Yeah, and Kier made a lot of good moves from an uncomfortable position. Classic was really able to get the setup that he wanted to going into the mid game, despite having the third base delayed for as long as he was. His upgrades were still great. His tech was a little bit ahead of that of Kier, and it just felt like Kier never really was able to find a comfort zone, but we saw good attempts at fights, good setups from Kier that he just wasn't able to, you know, actually do anything with it. Classic blocked him at every turn, and this was the Classic that I was, you know, kind of garnering and kind of hyping up a little bit as we were getting into EWC as a whole. But yeah, we can see from the actual fights when they actually took place, it was pretty much all Classic.
No, absolutely was. And now we get ready to move into game number 2, as our chin toss here is going to be legendarily playing so well, carrying a lot of those Protoss hopes against the Terran menace that is flooded through this event. Can he do it? Can he continue on forward and take 2 more games and solidify himself a spot in the next round of the lower bracket?
That's the question. That is the question. We did see, obviously, that very funky Forge first. That, more so than anything, just really set his upgrades up nicely going into the... Well, honestly, I was going to say the mid-game, but it was like the later stage of the early game. Like, it just set his upgrades up well for the entire game as a whole. We're going to see if he can keep the momentum up for Twisted Minds. It is Classic.
Over here in the bottom right, we have our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. He is Cure. I also just was chuckling because I realized that the winner of this is going to go on to face off versus Hero. So we may have two of our Protoss players eliminating each other.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but it does also mean that we would have a guaranteed Protoss if Classic, manages to win this one. It would be a guaranteed Protoss in the lower bracket semifinal. Now, that's no guarantee that they make it through because it's going to be one of Raynor, Clem, or Solar they're playing, but it's at least a good chance. Sorry?
Oh, no, sorry, not coffee. Never mind, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, we cast that series. That was...
I woke up at 12:30 a.m. today, Dave. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Just to be clear, he means 12:30 a.m. after midnight. In case that somehow got lost in the sauce, it wasn't like afternoon. No, like literally, poor Fear Dragon. It's what, 6:55 a.m. for you right now?
We are chilling with some StarCraft, Dave.
Yeah, it is. You have literally been casting all night. Literally been casting all night.
Yeah, all good though. Having a good time being here with you, Dave. And ooh, man, I always have a good time when I get to see a Protoss probe being annoying, some SCVs, causing them to throw the command center slightly off. It just every single time, even after the probe is left, the Reaper is out, you're safe and sound. But then you look back at your natural and like, oh, that command center is building, it's still slightly off. It's just a reminder of the pain you felt earlier in the game. So satisfying.
Yep. It's it's not the biggest of deals, but this is a matchup that is really determined, or at least heavily impacted by the early game. Does one player have a better early game than the other? Does the Protoss manage to get away with a Gate Nexus instead of a Gate Cybernetics core and pull off a nice greedy play? Can the Terran manage to find a couple of probe kills with their early Reaper? Like, these things have a big impact on who goes into the mid game with an advantage, and it may not seem like it, but it can start a bit of a snowball. So even just delaying the command center a little bit, forcing it out of position, it's a small win, but not as small as it seems. Now this fast third CC, that can be decent against a Stargate play, but it does mean that you kind of seed the potential to push, and that means these Phoenixes can maybe be a little bit of bully.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this turns out. It's also worth mentioning that Classic has really been a Stargate man lately in the matchup, so it's he's been loving going for these kind of like Phoenix openings, going to the Colossus and all that stuff, and sometimes into other more sky tossy kind of stuff. So I'm interested to see how Cure's reaction is going to be to this. I feel like it's something he should sort of just have on his mind when he's facing off versus Classic, and just having thought about, I have to play versus this player.
Yes. Now that was a great scout on the Stargate, because even if Classic does favor the Stargate play, the Phoenix play, the Phoenix Colossus play, it's not a given. He will play Blink. He's shown in game number 1. He'll play Forge first. He'll do some wild stuff. But it is going to be, of course, that Phoenix Robo, and with Cure getting the scout on this is great information for him. I believe Classic just saw the third CC, and I don't know if he knows that there's no starport yet, but that is important information because it'll let him know that the Phoenixes can really stay aggressive. He's only seen, I think this second barracks. Where is there a third barracks? It's already done, right? It's on the bottom of the main, or where is it? Okay, bottom of the main. Yeah.
Yep, that is going to be an important scout just to see and identify, like, okay, my opponent does have quite a few of these unit producing facilities for a lot of bio to be made. I have to be ready for some kind of early aggression that could come across the map before any medevacs pop on out. He was picking off a couple of these Marines, which I really, really like when a Pros player is able to make use of those Phoenix, but does he have enough back at home to deal with the Marines and the Cyclones doing their annoying little push in? Shield battery not quite finished up with that front line. Actually, it's about halfway done, but doesn't seem like Cure actually wants to push his luck there.
No, he sees the Immortal, and that was basically a test to see, did you build the safety Immortal? Classic is a player that always tends towards building the Immortal. Not 100% of the time, but it's a tendency for sure. And in this case, it was very handy for him against this little push. And Cure just going to have to back away. Doesn't get much done. Classic, I mean, he forces a shield battery, and as long as you don't lose the units, that's still technically a win. But Classic obviously able to get a couple more SCVs. He's already, I think, picked off 5 workers in this game. And, this is scary, though. You got to be so careful with those Phoenixes. You do not want to get intercepted. And honestly, even just seeing those units there, it just kind of makes your heart rate go a little bit faster as the Protoss, because now you're like, oh man, I really need to be paying attention to these at all times.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna have to be very, very careful about that. Medevac production is still just not gonna be there for a bit, I guess. As additional barracks continue to be thrown on down, so it is really, really gonna be a big bio-heavy force, and there is some finally medevacs being produced. I was gonna say, it starts getting to the point where you start thinking like, okay, when there's Colossus whittling away your army, are you going to have the medevacs you need to make sure that you're not just, you know, stimming and immediately losing your Marines the Colossus fire? But seems like he's going to be on the way with that. And the Phoenix count is not so high that you can't really afford to like go for drops or anything like that. So
no, it's actually this is something that I believe Classic pioneered, is just going 3 Phoenix straight into the Colossus. He was the one that did this like a year ago, maybe 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, a year ago, when he kind of came back, and when Phoenix Colossus regained popularity so much. We're going to be seeing a very fast second Robo. That's quite interesting off of the charge and +1 weapons. We will see this drop attempt into the main base. It did get spotted very late. But Kier's going to kind of give up on the idea. Can he get out with these units? Okay, just barely, but that's still a lot of damage on the first medevac. And it feels like Cure's aggression hasn't really found any purchase. Gets a couple of spotter pylons, but that's a small consolation prize compared to what he was hoping to get.
Yeah, definitely not the damage he was looking for, but he did at least get out of there alive without really losing a whole lot. So I think that is also just as important for him. Make sure he's not just losing those medevacs for nothing. Although, again, medevac count really, really quite low here. Just want to note, like, there's the 2 medevacs there. One of them is very low on hit points. No medevacs in production yet again, as we have like a single Viking on the way. I'm a little bit worried that if fights get threatened a lot more, Cure is going to be a little bit more stimmed up. But okay, there we see a couple more medevacs finally join the fray.
This is an extremely fast double disruptor transition out of Classic, considering how he has played this out. This is something that could definitely catch Cure off guard and can really take advantage of the fact that Cure has switched into Vikings and has gone for that minimal medevac count. Cancel attempt onto the warp and not going to be able to go off. And in fact, we will see quite a few SCVs going down at the natural and the main. A lot of lost mining time. It was a good reaction time from Cure, but that's still a lot of workers going down. And now Cure, does he really want to push down a ramp into a bunch of disruptors? Not really. But if he doesn't, he's just down 15 workers. His opponent has a 4th base, taking a 5th, and a 3rd Robo out of Classic. Classic is committing hard to this. Wow, that is such a fast 3rd Robo. Classic is definitely coming in with some wrinkle brain play today.
I mean, he's getting into like super power mode at this point. He can churn out those disruptors. He can remake and do a tech switch back into Colossus so quickly with this. Disruptor number 1 is going to be able to fire off a warning shot to this Bioforce, which is just going to have to back up. A Cyclone goes down. I'm not actually even sure if a Zealot died over there. Just Classic really seems like he's been able to control the field for quite a bit, and even the gold base being taken finally.
Oh, nice random Widowmine on the left side. Finds the Prism with the help of the Marine, or rather the Marine finds it with the help of the Widowmine. That's a great little setup by Cure. So a really nice pickup. Oh, and he finds a Phoenix in the middle of the map with another random Widowmine. This is what I was talking about. This is Cure's bread and butter. Cure built another set of Vikings after seeing that Classic had only built 2 Colossus. Now, we do have extended thermal lance, right? Or Classic? Okay, yeah, he did get that. I think that's a wise move, even if you only go for 2 Colossus when you're on 4 bases. Like, you can afford it. But it looks like he is going for this mass gateway style that Showtime debuted against Gumiho in That was Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup 25, where we saw Showtime going up to like 26 gateways in some of those games. And it's the mass zealot reinforcement that is so powerful and so difficult to deal with. Man, these Widow Mines are so good. They have found some big hits against War Prisms this game.
They really have found quite a bit of value over here. The Phoenix are finally going to go down, but the Colossus and the Disruptors are the real big power forces here, as they are able to continue to chip away at that Bioforce. Seems like Classic is going to rotate around, and I guess actually for the best, there is actually a sizable Bioforce that was coming in from the other side. So he's going to try and rotate around and actually going to try and chase down that Bioforce instead.
Yeah, he sees it with the Observer. Of course, Cure sees the chase with the Sensor Tower and knows that Classic was in hot pursuit. So that's kind of a situation where they both are playing more of a chess game than a StarCraft II game. They both had a full vision of the board for that moment. But it will be Cure still kind of feeling... It feels kind of like he's trapped. Like he can't really move out. It is Classic who is making all the moves in this game while mass expanding behind it. He's going to move in on this third base. Cure lifted the base and doesn't feel like he can resecure it. Classic is kind of all over him. Huge disruptor shot, finding a bunch of ghosts. Classic is kind of running circles around him. Look at that, even making sure he's not being flanked. That is a very intelligent move just to play it safe. He's like, this is going too well. This is fake, but it's actually not going too well. He's just being that smart.
Yeah, I think that's an entirely valid concern too, because where was the army? The army was looking to move down to the bottom left. I think maybe he thought he was getting counterattacked or something, but here we go. It does seem like it might be a full cleanup of the boys being pulled on top of the Disruptors, Vikings even landing. So Cure will kill off a lot of army supply over here. Doesn't end up losing a lot of worker supply, but the problem is the flood of gateway reinforcements are here. They save a couple of these Disruptors, and a lot of the damage has already been done. You can see it in the banks as well. Classic can just flood out 16, 18 zealots or something at a time. Absolutely ludicrous Remax timing here.
I am so impressed that Cure was able to hold it all. But yes, the fact that Classic was able to go for that and just is remaxed so fast is so scary to deal with. That is the strength of this mass gateway style, is you can go for this. Cure is now locked out of his own natural expansion. There's only a couple disruptors, but all it takes is one to connect on the army and two get massive connections. That's going to be a game 2 victory for Classic, and he is cooking here in this lower bracket series.
He really is showing off two very different kind of openings, but just looking so strong in both of those two games. So Classic gonna feel very confident, I'm sure, moving into the potentially final game of this series, now sitting at match point.
Yeah, this was honestly phenomenal out of Classic here. This engagement was pretty cool as well. The force fields, even though we saw a nice hot pickup from Cure on the bio, I don't know how many bio units he got with that little force field triangle, but I heard a lot of screams that were all overlapping. I think he got at least 10 supply with that one disruptor shot. Whoa. Not often you see the Dream Sentry disruptor combo. Yeah. But Classic he has just really played phenomenally these first two games.
Yeah, every single time he's been able to get into one of these kind of like macro-ish positions. And I mean, this is what also I used to love about the Classic of old, is he wasn't just one of those players that just throws out a cheesy build all the time and is winning like that. He was one of those kind of stalwart Protoss players that is able to win in just these really cool macro games, just being a very solid mid-late game player, taking great fights and engagements, having the big follow-ups, and having the really sick economy behind everything. And you kind of see that in this game as well, as he's just got so much of an economy, so many bases that he's just taken behind all the little victories he's had.
Yeah, it's this really is a Classic that has found a new gear, and I am here for it. And I gotta say, I am a big fan of Cure, but it would be really cool to see Classic make a super deep run in this tournament. Maybe make a run at top 4, because, well, yeah, we haven't seen one. in super recent history. It's been a tough time for the Protoss fans, but Classic may very well be their banner bearer.
Yeah. I think when I think about the times where Classic was in sort of tournament winning condition and stuff, I feel like during that era, Classic was one of the things he kind of brought to the table as a Protoss player was that he was a little bit more reliable than I would say a Hero or something is, right? Hero is incredible, but he's also a little bit spiky because sometimes he does really well and sometimes you look at Hero and you're like, dude, what are you doing? And it's not that Hero's a bad player or anything. It's just that he's a little bit more spiky in his performance. I feel like Classic is a little bit more level, and seeing him in a good performance does bring me a lot of joy because this man down here in the bottom left-hand side from Twisted Minds is playing a little bit out of his mind right now. It is Classic.
And his opponent, he is down 2-0 in the series. He needs a bit of momentum, and he needs it now. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. Man, this has been a cool series. This has been a very, very cool series. Classic hasn't played anything super crazy, although the Forge First is definitely something you do not see often. But it's been little tweaks, little slight differences with just to get advantages or to dislodge an opponent's, kind of mainline play. And Cure is one of those players that has always had some of the most solid, impressive TVP in Korea. So to just kind of dislodge him a little bit mentally and then play such a solid macro game behind it is really, really nice to see out of Classic. This is his big strength and his big bread and butter.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're completely right. Cure is, I think at this point, one of the top Terran players. Obviously, Maru's going to be sitting there at the top and everything, but Cure has solidified himself as one of the biggest names in StarCraft, especially in the Korean scene these days. So being able to make him look as kind of almost like, not quite silly, but make him look as defeatable as he has been this series is a really, really impressive feat for Classic already. So interested to see what not only Classic, but also what Cure is going to be able to bring out in game number 3, as we already see a little bit of shenaniganry here. Just the little bunker behind the natural mineral line. The Reaper popping on forward is going to try and run toward the bunker and is just going to say, all right, you need to build a shield battery. Did you build your shield battery here? And I mean, the answer right now is no.
I was going to say, this is actually a little bit funky. Oh, he gets the SCV kill. Even though the bunker completes, getting that SCV kill so you don't have to worry about things is rather nice. But those probes, they wanted to go down to the natural to start mining, and that is kind of the strength of this. The fact that Cure didn't put the bunker in a place that it was revealed, and he kept this hidden, means that Classic doesn't get to go for Stalker as his first unit, or Stalker as his second unit even. He's only a third unit now that he's building as that Stalker. And this is going to be a little bit tricky for him. We do have an Oracle being produced, which I do like the addition of the Oracle. I think that just playing Phoenix, I'm not a big fan of only playing Phoenix in this matchup. Obviously, Phoenixes are... they're a little bit less complicated to play than like Phoenix Oracle or Oracle into Blink, where losing that one Oracle is very, very scary. But it looks like we are going to be seeing this Oracle being very handy to help clean up this bunker. Oh, can he get the kill? Oh, barely gets the salvage.
Yeah, and that's also all the energy on the Oracle as well. That's going to be completely evaporated there. So not nearly as much of an opportunity for not only killing SCVs, but also just, you don't really have like even Revelation opportunity as much. So even a Viking will be out probably by the time that the Oracle has energy to do any kind of real harassment. Overall, nice opening there for Cure. It's not a massive, massive victory or anything, but it is a small little set of victories.
Oh, he just kind of walked straight into that Widow Mine. Eats the splash. I wonder if he was looking at the... Oracle trying to find an opening. The Widow Mine. Nice. too close to the sun. Nice job from Kira to bait that in with the SCV pull, but that is a pretty big mistake from Classic. He did. Can we check the units tab? Yeah, he started building a second Oracle, I think, but he never finished it. Okay, so this is a build order that Zest came up with. It is single Oracle into 3-gate Blink, into Robo Colossus expand, blah, blah, blah. You get Blink in time for like very early, and you have Charge in time for the first big 7-minute bio push if it comes at around 7 minutes. But if you lose that one Oracle, that is kind of your linchpin for everything. That is your detection. That is your revelation. That is your harassment. Not so much your harassment, but it's also your high ground vision. Like it's such an important piece, and losing that is a straight up disaster.
That's gonna make things rough. These Stalkers able to find a good bit of damage over here as some of the reinforcements coming in from the high ground are going to get ready over here, but Blink is seconds away from finishing. Not quite done in time, though. One of these Stalkers is going to end up falling. He's also going to be dealing with this harassment on the other side of the map. Medevac does go down, but a couple of probes going down, a couple of the Stalkers now going down. I really did not think that Kira was going to be able to get a lot done with this little push-in, but he gets a surprising amount of damage done.
Honestly, considering how unprepared for this Classic should have been, I actually think he handled that extremely well. That's still a very effective attack from Cure. And this all comes down to the fact that he lost that Oracle. If he has that Oracle, he can be keeping tabs on the front line. He can be revelating the medevac as it moves out, and there's no opportunity to sneak around. Now, I do like the addition of the Viking being landed in the back. Oh, is there a Stalker? Nice move. Good job from Classic cleaning that up. Honestly, all things considered, how bad that could have been for Classic. He was able to get damage done, force lost mining time of the natural, kill a bunch of SCVs, and then recalled out just in time. And that's a pretty solid play for him, but no vision of the main base. This is an unexpected drop timing.
This is certainly going to be causing a little bit more chaos here for Classic, who has Blink and could be able to get back into the main base just a little bit faster, but is still going to be dealing with a very, very annoying timing on this drop. Has found 7 workers already, which evens up the worker count. I want to ask really quickly, that third command center in the production tab, that is just the third command center timing, right? There's no other command center that's like finished or anything?
No, that would be insane. That would be absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, this is...
Oh my God.
Ooh. Okay. Seems like he's going to be able to avoid majority of the damage there, but I was going to say, like, this is really important harassment that Kira is able to get done, because this third Nexus has been mining for a while here for Classic, and you do need to find some ways to equalize the damage. He's been able to find some amazing damage in this.
Yes. If Classic had stabilized completely after that big push in the natural, it was a really good probe pull too. Managed to mitigate the damage effectively. If he'd been able to prevent any follow-up damage, that would have been pretty good. But as we can see there, 24 probes have gone down in total. Cure is the king of finding chip damage with these little plays. And now he has managed to boost a bunch of medevacs out to the left side. This all goes back once again to the fact that there's no revelation available. Now, do we have any observers on the map? I'm sure we've got like 1 or 2. No, we've got none. We've got no map vision for Classic. So yeah, this really does hinge on the lack of an Oracle. And Cure, oh man, this was a very sneaky move getting in here with this triple medevac drop. He's just going to stim in. He's going to find a Colossus, maybe. It is able to rally back, but there's no shield battery, so it gets gunned down so fast.
That's going to hurt. Losing that Colossus is going to make or break the difference, and also just having enough Colossus to start killing off Marines with the actual one-hit wonder combo. But now we have a situation where Kira is able to get out of there alive with a lot of his units inside the medevacs. He unloads a bunch of units on the south side of the map and is ready to potentially kill or cancel a 4th base location. This is looking really, really rough right now for Classic.
Nice job right there from Cure, recognizing that Classic was like, okay, I need to do something. I need to catch this drop. He built that Phoenix to go after that and had the Stalkers separated out. Classic was still able to confirm the kill on the medevac, so good job there. But Cure managing to make it so that Classic doesn't just get a free pickoff on, 10 supply of bio. Well, medevac plus the bio inside. So good job there from Cure, but also good job from Classic to know those Stalkers were sacked and still get the medevac kill. That could have very easily gone from, you know, Classic gets free 10 supply to Cure gets a free 8 supply, but instead it ends up being an even trade. And as a result, Classic does manage to still stay competitive in this game. He's in a tough spot, but he's just one good engagement away from evening things back out.
Yeah, he is definitely doing pretty well to try and hang in there. Gonna lose or actually amazingly gets a cancel on that pile hunt, even though it was very, very low on hit points there. But yeah, the Classic, he's still hanging in there. +2 weapons gonna be on the way. He really does need to be able to buy himself a lot more time though through a very tense period of the game. Nice Guardian Shield plus Colossus positioning and everything. He's able to push back that army with honestly not a lot. And I think that is my biggest concern, is that I feel like army supply wise, Classic is just a lot lower. And I think when you're in those positions, sometimes you could rely on power units, but the power units usually have to be so well supported with the exact number of units correctly. And I feel like Classic is doing a great job with these splits so far.
He is. It is really difficult to kill him right now, but this might be the opportunity that Cure was looking for. Colossus does stay alive for a very long time, despite the fact that there was like 5 Vikings shelling away at it for quite a while. Ooh, Probe will spot this army just a little bit before it gets in, but Cure is still going to be able to find the mineral line rather exposed. Colossus. Oh, that medevac. Oh, Steph Curry from downtown with the snipe. Able to get the kill on that medevac, but it's still going to be one fully loaded medevac into the main base. Classic, though, man, he is so hard to kill. He is like a cockroach. He just does not die if you give him units in a dream. Still, Cure into the natural expansion now. Will be able to depower none of the robos. There's 2 backup pylons. Nice job.
Yeah, exactly. Perfectly calculated. Absolutely baited in, even though this is still just going to be hard to kill in general. Yeah. The robos themselves will die. That also does it.
Zealots on the other side of the map are going to warp in, but it feels like Cure is dealing with this. And Classic, even though he didn't have those robos depowered, it was the positioning Cure takes at the bottom of the ramp that finally gives him the killing blow. Classic was fighting for so long at such an uncomfortable deficit, but Cure finally will be able to find the break point, the maneuver he needed to actually get that big supply lead, kill all the tech, and I think at this point just take the game from here. So it's looking like we are going to be seeing, well, no, I think we can say we are going to be seeing a game number 4 at this point, but man, oh man, this was nuts.
Yeah. Want to also note that just during that last little bit, as the extra Colossus popping out was dying, that was when Classic finally finished up 2-1 and evened up the upgrades. So much of all of the previous fights that were going on, he was sitting at a 2 double upgrade disadvantage of 1 basically being down a full weapon and an armor upgrade for all of that period of time. It really does hurt, but it's so impressive how long Classic has been able to hang in there. But sitting at half the supply of your opponent with no splash damages, Classic knows that Cure has finally won 1 over on him. Is going to be able to take his first map of the series.
Yeah, and that was a really impressive display from Classic. I know we're harping on it all the time, but he was like 10 seconds away from basically completing the entire Rubik's Cube of getting back in that game. Cure was just throwing so much chaos and so much difficulty at him, but Classic had done a really, really good job of answering everything. And if he just manages to get back in position at the natural before that army sets up in the devastating position that it was able to find, I think Classic takes a completely fine engagement. And all of a sudden, Cure has now, like, he's been throwing away medevacs, he's been throwing away bio, the upgrades catch up for Classic, and it's basically a full reset on the game. But Cure, really great job to get himself set up here and not let Classic actually come back in this game, because that could have been a really demoralizing way to go down after such a great start, killing that Oracle and having just a good time. Yeah, I don't know. This is this could turn into a banger of a series real quick.
No, it absolutely could. And I think you're completely right. Right in that last little highlight that we saw, there was the moment before the robos were sniped. And if you look at the supply there, it's actually even. And to contextualize that, for pretty much the entire 3 minutes before that, Cure was somewhere between like 30 and like 20 to like 40 supply up, basically. On average, like maybe like 30 supply up for a handful of minutes, just because of all the little advantages he was able to garner for himself earlier on. But just those couple of moments, those little defenses that Classic was able to garner for himself really did pay out a lot. But again, it's just that moment where the army pushes into the natural. Classic is doing his Zealot harassment on the other side of the map. It's not quite getting as much damage as he wants to, but just so much of the army is there for Cure. And finally, Classic has a bunch of his units on the bottom right-hand side defending the 4th base location. And it's just, there's not enough in the natural to actually help defend. And you see the impact of that and how difficult it is when you've been down in supply for so long to try and deal with the multi-prong harassment and like setting up your army to be split appropriately on every side.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And we're going to see spawning down in the bottom right for Twisted Minds. It is the Protoss player Classic.
And over here in the top left-hand side, representing Team Liquid, our blue Terran player, he is Cure.
Oh,
wow, we got a proxy barracks. We got another SCV.
This is the bread and butter of Cure, the proxy 2-Rax Marauder. This tells me that he is not feeling well. Okay, he's always been comfortable doing this particular build, but the fact that he busted out here after the first win of the series does tell me that he feels like Classic is playing very well. And I mean, we can see it. Classic is playing extremely well, but Cure kind of going with a little bit of a risky play here. Now, this is very interesting out of Classic because Classic is scouted in the traditional location where you usually put those proxy 2-Rax Marauders. That is where Clem has put it. That is where Cure has put it on this map a lot of the time. But what that does is it delays Classic's actual scout on the other side of the map. And that means that he is, well, he's going to see no gas. He knows exactly what this build is now. He was about to build the pylon on the low ground, and he's able to build it on the high ground just in time. He's going to instead go for a high ground defense, it seems like. Okay. Yeah, I think he is prepared to give up this natural if he needs to.
Defending against these Marauder pushes are so tricky. It really is something that just can feel like it snowballs rather quickly, especially when you try and defend your low ground and you're trying to decide, all right, how many shield batteries do I get versus investing in gateway units or like a robo or something else, or just what gateway units am I getting? If I just get pure stalkers, they just seem to die so quickly to the Marauders. Some Protoss players have gotten up like adepts and stuff, or even just an early zealot or something to help out. It's such a tricky series of decisions that you have to make. And I love that Cure is going to make it even more annoying by just going for the little bunker on the low ground, because there's even a real possibility he could just say, yeah, I'm gonna hold this position for a bit.
Oh, Classic got himself tagged by the concussive shell Marauders, but there is a shield battery here as well as the second stalker. And yeah, I think the contain is just the best play at this point. Classic, though, is building a Stargate at home. What is he going to put on the other side of the map? Okay, it is going to be a gateway. This is a situation where giving up the natural is not the common play. Most Protoss players desperately try and defend that. And against that, you can oftentimes go for an SCV pull. But in this case, we're not going to see that. We are going to see an attempt to go up the ramp. Battery overcharge will get popped, but the Stalker is going to be able to stay alive. Pro pull will make sure of that by pushing those units away. And now with the SCVs going down, high ground vision is lost, and this is going to be a hold at least for now for Classic. And once that Void Ray pops out, there is no way that these Marauders can make anything happen. So they need to go now.
Yep. And they are going to do exactly that. Shield battery overcharge is on cooldown, but the low health Marauders have been picked off, and that severely reduced a lot of the damage output here for these Marauders. Prismatic alignment going to be extra effective against these Marauders. All of the Stalkers have died though, and even a couple of the probes taking some damage. The last Marauder will get cleaned up. Bunker can get salvaged. a fascinating position for the extra base over here, as the bunker still could get salvaged in a bit. But yeah, I'm still just really liking the situation for Cure for the most part, I think.
It's weird because there's actually no production unless he keeps the barracks here. And if he does, the Void Rays can do exactly this, which is camp it. I actually wonder what would happen if, Classic committed to more Void Rays and went across the map. There is a missile turret that's been built. Oh, this is something Cure has done a couple of times in the past. Build extra Marauders and hide them and move in when your opponent comes in. Now, this pylon is actually in heavy, under heavy duress. Prismatic alignment.
It dies.
Oh, will it be enough? No, it will not. The Stargate is going to get depowered. Great little play from Cure there, and now I really like Cure's position.
Yeah. Factory also has finished up behind all of this. He has a bunker as well. He's got a missile turret. Warp Gate is finished up on, of course, there's also the natural, not exactly natural. There's a base on the map there for Classic. So he has something to fall back on in terms of economy, but he's not making more probes right now. He's finally starting up some more probes at this point, but he is absolutely looking to get something done with this. And is the sentry just going to be hallucinations?
Oh,
to deal with the Widow Mines?
I can't believe that Widow Mine didn't fire.
Yeah.
I think he was hoping to force field units. Maybe this might be an attempt at a hard contain. He is going to be able to get at least one depot. Might be able to get the sec. Yeah, he's going to get the second.
I think he can get all three, right?
Third. Pardon?
No, he can't get the third.
I don't think so, because he's only got the one Void Ray. And the other units are going to have to expose themselves a little bit too much. I think the Void Ray is the only thing that really has range, and the SCVs are so close by. Still, 2 depots is not bad. He does know that his opponent doesn't have an expansion that he's mining from, and Classic will be mining from his now. Did he use Recall on this? No, he just rallied the probes over. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Cure knows what he's up against now. That's actually a very, very important thing to just see that your opponent has taken that location, because if he just scouts in otherwise into the natural and thinks he's still playing versus a 1-base Protoss, this is a very different situation. But extra gateways being added on, charge coming on up, and Cure looks like he wants to finally go for the break over here. Does he have the unit count to do so? He's got a couple of Vikings to deal with the Void Ray. He's got a decent number of Marines and Marauders, so I think he should be fine. Force field just got to be careful of.
Yeah, and the siege tank is going to force this back. Like, you have to retreat right now as Classic. And I really don't think... Okay, I like that. I like the, like, let me just drop it as many force fields as I can, because this is his game plan, right? Is that he wants the... he wants those units, to just buy as much time where his opponent isn't mining for as possible. DT Shrine behind this is a really cool, clever decision, because he knows his opponent's gone Vikings, and it's very unlikely he'll go into a Raven behind this. He also knows that with how late that expansion is, Cure's probably going to be heavy on the mules. This DT Shrine could be the dagger that Classic is looking for to secure his spot into the round, well, into the next round.
Yeah. I'm very interested to see where things are going to land on this, because yeah, where the scan count is and everything, because this is also an investment, right? It is not a super cheap investment to make some of those DTs to just send across the map at this stage in the game with this kind of economy. Even like you look at that, I can't say natural, you look at the extra expansion, the first expansion that Classic took, and the gas count that he, like when he was able to actually grab those gas guys and everything relative to where this game would normally be. This is a fairly early stage to get these DTs added. 1 DT already falling. A scan is used, so that is some economic damage. But yeah, Classic still really wants to find a little bit more with this.
Yeah, he certainly does. I was going to say, I remembered actually after I was like, oh, the DTs are such a good idea. There was a missile turret that was built on the high ground. And Cure also built another missile turret on the low ground. So yeah. Oh man, 8 probes just went down. Where did 8 probes just die?
To what?
Yeah, can we battle report this? A landed Viking and a Cyclone, apparently.
Yeah.
Just found big damage. Classic try. Oh, man. This is not it. He can't do anything to the Cure sitting on 2 bases right now. He needs to be chilling a little bit, and he needs to be teching up. He does have that blink on the way. He's getting the robotics bay, but I don't know. The Void Ray, the sentries, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get value. He did go for a very fast charge upgrade. I think he was anticipating a push, but this little drop in the bottom could get a lot done for Cure.
Yeah, this is going to be quite annoying to deal with, as these Zealots do have charge, so they're able to, charge into death very, very quickly over there, as it's just simply not enough to actually deal with this right now. Void Ray goes after the Marines instead of the medevac as well, so finally it's going to try right-clicking down the medevac, but it's a little bit too late. It's lost a lot of hit points there. The medevac managed to survive for a little bit longer, eventually picked off, but man, that was a lot of damage to be taking from such a low investment drop.
Yes, it really was. And this is already after Cure had found quite a few probes earlier. The medevac, even without the probe damage, kind of traded out okay. I think he killed like 2 Stalkers and a Void Ray. Got a lot of mining time, and then you add in the fact that he got 5 probes, which is also great. First Colossus is about to be on the field, but this is a scary-looking army. That is a lot of man with gun against a lot of Zealots. These are +1 Marines as well, which means they do shred those Zealots. Classic is in some big trouble right now. Can he hold this push? He needs that Colossus to pop, and he needs to get some big swipes on those Marines.
Yeah, I'll actually think for a moment he was even considering going in for a moment, but I think charge is actually already used as well. Right when he spotted the army, and he immediately canceled it and pulled back. So he's going to try and move back in over here. Loses a handful of Zealots. It's going to force a couple of Marines into the Colossus range, but yeah, these are just not the trades that Classic is looking for just yet. He's picking off a couple of units, but he's also bleeding off so many of his Zealots. He needs to buy himself a little bit more time.
Those force fields were really nice. That allowed the Colossus to get quite a bit of value there. And this is an army that is very light on Marauders, and we can see Kira is trying to rectify that now. He's adding 3 Marauders at a time. Does he have a 3rd command center? Does he have a 3rd command center? Just structures tab T? Oh, he does. Yeah, it's on location. Okay,
I can see it on the minimap. It's a little, it blends in a little bit, but it's there.
Yeah, we got a smaller feed, unfortunately. A couple of nice force fields right there on the Marauders, but a good hot pickup from Kira will save those units. We do have, man, this position is so uncomfortable for Classic. It feels like he is on the verge of being like smashed against this wall. And there we go. Kira is going to go for the push. Marauders, not a whole lot of them, but the Marine count is so high. Battery overcharge will save the 1 Colossus. Zealot Warpins, will they be enough to keep this up? 2nd Colossus pops out, and it is mostly just Marines. But Kira's doing a great job at not letting the Colossi laser beams actually connect. Still, Classic will force this back somehow. He's down in supply significantly, but I did not think he was going to be able to hold there at all.
Yeah, neither did I. An amazing job, because at the end of the day, he's still sitting on a great economy relative to Cure, I would say. A Protoss player sitting at even worker count to a Terran player who's just now establishing their 3rd base on same number. Actually, I guess that is going to be a little bit nicer for Kira. It's just the even worker count. Sorry. Sleepiness catching up with me for a moment. Inversing the roles there. I'm like, a Protoss player that has mules is going to be feeling great about having even workers. No. Worker count is going to be a little bit rougher, but the base count will be nice. If he can keep his bases alive and keep himself mining, this base in the main is definitely under some serious fires. That is a lot of units to be dropping as well. This is going to be a hard thing to clean up.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Colossus really needed to be hitting its targets correctly. On the other side, meanwhile, the picture-in-picture, nice defense from Classic on this drop. He did get a DT in at the 3rd base, which was able to find some value. Disrupt Cure. Oh my goodness, Classic he is so scrappy right now. He is really, really impressing the hell out of me. I know that we're like highlighting Classic so much, but it feels like Cure has been kind of in the driver's seat for a lot of this game. I do love that huge Doom drop he went for in the main base, but Classic is just not, he's just refusing to die over and over and over again. But will this be the move? Is there anything in the main base to block this? Classic It's just 3 Stalkers, but I guess that was enough to give Cure pause. And that is, you know, that's 30 supply right there for Cure that currently can't do much. Ooh, but the scan in the main base. He leads in with the empty medevac. Very clever move. Classic actually trying to target it down. This position makes it awful for Zealots to try and fight into. DT does find the 4th base location and is grabbing a good number of SCVs. Colossus is going to find some good value. I think Cure's got a big army moving towards the 4th base, and this army in the main base is doing great work. Classic will be able to clean up a good number of Vikings, though. But it is that drop in the main base that is such a problem. Finally, a DT warps in. Will be able to help deal with this. Nice Phoenix control. It will get targeted down by Cure.
Yeah, what was Cure's army in the main base just constantly attacking gateway units that were just being warped in slowly? Because I felt like we didn't see a lot of buildings go down. We didn't see a lot of tech going down. We didn't see like the Colossus or a lot of the high value units going down there. It really was just surprisingly even trades and slow burn there for Classic to clean up, but he got the cleanup and didn't feel like he lost a crazy amount in the main.
No, it felt like that drop was alive forever, but like you say, it never found critical damage. It's weird because it looks like with how long it was there, it should have killed, you know, the main
like
nexus.
those units were attacking something.
A forge, like, and I swear there wasn't units fighting it for a lot of it, but I think it was just that Cure was trying to do a lot at once, and so he wasn't able to focus on everything. Oh, that's a great force field right there. Classic, able to catch Cure on a little bit of an oopsie. I know it's not that big of a deal finding 2 Widow Mines, but it's certainly a lot better than nothing. And now Classic all of a sudden is up in supply after at one point he was down like, what was it, like 127 to 94 supply at one point?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he now finds himself, you know, right neck and neck with the Terran player. He's also got the +2 armor on the way, which his opponent does not. It is 2-1 versus 2-1. Another Robo coming in. The Zealot run-bys and the DT run-bys have been phenomenal out of Classic and have really given Cure fits. And this is just fantastic play out of Classic, I gotta say.
Really is. Going to be losing all these Zealots over here on the run-by, but he is finding little ways to fire back. And even though he's not necessarily killing crazy amounts of workers over here, even though 8 is certainly not something to sneeze at when your opponent's down to just 47 or so, he kept his opponent's entire army at home for that, which gives him a little bit more time to say get up 2 disruptors to add into the mix of this potential big engagement coming on up. Force Field's buying a little bit more time while the Warp Prism warps in some Zealots for even more harassment that pulls Cure back yet again. Classic is buying himself so much time for some critical units to pop on out for the next big fight.
Not just the critical units, but also potentially some critical upgrades as well. I believe that's Cure's lifted main command center at the 4th base location. Yeah, that is the lifted main command center right there. Cure has been making moves, but he has certainly not been able to find a killing blow. And even though he's added a few ghosts on now, the disruptors feel like the more impactful tech to me. And there is that first disruptor shot. It gets a decent connection. Classic, I like the decision to give up this base. He knows that he cannot fight the army with this position, but that disruptor shot, oh, it was a pretty good one. Could have been disastrous for Cure. DT does get warped in. Scan is used. Battery overcharge as well. Oh, we're going to see a lot of probes falling, but also a lot of Zealot or SCVs on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the supplies, it looks even, but then you look at the army supplies and you realize, oh, a lot of the supply lead there for Classic, or where he was doing okay for a little bit at least, was just workers supply. And his army supply has been falling a little bit further behind. It felt like a lot of his army, he was taking potentially good disruptor fights or hits there, or he was able to almost get some, but didn't quite manage to land the big ones. Ended up losing a lot of his army in the process. And now it feels like once again, I just feel like Cure's a little bit back in the driver's seat again, right?
A little bit, but the upgrades are now better for Classic. As the +3 attack finishes for Cure to kind of even things up. Classic will also finish his +3 weapons, which is going to be better. Vikings are very low on HP. I would love to see Classic go back into Colossus. This game is so close. I don't know if you can say either player has a significant advantage. The thing about Cure is that yes, he does have a huge army supply advantage, but a lot of it is A, very basic bio, and B, because his SCV count is so low, if you lose, you know, a full medevac, like we could see right here. Okay, he does respond instantly. Good job from Cure. And a really nice army split. There's definitely initiative for Cure, but it just feels like it's not as cut and dry as it could be. However, this is an amazing trade. He just mows down a bunch of Zealots on the right side.
Yeah. And I think you kind of see over here that Cure is able to continue to mow down these Zealots, continue to find these little pickups. And by driver's seat, I don't necessarily mean that I think Cure is winning the game outright, but he is the one that is controlling what's going on in the game. I think that Classic doesn't really have the army supply to send across the map or to do a whole lot of this Zealot run by harassment or the DT harassment he was doing earlier on. War Prism not able to find any real damage just yet, and the Nexus going down is going to be a pretty rough blow for Classic, though.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Now, that is his natural, so it was already heavily mined anyways. Oh, that just got caught by the scan. Classic is starting to get into a very desperate situation. He did retake another base on the bottom side, so he's still on. You know, he technically traded out one base that was less on resources for a fresh base to start mining. Cure finally building a fourth command center. Oh, these Vikings are going to find a prison. That's huge for Cure. Oh, Medivacs in the middle of the map. We do see Classic finding Cure a little bit out of position. Disruptors will act kind of defensively in this position.
I mean, the disruptor count is high enough right now that it is just dangerous, regardless of Cure's army supply. Cure could be up an extra like 20 army supply, and that disruptor count is just at the number where it's just dangerous, where you just have to be careful, because it's not about one or two disruptors or something potentially getting big hits. It's the fact that there's just a continuous stream of disruptor shots with even a little bit of, you know, ground support that can help it out. So Classic still definitely has a way.
Yeah, speaking to that, the first three disruptor shots were pretty decent. Great concave for Cure, though. Can he get the gun down on these disruptors? Excellent splits. It's going to be a full envelopment of the army. There was a lot of disruptors, but just not quite enough. Battery overcharge, doing everything it can. But Cure fighting a scrappy, bloody game number 4 and will force the ace match. Damn, that was incredible. Out of both players, Cure will force the ace match. What a series we have.
Really, really incredible. Cure able to finally close that out. Man, he had to work so hard for that game. It felt like there was a long period of time where Cure should have been ahead, and just Classic didn't die. He just refused to die. And I feel like when we start looking at the recap, it's going to just be such a strange game to rewatch, because you're going to look at it and be like, oh yeah, that started with Proxy 2-Rex Marauder. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a... And honestly, the first set of Marauders, they already did better than expected with a Void Ray on the field. They were able to clear out a lot of Stalkers. They got a good number of probe kills, honestly, all things considered. But this second set of Marauders forced so much additional lost mining time, killed the pylon to deny the second Void Ray, which I do like the decision from Classic. Once it was scouted and once he like cleaned this up, he was like, okay, well, I'm not going to build that second Void Ray. But really good job from Cure to get so much value with a hard counter tech.
Yeah. We do have over here some of the later on little skirmishes and stuff that ended up happening, as we ended up seeing just honestly just impressive fights here for Classic, given how far down in supply he was.
Yeah, I feel like he was constantly fighting with an army that was like maybe 80% as high value or less than that of Cure's, but he was still able to survive. That was the big moment, was that one moment where he was kind of pinned against the wall, but he never let Cure get the decisive engagement. Still, the fact that Cure stayed focused throughout all of it and was able to actually finish the game off despite everything shows a ton of mental tenacity.
No, absolutely. Cure is able to still pull that out. And I think that is actually It's one thing that I think is quite nice about this format overall is, yes, of course, there are still a lot of games the players have to play, but for the most part, with a few, of course, exceptions, players are not usually playing more than like 1 to 2 series a day. On average, I would say. Like sometimes maybe there's like a day or two that they may have to play 3 or something, but it is nice. You can really just say, I'm gonna really just put my all into this because this is the series I play today. I just need to make sure I'm on point for this series and put my all into it, put all of my mental power and focus and everything into doing everything needed to bring this series back into my favor. And Kira's doing an exceptional job with it.
Yes, he is. And now we have a map that it seems like a lot of best of 5s finish on. It is going to be a banger. It's Ghost River, and we have Twisted Minds Classic.
And up here on the top left, our blue Terran player mounting his little comeback here from Team Liquid. He is Cure. Man, what a series so far, Dave. This is truly not been, I think, the series that a lot of people would have anticipated, and also just a potential reverse sweep again.
Another one.
Yeah, another one.
And another one. Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy because I feel like we already had Gumiho with the reverse sweep earlier on over here, Marine. We could have a reverse sweep here. And this is, I think we almost had a reverse sweep. Who almost reverse swept yesterday? Was it Cure? Cure almost reverse swept Raynor. Oh my God. If Cure ends up almost reverse sweeping Raynor and then almost reverse sweeping Classic, that would be so sad.
Man, you're going to have to really have mental tenacity going into that knockout bracket after that.
Yeah.
Tough opponents too to just be facing off against back to back. All right, lost to Raynor, but it was a very close one. It was the first series of the event. Let's go into that lower bracket. Oh my God! All right, Classic, lost to him, but it was so close. Who would I play in the knockout bracket? Man, if he has to play another really tough matchup or something in that knockout bracket, and there are some decent like heavy hitters and stuff, I would say, there with like a Spirit or a Hero Marine and stuff. Yeah, man, that's a tough question.
Yeah, it's those are scary players to go up against. We do see the Zealot first coming in from Classico on Ghost River. Very unfortunate that it does get spotted so early on. It's going to allow Kira to, as we can see there, go for the high ground expansion. The Reaper will confirm that, yep, there is a full wall here, and he's going to be able to dance his way out. He did build the second Reaper, and maybe he was expecting Classic to not full wall that position, but you're probably not going to be able to get too much done with this double Reaper. Oh, Classic not building a tech building to start off. He is going straight into 3 gates. So I think he's anticipating a big low-tech push out of Cure and is going to try and smash it with a bunch of basic gateway units. But this may get spotted very early, and I spoke too soon. These Reapers are finding huge damage.
Yeah, the irony of, let me just get gateways and make a lot of early units early, and then the 2 Reapers get a ton of damage done because your units are on the other side of the map and you just have a single Stalker back at home. Pops out a little late. Oh man, this is so painful. It's also just like the units on the other side of the map are getting a bit of damage done, but no SCVs have really fallen that are going for that repair on the supply depot. The depot hasn't gone down. This is such a tough spot right now.
Yeah, this is an amazing start for Cure. He's scouted out the 2 additional gateways. He's seen that there is no tech in the main base. There's no Twilight Council, like no Stargate, no Robo. This is very rough for Classic. He is going to need to contain his opponent, but Cure can just go for a drop, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. It is just a Cyclone. It is 2 Marines, but this can still be quite a nuisance. And Classic is going to have to be paying attention on both sides of the map. Does he have anything at home as well? That is the big question for me. He, of course, can warp in, But obviously that's only the case if the Warpins are available. Oh my God, he's got to be so careful about Widow Mines. He has to know they're there. Is this blind? He doesn't see it.
Yep, this is this can sometimes just be a little bit of a kill move if his Warpins are not available. He does thankfully have 2 Stalker Warpins available. He didn't just already use them and was sending units across the map, but even then there's no shield battery over here, so 6 workers going down. One of the Marines is still alive. The Cyclone's still alive and getting a lot of damage done to the Stalker. Stalker goes down. Yes, the medevac does as well, but this Cyclone has already found so much value.
Yeah, it really did. I thought he was going to kill that Stalker for a moment. He has kept his opponent on 1 base. That is the one thing he's got going for him. But he needs to hold this position for quite a while longer, and that is not really going to be an option here, as the siege tank will slowly ice these units out. Cure? Oh, he might have... Okay, I was going to say Classic is trapped. He needs to get out of here with a recall. And Wisely doesn't hesitate. It is a cloakless Banshee coming across the map. Even 1 extra probe right now feels so bad if Classic loses anything.
At this stage, the Protoss and the Terran player having even workers is a really, really painful spot for, I think, the Protoss player. This is going to be so rough. And man, this is also the stage where a lot of the time you're thinking like, oh, like I'll throw out some Chrono Boost into like my charge upgrade or like my armor upgrade and things like that. You don't want to be Chrono Boosting more probes just to try and catch back up to the worker count that you're supposed to have.
Yeah, it's not a comfortable position at all. We are going to see Classic staying on 2 bases for a while. I think he's anticipating and maybe hoping that his opponent is moving out with a quick push with siege tanks. But yeah, it's not going to be super quick, I think. I think we're going to see it with Stim, if anything. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought I heard you sneeze.
I did. I was a little late on the mute button.
I was just jumping in. I was like, oh, David's sneezing. I got this.
Yeah.
This is certainly going to be a pretty scary looking little push out here as Storm. I mean, you know, there is the potential that the High Templars get into a good position. They like feed back the Raven really quickly before it can do a whole lot, or even just a really nice Storm comes on out and a solid defense happens. But I know that this is still a style that can be quite effective. I'm always nervous when I see a Protoss player that's doesn't have a killer economy and is facing off against a Terran push, and they're like, all right, I have 2 High Templars and 2 Storms, and if I hit
Templar
them,
in a dream, baby.
Yeah, if I hit them, I'm good. If I don't, well, there's the knockout bracket.
Well, I think the thing is, I think Classic's in that position right now in this game. I think he's that far behind that he needs a bit of a Hail Mary. And I do like that he went for armor instead of attack, just to make those zealots super beefy. And that will be good against a siege tank push. By the way, there was a feedback on the Banshee before. Nice feedback on the Raven. Denies the auto turret harass. Obviously, the observer went down earlier, which is, you know, annoying. But Classics is making nice little moves. Cure. The main problem for Classic right now is that Cure took a 3rd base and did not stop building workers. And Cure is doing what he used to do really well when it worked out very well for him, which was, you know, spreading those little mines around. That sees this whole army. It sees the whole setup. And this minefield, that is not something you can attack into. Classic might feel like he needs to attack, but he absolutely cannot.
Yeah, it does a good job of setting off both of those Widow Mines on the front line over there. And
don't do it.
I'm kind of with you, but also at the same time, I feel like he's invested into this now. He hasn't been making workers. I actually don't know if he has another choice.
He's going to go for it now. The storms need to be huge. First dodge is good. Second one, not so bad. Cure, though, he is just going to blast through this. The War Prism goes down with 2 High Templar inside. Cure, he knows he's got the sustain. Classic, he cannot be happy with that. Cure, after coming so close to reverse sweeping Raynor yesterday, is now on the... He is just on the verge of actually completing it today. Stunning comeback from Cure, but also a tragic loss for Classic in this one. We do have a bunch of High Templar here that just warped in. If he can somehow buy Torn for Storm, maybe he can scramble together a hold.
Yeah, that's a big ask right now. And these storms, the problem is even like some of the potential surprise factor of like the first couple of storms is not there anymore. There's no warp prism that's holding these high Templars and going for some big ambush. This is, you know, that the storms are there, and you can see that Kira's kind of playing around them. He's got the medevac count to heal through them as well, and the Archons are going to fall, and it looks like Classic is on the verge of falling.
And he certainly will at this point. It's just a handful of army supply left over. Even a cancel on the Warpin pylon right there. Good job from Cure. And we are going to be seeing GG getting called. Cure with a stunning comeback in this one. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. Great job there by Cure, able to make that magic happen against Classic. And I mean, it's a scary situation, man, for Protoss players everywhere. Cure really showcasing how quickly things can kind of fall apart there if you get a good start.
Yep. Yeah, he certainly did. And Cure has been one of those historically good TVP players. Classic, oh my God, he played so well at so many points in this series, but it is the World Championship. This is the best of the best. And unfortunately, Cure was able to turn on the Jets. Unfortunately for Classic, he was able to turn on the Jets. For Cure fans and for Cure, fantastic. We are going to take a look at the bracket now in just a moment. There we go. We've got the top side of the bracket, Cyril 3-0ing Hero, and Clem able to take a nail-biting series 3-2 versus Rainer. But for our side, Solar really taking coffee out back. And Cure versus Classic, though, this series really did deliver.
It really did. I think it was our highlight series that we were looking forward to from the B stream here today, and it's definitely showcasing exactly that. Also worth mentioning that Kira's going to go on to face off versus Hero, and I'm sure Hero was maybe keeping an eye out on seeing how that series is playing out, and I'm curious what Hero is going to be busting out, because he is a very different kind of stylistic player from Classic, so that should be another very fun one. But guys, that is actually not going to be it for the B stream today. We are going to have another series after this, so you want to stick around for a little bit longer, as we're going to go back into Group A in a little bit. But that last series really was, I think, a good showcasing of both like the unbelievable sturdiness that is Classic in those kind of earlier games, especially whenever he was falling behind in those fights. He was able to still take amazingly decent trades despite being behind, but then also just Cure being able to bounce back and continuously finding those early game advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. It was God, if you told me after the first two games that Cure was going to reverse sweep this, I don't know that I would have believed you, because Classic just was playing so immaculately and so damn well. You can even see that disruptor shot that he fired at the back just to like really make sure. This was an incredible display of tenacity from Classic, but Cure managed to reach so deep into his pocket and was able to actually muscle his way back into this series. And I gotta say, this is one of those ones that makes me sad that there has to be a loser.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. It's sad to think that either of these players is gonna eventually get eliminated, or potentially both of them. Only one player can win the tournament, Dave. Everyone else will walk away a loser of some degree. But thankfully, neither one of these players is going to be falling to that position just yet, as I think they showed some great games here. Hero's going to get to advance on, but Classic is not out of the event just yet. He's just going to be going to the knockout bracket, and unfortunately going to be going to the knockout bracket in a very early round, as he is going to be having a long road ahead of him.
Yeah. He certainly will, but at the same time, he does get one extra day to kind of reset mentally, to look things over, because since he's knocked to the knockout bracket right away, he won't have to worry about playing any more matches either later today or later tomorrow. But speaking of later today, coming up right after this, we are going to have another TBT, Oliveira versus Gumiho. We have Gumiho coming off of a fresh reverse sweep versus Hero Marine, whereas Oliveira just got 3-0'd by Maru in the upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, Oliveira going to be playing his third TVT of the event, which is a little bit crazy to think about. Already played versus Beyond, where he went 3-2 versus Beyond. Got 0-3'd by Mario, like you said, and now going to face off against Gumio, who just finished a TVT. I mean, so much TVT for both of these players to deal with. We're going to head to a short break, and then we're going to come back, do our final series of this stream for the day. It is going to be Oliveira versus Gumio.
Round, go.
Welcome back, everyone. It is our final match of the day for the B stream here on EWC Day 2. We've got the players approaching. Both of them have already played one match on the day. They both played a TVT. Maru was able to 3-0 Oliveira, send him to the lower bracket to get a little bit of revenge for the World Championship, whereas Gumiho came roaring back from a 2-0 deficit versus Hero Marine and was able to get the 3-2 reverse sweep. Today has been a day of reverse sweeps here, hasn't it?
It really has. I mean, having 2 of the 4 that we've already done today, being that is already pretty wild. But we get ready to hop into another series, and this Terran versus Terran, man, if this goes to another reverse sweep, I think that'll almost be like a little bit sad because it's so heartbreaking for the person that gets reverse swept. It's like, man, you had victory in your clutches and it just fell apart. It fell out of your hands like grains of sand slipping through. It's too sad. I can't see it a third time today, Dave.
I agree. It's been a little devastating, to say the least, just to watch, especially with the fact that, you know, there hasn't been a lot for Protoss fans to celebrate in these larger tournaments. But now we have this stunning comeback from Cure, and it comes at the cost of the classic. Now, I am excited for Cure versus Hero, but for now, let's take a look at the vetoes for Oliveira versus Gumiho here.
Yeah. One last note I want to say. During the break, I went and I was like, oh, what are people talking about on the matches and stuff? And I think someone just had one of the saddest comments, which was just, I swear, if Cure goes in and eliminates or knocks down 2 of the only Protoss players in the thing and then immediately loses to the first Zerg player, I'm going to be so sad. I'm like, oh no, it's beginning.
They brought it into existence.
We do have a Terran versus Terran coming on up. No Protoss players involved in this upcoming match, but should be a fun one. Our third TVT of the day.
Yeah, and we have not had post-youth today, have we? Not at all.
No, we're some old folk StarCraft people. We don't really like youth.
Well, that's why it's post-youth. That's why we're past that point. There's no youth anymore. It's just all gone.
That's just isn't that just adolescence?
I think that's just life. I think that That's just that's
oh,
just
we don't
life
talk
in
about
general.
that anymore.
Oof. Damn.
Alcyone gonna be at map number 1. It looks like for this Terran versus Terran, we're gonna have a fun one here, and I think we were talking a little bit about this, but I actually think that this could be. I could see this either being like a bop for either side, or I could also see this being like a very close, fun, competitive series. I think that Gumiho also has a very opposite kind of style from what I would think of like Oliveira. I think Oliveira is really impressive to me in just like his mechanical play and his presence in a lot of these games. I think Gumiho I still think of as just, he has a lot of very fun strategic decisions that he busts out.
Yeah, I mean, Gumiho is such a madman. And it was so cool to cover the series between him and Hero Marine that had so much strategic diversity and just wild games. We had, you know, Mass Viking versus Mass Viking. We had Mech versus Bio, Bio versus Mech. We had so many different things, and it ended with battle cruisers. But here we go, starting things off in the top right. It is Cloud9's Gumiho.
And the opposite side of the map, we have our red Terran player. He is going to be Oliveira, presenting Weibo Gaming.
Yes, indeedy. Formerly Dragon Kitesy Gaming, which was formerly Dragon Phoenix Gaming and Kitesy Gaming. But they merged, and then they were acquired by Weibo Gaming. So it's been a neat little kind of iteration. Oliveira obviously is going to be a player that, I mean, we can expect a lot from, but you can't say that if you rewind like 2 years.
You know, it's funny though, because I think this story has been going on for so long. It's just funny to keep saying. And now we're finally at the World Championship Series again. And we can say it again. Oliver is the reigning world champion still.
Yeah,
like,
he is.
It's been a long season. It's been like a year and a half, a little bit more almost at this point. But he is still the reigning world champion from the previous world championship of StarCraft, which was at last year's Katowice. So it is weird to say that the reigning world champion is not necessarily the favorite, but I will say, despite the fact that I think there was like definitely a drop off from world champion defeating Maru and everything to where Oliveira sat maybe a few months later, Oliveira has been on that steady climb back up. And I think his performance at Dallas really showcased, especially a series versus Cyril, how unbelievably good Oliveira is these days.
Yes, and it was quite telling too, because he was very honest before, well before, about his practice games versus Cyril. He was like, yeah, man, I don't win practice games versus Cyril. Like, if I deplete his bank, I count that as a win. You know, like that's me doing well in our practice games. And now he's up to actually taking practice games consistently against Cyril, which is huge. Like, that is, I know that's wild to like talk about, but we had a ladder situation where Cyril lost 4 ladder games in this entire season. And it was like, who are the 4 players that beat him? And it was like, Battleby was the only Terran to do it. We're going to see Oliveira skipping skipping his second Reaper. He went Marine. Gumiho going straight for that second Reaper, able to get the snipe on the SCV. That is quite a nuisance for Oliveira to deal with.
It is certainly going to be quite annoying, but Reaper will make its way all the way back to the other side of the map. Is going to encounter a Cyclone and immediately get picked off before he can kill off that SCV, build a command center, and do his own little delays there himself. We've definitely seen in literally today's games, we've seen how losing some of those early units and stuff can actually start to snowball things and cause all sorts of headaches. So I don't think it's going to happen here, given that we have now the Cyclones and stuff out, but it is certainly something we're going to have to keep an eye out for in this series.
It definitely will be. Now, something that's already pretty notable. Oh, okay, he does get a kill on this one, Reaper. Very important, because that is a quick second barracks off of Oliveira. Oliveira wants to do something off 2 bases. Maybe not a crazy commitment, but at the very least, he's going to be getting a quicker stim than normal. Triple Cyclone is a little bit unconventional out of Gumiho, but it will help him deal with this medevac very effectively. And Gumiho, very fast third command serve for his part. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what Oliveira is going to try and do off of this 2-base setup.
Yeah, I guess time will tell what he exactly is planning on doing. For now, he's going to have to also deal with the Banshee that's making its way across the map here for Gumiho. And Gumiho, he got the Reaper in, but I don't think it was far enough to really scout it and see what was if there was still an add-on on the starport or anything. So he didn't necessarily know a whole lot of information, but he's going to get every bit of information you could ask for. Even seeing the Liberator popping on out is a perfect timing for this. 5 workers also. 6 workers, maybe a 7th or so, but I think the Liberator should eventually kill this Banshee.
I mean, in a check back in a couple hours, it'll eventually get it. It is faster than the Banshee, so it will ultimately run it down. But man, those things kill Banshees slowly. That is so good for Gumiho. He's already gone for a quick second factory. He had a very quick double gas of the natural off of this. So he's going to have lots of tank production potential and kills so many workers. This is such a good start for Gumiho on paper. He just needs to find a way to deflect the first double medevacs, and he's going to be roaring going into the mid game.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The infamous now, like yesterday's match, where the Cloak Banshee just outright killed someone. That was Oliveira versus Bjorn, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it was.
And it was
on
Oliveira
Amphion,
with the
believe,
Banshee.
right?
Yeah, huh?
It was on Amphion, right?
Yeah, and it was Oliveira with the Banshee. So it's not necessarily, it's not so bad that Oliveira's just outright dead or anything like that. And obviously it was not a cloakless Banshee, but it is a little bit funny that just the next day, Gumiho gets in game number 1 like a massive lead off of just the Banshee harassment.
Yeah, just a single Banshee. Just a single cloakless Banshee. Very unfortunate.
It's just like, hey, I saw your games yesterday, and I saw that these Banshees are pretty good these days.
That's a really nice SCV spot, but Oliveira is still going to be able to move forward here. He does split and stim and split forward into these siege tanks. We'll be able to grab 2 of them. Gets the Vikings as well, but the Vikings on the right side will snipe down the medevacs. Ooh, I think that was the double Cyclone drop that just got taken down. The Cyclones on the other side of the map from Gumiho going to intercept a lot of reinforcements. Very weird little setup, but so far this is going quite well for Gumiho, I think.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Cyclones inside of a mineral line, these can eviscerate workers really, really quickly, especially if the reinforcements are not exactly super power units. It's just a handful of these Marines. You can see these Cyclones are just massacring everything here.
Yeah, and that's just going to be too much. He killed everything. Good job to target fire the Marines by Gumiho. Yeah. Oh my God, that was unexpected. I think it's fair to say that
was a little bit brutal. Yeah.
Yeah.
The triple Cyclones, man. Who needs Cyclone drops when you just got triple Cyclone?
Yeah, what are these Terran players thinking? Medevacs don't shoot. I need another box with a missile launcher on it. Give me more box with missile launcher.
It reminds me of like when you first start playing StarCraft and you just, why would I make more workers?
Yeah.
Workers don't attack very well. I'm going to make a unit that attack. I'm going to make buildings that attack and stuff. Yeah, it's just, apparently that solution works quite well. Obviously a lot more complicated than that, but definitely a very, very effective timing for the 3 Cyclones to move out across the map, particularly because so many units did die in just like that push out, basically. So there wasn't a whole lot back at home anyways, but just, yeah, the timing of that Cyclone push in was so brutal. Cyclones really do just eviscerate a mineral line if left unattended for a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly do. And that's exactly what we saw there. And the fact that it was still a pretty, not easy hold, but it was a straightforward hold for Gumiho. Like, he lost some tanks, he lost some Vikings, but Oliveira was already heavily committed with that push. You can see right there, ooh, he's trying to channel his inner normal man, but he has not experienced any success today just yet. Still hasn't managed to put a map win on the board for the day, whereas Gumiho riding a ton of momentum coming into this series and no sign of slowing down.
It's like, I'm trying to channel my inner normal man, but I'm still a world champion. I can't stop it. My normal man won't come out. Yeah. Well, we'll see if he can
that would be the
manage to
equivalent of like he's the Hulk and he's trying to get Bruce Banner to come out, and he's like, Bruce.
I mean, you know, there are some times you do just want Bruce Banner.
I would say most times, yeah, you want Bruce Banner. Obviously, you know, Avengers level threat. Sure, we bring out the Hulk, but date night, casual conversation, lots of things you would prefer to have a normal-sized human being in the form of Mark Ruffalo. Spawning down in the bottom right for Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
And on the other side of the map, we have our blue Terran player from Cloud9. He is Gumiho. Gumi bro.
The Gumi god. The Gumi bro.
Gumi god. It depends on your mood. If Gumiho is ascending into the heavens with his godlike play and just breaking your mind with his strategic decisions, like maybe this one. This is not that crazy, but this is a fun one. Then yeah, he's Gumi God. But when he's chilling, he's Gumi bro.
Sometimes Gumi yo.
Gumi yo. Yeah.
Gumi yo.
That's when he goes to the beach, the boardwalk, and it's just like, yo.
Yeah. And when he's feeling a little cranky, he's Gumi no.
Gumi no.
And when he's feeling pretty average, he's Gumi Joe.
Yeah. Gumi Joe. That's actually a really good one. I was thinking of something a lot more out there. It's just like, and when he's going really fast in a car, he's Gumi Go.
Oh, that's good. All right, let's focus up and let's watch the Gumi show.
I like it. So Gumiho is going to be going for the low ground barracks. As soon as that SCV comes in here for Oliveira, it sees one gas geyser and sees the SCVs mining the second gas geyser. So you can tell, okay, it's a 2 gas opening and your barracks, the second, or like your factories coming down back at home, but somewhere on the map is your second barrack or your first barracks. I don't know if it's proxied near me. I don't know if it's in your natural. I don't know if it's somewhere hidden in your main base. Oliveira says, I'm not going to bother looking very much. I'm actually just going to head home. I'm just going to prepare.
Yeah, he's building a bunker. He doesn't know, but he gets the jump at his opponent's Reaper. That's really nice for Oliveira. Now he can instantly cancel the bunker. Okay, Gumiho. Well, he was trying to play, you know, the very funky, different, sneaky move. But unfortunately for him, it does backfire a little bit as he loses that first Reaper. He will try and chase down the second one. Well, he will try and chase down with the second one. But Oliveira has enough distance. He should be able to get away from this as long as he doesn't take a bad angle. And with the regeneration kicking in, yeah, he's going to be able to escape on out. White, yeah, I was going to say he might eat the shot, which would stop the regeneration. But does make it worthwhile to keep chasing it for that potential. But it's fine for Oliveira. He's still going to save the unit, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah. Oliveira also identifying now what he's up against. Did end up getting rid of that bunker, ended up canceling it, or realized that he didn't actually end up needing it after just seeing the single Reaper there. And we'll be able to transition this out into a more normal sort of situation game. It's not going to be freaking out too much. Nice little cute opening there for Gumiho just to open up the series with a little bit of mind game shenaniganry.
Yeah, and it could very easily have turned the other way where, you know, Oliveira's Reaper's in a weird position and Gumiho gets the jump on it. And then it's 2 Reapers versus 1 and you have a very uncomfortable situation. And then yet the bunker has to complete. So those minerals are tied up. Things just get really uncomfortable and ugly from there. As it stands, Oliveira will pick off that Reaper, but it is a pretty much full scout for Gumiho. He sees exactly what the add-on situation is, which is quite important in TVT. Sees that it's no super fast starport on the reactor, sees that it is Tech Lab, and it should be standard Raven. We do see a very fast 4th gas out of Oliveira. Is this going to transition into a very quick push? Maybe with a fast 2nd starport?
That'll be interesting to see. I mean, with the medevac coming on out, Gumiho is going to be well situated to put on a little bit of pressure himself if he wants to move across the map with some of those cyclones or something. So he may also have an opportunity to potentially get a bit of a vision on that 2nd starport as it does plop on down.
Yeah, and this is a strong play, but this is a little bit scary already for Oliveira. Not to say that it's a bad strategy. It's a great strategy. It can work very well, but already down 1-0 in the series, you're putting a lot of hopes on this. Now, we do see the Reaper gets into the main base, does get a scout on the fact that it's bio, which is actually not a given with Gumiho today. So that's good information.
Did he see the third CC? No, right?
I don't think he saw the third CC, but he should be able to tell based on the timing what's up. Nice medevac micro right here. Good cyclone micro as well. Okay, one of the cyclones goes down, but Gumiho gets out with a medevac. Still, look at his army supply right now. Gumiho is in... This is scary. I'm talking about how it's a little bit scary for Oliveira strategically, but that's only if he goes down 2-0. This is a really scary and strong-looking push. Gumiho needs to buy time for himself desperately in order to finish up that stim and get out enough units to try and hold this.
Yeah, being able to keep both of the Cyclones alive and healthy would have been extremely helpful in just slowing down this push out. You can maybe pick away at the Ravens, get the Marines to chase your Cyclones a little bit in the wrong direction. But now this is a very, very precarious situation because Oliveira has very little chill right now. He's just... The most chill he's had is that he siege up one siege tank a little bit outside of the range of anything, but now he's going to get in range of that bunker. He's getting ready to move on forward. He's got the Liberator available to also push back the siege tank and force the unsiege over there. Is he going to go for the interference matrices on these siege tanks and try to push in?
Oh, he's going to do exactly that. Yeah, he switches off both tanks. We are going to see stim completing, but that's some huge tank shots coming in from Oliveira, and Gumiho says, I can't do anything about this. GG is called. Great job from Oliveira. He just gets right in there, and decisive as all hell, evens the series out at 1 apiece.
Yeah, super duper well done. Really well executed. A great response there from Oliveira to just jump on that opportunity. I mean, you were saying going for the second starport and just that whole follow-up and everything that he was going for was going to be a little bit more committed. Gumiho just simply did not have enough. And I really do wonder, because you made a really good point about just Gumiho had to buy time for himself. If the Cyclones had been able to stay alive, if that medevac and everything was healthy, do you think that would have been able to buy enough time for himself? Or is that like he needs even more time than he would have been able to buy with those units?
Well, he definitely needed time for stim, which he did get, but the tanks were already in a really good position. Yeah. Maybe it's just a matter of having the tanks further forward so that he could have forced siege ups earlier on. The thing is, it's really tricky against those Ravens, right? Because as soon as they fire out the interference matrices, you need to be unsieging the tanks. Otherwise, you get stuck in that siege mode, and that's a free pickoff. Usually. Definitely in the position that Gumiho was kind of stuck in against his own command center. But usually that's going to be the case. Maybe if he could have bought enough time for stim, keeps his tanks alive, he might have been able to lift the command center, pull the SCVs, get a big arc, maybe clean it up. But Oliveira executed that to perfection.
And that is going to earn himself that second map victory. And you know what that means, Dave? That means that we are guaranteed not to have a reverse sweep.
Yes, that's true.
We may still have a game 5, but we're not going to have a reverse sweep because these players are bringing their all in the first beginning games of this series. They're not just faltering immediately. That makes me happy. I can't deal with the heartbreak of another reverse sweep right now.
Oh, it would be devastating. It would be so sad. But we got to mention Oliveira. This is his first map win of the day. It's a little bit of momentum for him. Can he build on this? I think he certainly can. And we're going to see if he can keep it up. Spawning up at the top left for Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Terran player from Cloud9. He is Gumiho. Dave, I want to credit the admins on picking the colors for all the players because we've consistently had, say, like Cloud9, which has the blue logo, or Team Liquid in the blue. We've had all the red, like, mouse sports for Hero Marine was in the red. Oliveira for Weibo Gaming is, like, in the red. It's just, they've been color coordinating the teams, and I just really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's quite nice. There's a member of my community, Old Man Toast, who is always quite perturbed when Team Liquid does not show up in the blue, because it is. I mean, they're blue, but it's true across all of the teams. So yeah, I got to tip my cap as well, and it's nice that it's worked out, because we do have some teams that are blue versus blue, and that's going to happen, or red versus red. But for now, we've gotten fortunate. Interestingly, we did see both players opening up gas first, and it is going to be a 1-Rax expand out of both of them. And if you're going to do it on a map, Site Delta is a pretty decent one to do it. Ramp at the natural. You've got the relatively tight jump-in point for the Reaper to go up. I like this out of both players.
Yeah, always nice to see those ramps at the natural expansion, because I think there was a map pool where we had it and felt like on so many maps, and now I feel like there's a lot more maps that you don't actually have that on as necessarily a given. But it's a delight to see, as someone who doesn't play Terran, all the Terran players dealing with like the opposing siege tank push like locations and things that you could go. Get the ramp a little bit, man. It looks hellish to play Terran versus Terran sometimes.
It is a matchup that I think a lot of people, a lot of Terrans in particular, are not the biggest fan of. So far, I think they're doing mirrored builds, by the way. They both start the reactor at the same time. They both start the starport at the same time. Neither one of them going straight Cyclone. They do add on that Hellion. Now, did either of them get an extra Marine or subtract a Marine? Oh, nice little ambush here by Ollie, and he will get the kill. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah. They did do exactly the same opener, but denying that scout, getting the kill on the Reaper, that's quite nice. And finally, we are going to see a little bit of a deviation. It's a tech lab on the starport versus a medevac coming in for Gumiho.
Yeah, and Gumiho, was it last game? Gumiho went for medevac as well? I'm trying to remember. I know game number one.
No, he didn't in game 2. It was game 1. Game 1 he did.
Yeah, game 1 he went for the Banshee, right? He went for 3 Cyclone in game 1, and then went into the Banshee with no medevac. You know what? It's okay.
Yeah. No, you're right. That was game
history.
1.
This is now.
That was game 1.
This is the present. The point is now we do have a medevac.
Yeah, you're right. No, it was three Cyclone, no medevac in game 1.
Yeah.
And yeah. Good call. I it's a little early where we are even now. We are going to be seeing a nice pushback coming in from Ollie. Think he lost 1 SCV, but kills the Marine, gets this shoved away, and it's once again 4 gases very quickly coming in from Oliveira. And it is that quick second starport. It went really well for him in game number 2. He executed that build to perfection. Now, Gumiho is going for his own 3rd and 4th gas rather quickly, but this looks more like the very quick second factory that he was going for. And if it ends up being that, I feel like the double starport play is really, really good against a quick second factory.
Yeah, I think that could end up being really, really effective. We'll have to wait and see how it ends up going in execution. As for now, Oliveira is going to be chilling back and getting up his units off of that second starport. And is Gumiho going to catch wind of any of this? I'm really curious if after that last game, he has any kind of like changes that he wants to go through. He's making 2 Vikings at a time right now, and he does get the scan off on both starports.
And that's immediately a second starport coming in from Gumiho. Great decision. It is very difficult to contest the double starport without a second starport of your own. So I like this very, very much. Gumiho, of course, did have the gas for it. He actually got scanned. He waited until he could figure it out. And getting that extra bit of information is really important. What's the Viking count out right now? I do know Gumiho was into Viking production faster, so he does have 4 to 3. So it will be a little while before Oliveira's extra production kicks in and actually equalizes things, by which point Gumiho's going to be able to pump 3 at a time. Ooh. Liberator. Yeah, Liberator and the Natural finding a little bit of additional damage. Pairing with this very nicely. Good job from Gumiho. And now this is an Oliveira that really has to commit to this attack. He was already quite committed on it. He does have a third CC on the way, but Gumiho's third command center is already far, far done. This could actually turn into a very weird situation, similar to the Hero Marine versus Gumiho game on Ghost River, potentially.
Yeah. That would be pretty wild if we end up getting into that situation.
That's a huge snipe on that Viking. And that alone is going to be enough to shove him back.
It is really, really crazy how much just like having a couple of units, like 1 or 2 units up on your opponent, just the way that works, it means that you don't win the fight by like 1 Viking. It means you win the fight by like a handful of Vikings. But Oliveira getting some better trades on that. I think he gets 3 for 2 or something along those lines. But
and these Vikings
definitely is outnumbering his opponent.
These Vikings are zoned out now. These Vikings are kind of trapped for Gumiho. Oh, Oliveira should absolutely keep chasing. He's okay. Well, I mean, if he can set up a really
look
good
on the other side of the map, there's something else going on also.
Yeah, no, he could have chased those down and I think gotten all the kills, but instead he wants to set up a really nice position on this location. Those tanks, okay, one of them is in range. I was going to say that would be really unfortunate if he wasted the interference matrix, didn't get the kill. Because the Vikings are zoned out, he is going to be able to use this Liberator. That is a wise move. There's a lot of tanks defensively, but 2 interference matrices coming on in.
And the Vikings are back over here, and they are able to snipe off the Liberator before 1 or 2 of them end up falling, but all of these siege tanks on the front line for Gumiho are starting to fall, and Oliveira looks like he may be able to push himself. Can he get a siege tank up to high ground and actually in range of the command center? That is the question.
He would love to, but it is going to be tough. Gumiho was just a little bit late to have the scan available in order to be able to clean up that 1 siege tank. The Raven coming back in here. It is super low on HP. What happened to the Vikings on the other side of the map? They were harassing at the 3rd base. Okay, they did manage to fly back home, and I think that's now enough for Gumiho to clean this up. It's going to be close. There is low HP on a lot of those Vikings for Gumiho, but it looks like... Oh, no, the reinforcements of Oliveira. Okay, what's the Viking count? We got to check out the Viking count on the front as well. So it's 11 versus 11, which means defender's advantage will be better for Gumiho. Oliveira, he has done enough damage, and he has a really strong contain. If he can just keep his opponent off of a 3rd base for a long time, this is so good for Oliveira. But I think he's realized he's probably going to get about as much as he can with the actual aggressive position. He just turns this into a contain.
Yeah. Situating himself perfectly so that the range is that the place his opponent's units will engage versus his tanks is at the choke point, as opposed to just literally living inside the choke point. Your opponent can get a concave at the top of the ramp. So that is going to be very, very annoying. And it also means that no longer is Oliveira really relying on having that air advantage, or that air vision in order to see the high ground and attack back. Now, any units that just come down the ramp are immediately going to get shelled because you don't need the high ground vision anymore.
Yes, we are going to see Gumiho. I don't know how many Vikings he just killed of his opponent. He definitely killed 1 or 2 before the land could go through. But he has now taken air superiority, and that is going to be enough for these Liberator, well, single Liberator, to be able to secure this position. Stim has completed, as we can see now, for Oliveira, and he's actually close to 1-1. Very important, I think, for Oliveira that he adds on the combat shields, as he is going up against a very tank-heavy composition. But this is still a really strong position for Oliveira in this game.
No, I mean, it's Oliveira's kind of situation to lose just because of how strong this contain has been. You can see how desperately Gumiho wants gas income right now. The lift up on the Vikings. Not a fan of that one.
No. Now I think maybe Gumiho can just break this. I think Oliveira should try and get a few more bio units here. Oh, okay. He lands more of the Vikings. The thing is, Gumiho is completely committed to air. And actually, look at Gumiho's macro. He's starting to float a lot of money right now. He built a 4th CC. He needs gas, but he is going to potentially just lose this command center. Yes, he will. Ugh.
That hurts. That really
sure
hurts.
does. Finally, Liberators.
Yeah, and you don't even need to defend the siege tanks, right? You just need to like make sure that your opponent can't push across the map and win.
Yes, which, I mean, the army supply does favor Gumiho. The thing is, it's 1-1 stimmed bio, right? And there's not that many siege tanks. Oliveira needs to chill out a little bit. This is so funny to see, because, like, if you just looked at the supply, you'd be like, Gumiho is winning this game. But the fact, oh my God, he built 2 more command centers, Gumiho did. The fact that Oliveira is mining off of 4, soon to be 5 bases, and has upgrades, has, you know, a good transition into bio ready to go. And his opponent is kind of on a lot of Vikings. Now, these Vikings, they could find some value.
I was gonna kind of ask, like, is Gumiho just falling further behind the longer he waits, though? Like, does he have a timer on him right now to get something done?
Yes, I think he definitely does.
That's why I think I feel like he needs to be less chill. Not more chill right now.
Oh, no. Gumiho has to do something. Yeah. No, Oliveira needs to chill.
Oh, yes. Full agreement there. He's definitely... Oliveira's got the base counts. He's got all the long-term stuff like you were talking about. All those upgrades coming on forward. The Gumiho, he's kind of just like moving around with his Vikings. He's establishing a 3rd base. I don't know if he realizes he's setting himself up for basically 3 base versus 5.
Yeah, and he's also building more Vikings. We are going to see Oliveira going for this landed Vikings. Well, with the Liberators, with tanks at the top of the high ground. That is so many Liberators, actually. Oh my God. Okay, this is why I felt like Oliveira needed to chill a little bit. This was... Gumiho should not have been allowed to get such a good fight, but that went so well for him.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, because I'm trying to think if Oliveira doesn't realize how ahead he is, but he should know. Like, he knows what the base count is for Gumiho. He knows that he himself is on 5 bases, and he knows that he's seen the army so many times. So I'm so interested to see what Oliveira's backup plan is now, because Gumiho is finally pushed out across the map, and this is the big scary moment.
Yeah, Oliveira threw away a ton of supply. He is going to try and go for the fight. He will get a great wraparound on it. Able to find a lot of these siege tanks. It's so funny because, like, even now the supplies are still good for Gumiho, but it's all in Vikings against now 2-2 bio. It's an issue of scaling for Gumiho more than anything. He's finally adding on additional factories. Does he have a planetary at the 4th base? Okay, he's building one now.
Morphing in. Yeah, he's also adding on his own factories and stuff. He's adding on additional command centers. One thing I do have to credit Gumiho for in this situation is that while he doesn't necessarily have the most amazing economy right this second, I do think that he has been able to build up at least his 4 base count, and he is getting up additional command centers behind it as well. He's adding on additional production facilities besides just more starports. So I think eventually Gumiho will get into a well-rounded composition. I guess the bigger problem is going to just be, like you were talking about before, Dave, his opponent Oliveira has 2 weapon upgrades on his bio forces, and there's not a single mech upgrade. Finally, the armory is going to finish up now.
Yeah, this is such a wild game. Like I almost feel like I would have had to have my caster license revoked, you know, if this hadn't started to go the way that it started to go, where we finally see a supply lead. We are going to see Oliveira coming in from multiple angles. Is there enough siege tanks to hold? The answer is going to be a resounding no on the right side. There might be 1 or 2 on the left, but these Marines just chew through everything. And Oliveira's like, what was that? GG, well played. God, that was weird.
Yeah, I mean, it is very, very telling how weird that game ended up being, based on the fact that the winner immediately just winces his eyes and shakes his head like no, because there was a a sort of strange situation to get himself into. But I mean, well done by Oliveira. He's going to claim the lead in the series and bring himself to match point first against his opponent. It was just strange to see how long Gumiho was able to hang in there on just that pure Viking count when Oliveira was unable to, I guess, like get himself to just chill, like you were saying. Like he really felt like constantly he had to do something. And I guess when I think about who it is, that is what Oliveira is known for doing. He's not necessarily known for doing it like to the point where he starts losing necessarily, but he is very good at just continuing to pressure and continuously finding little bits of damage.
Yeah, exactly. He's a very small gains player where he is like, okay, I'm good with fighting constantly in the game and trying to out micro you at many instances or at all instances. Very similar to a Clem, very similar to a Rainer, a player that loves to fight often and with their speed. But it is really funny that for as long as we saw, Gumiho was like just massively ahead in supply at times, like maybe not massively, but like up to like 20, 25 supply ahead. And we're like, Oliveira's winning this game. And like, I almost felt like I was convincing myself at certain points until we finally saw, you know, things go the way that they went.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% with you on that. And I'm so curious to see how this next game is going to end up going, just because this is now going to be sort of a do or die moment, as we've had many a time today. But this time for Gumiho, and whether or not he can actually pull this series back. He did manage to win one game, and I think he has looked overall like decent in a lot of these games so far. So it's by no stretch of the imagination has this just been like a one-sided series, and Gumiho has no reason for confidence right now. Like, this has been a close series for the most part. It's just, can Gumiho pull this back? Oliveira seems to be getting a slightly better handle on kind of what Gumiho's been up to.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. It's interesting that the two wins have come off the back of the double starport, even though it took a lot longer in game 3. But here we go for game number 4 on Ghost River. It is Weibo Gaming's Oliveira.
And up here in the top left, we have our blue Terran player from Cloud9. He is Gumiho. I love when you get to see pro players talking to themselves while they're playing. Saw like a little bit of that from Gumiho.
I'm a big fan of Rap God Rainer.
Rap God Rainer.
Yeah, when he you see him and he's really feeling himself. And you zoom in on the camera and he's very clearly like, you know, bopping along to whatever song he's listening to. Jamming. And he just looks like, yeah.
And then he finally releases his playlist and everyone's like, oh my God, this sounds terrible. I think that was my favorite.
Faster than Nightcore.
Yeah, I think that was my favorite thing that came about from Rap God Rainer was everyone getting so hyped across multiple months of tournaments where Rainer is just bopping along. Everyone gets so amped about how well Rainer plays when this music is jamming out. It becomes like a thing that he just plays better when you see him jamming out. And everyone's asking him for the song, the playlist. And then he finally posts the playlist. And the unanimous response from people is just like, oh, this doesn't sound very good.
That's pretty funny.
This is not that good of a playlist. Oh, I didn't say it was good. I said it got me amped.
I mean, that's ultimately like what the goal is. You're not necessarily looking to impress anyone with your playlist. You're looking to jam out.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you just gotta get in your zone. You know, I think I used to know a player who, not like a pro player, it was like a casual player back in the collegiate days and stuff of playing StarCraft. There was a player I knew who would basically, they had like a different song playlist for each matchup.
Oh.
And they would time, because you could use the timers, but like in their head, the music would play at a certain point in their build orders. So that would be like an internal way that helped them keep track of like, oh, I'm ahead or I'm behind on where I should be normally at.
Yes.
I always thought that was really cool.
That is really interesting. That's really, really interesting, actually. Huh.
Yeah.
That's like that's very clever, actually. I
always thought it was really clever. Yeah.
Yeah. That's super
Pro
super
players
clever.
don't do that, man. Pro player, freaking Neeb used to be out there listening to like, no, I don't. I turn off the StarCraft II audio. I also turn off all of, like everything except for just unit. I turn off unit responses too. I just have the game sounds. I'm like, oh my
That's
god,
wild.
you're a sociopath.
Interesting little engagement right here. It was 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion versus 2 Reaper, 1 Hellion. But Oliveira was able to pop out those extra couple units. And Gumiho obviously knows he's going to have at least one of his units getting run down. So he ends up splitting them in a very fancy little way. But it will be Oliveira with a nice little bit of map control right here. It was a very fast tank from Gumi. So it doesn't get built super fast. So he's forced to pull away from the natural. But good defense from Gumi.
Yeah, good defense. Ends up losing a couple of Marines over there, but sort of just the cost of losing out on that early little war. The Reaper's going to make their way in, scouts out the lack of tech lab or anything else on that starport, sees the medevac as well with the Cyclones, and is going to have a very good read on exactly what he has to deal with.
Yeah, and this does feel like it's going to be a bit of an aggressive push coming in from Gumi. Oliveira was on no reactor for his starport, but he has switched it on now as he's realizing, yeah, with that super fast tank, you're probably going to be getting aggressive. And I mean, there's just going to be more Viking production. But in the meanwhile, we are going to see the little drop versus the little drop coming in. Both players microing really, really well here. Good hot pickup from Oliveira to save almost all of his units. And as long as he can get the full unload, I think he should be able to keep that medevac alive by just zoning with the Cyclone. Ooh, but he's not going to do so. He's actually going to get jumped a little bit.
Yeah, that is a very, very nice little pick off there. Not often that you get to see the siege tank first before, you know, a whole lot of other units, but it's definitely paying off quite well as Gumiho getting up that fast siege tank is able to make some fine use of it.
And it is 3 games now in a row where Oliveira is going for this fast second starport. This just seems to be a comfort play for him against Gumiho. And it seems really good against weirdness out of Gumiho. It feels like this is a great strategic option because it is keeping Gumiho kind of penned in, kind of forced to follow a specific setup. Otherwise, he's just going to get overwhelmed by this very powerful push out. I like this actually a lot from Oliveira against Gumiho specifically.
Yeah. Interested to see how he's going to be able to handle this now as he's kind of poaching around. Gumiho is trying to find the angle. Oh, loses the medevac, loses the Vikings, and goodbye air superiority is like the light way of saying it. Goodbye any air units that exist at all. He has no way to move up that ramp safely right now.
No, he doesn't. And this is actually so scary right now for Gumiho in this series. He is going to set up his tanks in a way to try and buy as much time as possible. Ooh, are we going to see just a bypassing of the main army? Cute little SCV actually will spot this medevac, but these siege tanks may be able to siege up. No, he's going to go right into the natural. That is so bold. Is he going to land the Vikings here to reinforce this? Yes, he will.
He's going to be able to find at least a couple of these siege tanks. Isn't able to find a whole lot of SCVs. Finds 4. Softens up some of the Marines. Not maybe as much damage as he was hoping for, especially since he loses, I think, an extra Viking or 2 there. But it's a little bit of something. It definitely scares Gumiho, if nothing else.
Yeah, but I don't know if committing after the SCV saw that was the right call. If he sneaks into the natural and those tanks siege up and the Vikings can, you know, land, they can spread out, they can do what they want. That's really, really good for Oliveira. As it is, this is so scary for Gumiho even still. And Gumiho is trying to get up into a Thor. Nice siege up from Oliveira, gets the 1 tank. And this 3rd command center is in so much trouble. We got triple Liberator coming in at once. There is not a whole lot to guard against the landed Vikings. I love that Oliveira goes for it here.
Yeah, gonna be able to snipe off so many of these siege tanks. Another siege tank so low on hit points. The Hellion may actually be able to run it down. It does end up falling. No siege tank support needed, says Oliveira as he pushes into the natural, forces the SCV pull. Thor is here and it is able to push away the medevac for a moment. Liberator's also here, but Oliveira just looks like he has overwhelming numbers. 42 army supply to 12.
Yeah, this is just way too much firepower. That mass repair on the Thor, it can stay alive for a long time, and it puts out a lot of DPS. Actually, the missile turret hitting this Liberator pretty hard. But the landed Vikings, the siege tanks, it's too much. We see the throwing in, the literal throwing in of the towel, and Oliveira gets 3 in a row and will take the series. GG.
Amazingly well done there by Oliveira. Look, super solid. You were talking about this, Dave, just continuing to find the value in just air superiority. It seemed to be the name of the game for him, and he did a great job of it, identifying the way that Gumiho was playing, small little things that Gumiho was doing each one of those games, and still just managing to make the most of it.
Oh, no kidding. That was just phenomenally done by Oliveira. He saw from the previous series versus Hero Marine that Gumiho was playing really weird. A lot of mech openings, going for some heavy starport play himself. And Oliveira just says, you know what? I'm confident in my execution. I can boil these games down a little bit by going for the double starport. And this is interesting because usually think of maybe like a 2-Rax Reaper play or something to try and force the game down a certain path. But I feel like that two starport play does a really good job of forcing it down a specific path.
It really, really does. And I'm so interested to hear more of his thoughts on it in a little bit. But I do want to take a look at the bracket, as we do see over here. This is the bracket for Group A, the match that we just saw. Oliveira versus Gumiho concluding means that Oliveira moves on to the lower bracket semifinals, going to face off versus the winner of Estrella and Beyond, which apparently, according to this graphic, is currently sitting at 1-1, which I'm very hopeful for my boy Estrella. I love Beyond, but my American boy Estrella, I believe in. I want to see some great results from him, and that'd be a very, very fun series to see as well.
Yeah, that would be really freaking cool. On the other side, of course, we did cover that amazing Cure versus Classic matchup that was simultaneously awesome to watch and gut-wrenching to witness, because that was a Classic that was so locked in for those first 2 games. And even Game 3 on Alcyone, he was so good at staying alive. Game 4 on Oceanborn, same thing, where he was in these impossible positions and he fought his way back into a winnable or at least playable position. But yeah, it didn't work out for him. However, here we have this series. This may be the one move for Oliveira since game 1 that didn't work out for him super well, where he attacked up the ramp into a bunch of siege liberators and things didn't go according to plan. But even now, down in supply, down in SCVs, the supply was actually lying super hard because he actually was just crushing it in the upgrades, in the infrastructure, in the base count. And this was finally the fight that broke things open. And then this just decisive push at the end in game number 4. Yeah, Oliveira was really cooking in this series.
He really was. And I think you did a great job talking about it during the series of just kind of that build order choice and the way he was able to put on that aggression consistently. We saw the literal throwing in of the towel from Gumiho as well, which is amazingly hilarious to see, but also a little bit sad and heart-wrenching. Gumiho is still going to be in the tournament again, by the way, guys. He is not eliminated entirely from the event. He's still just going to have to go to the knockout bracket. A very long and arduous journey there, but he is still going to be there.
It sounds like we are going to be getting an interview with Oliveira coming up to discuss what happened in that very neat series. And I do have some questions for him, so I'm excited to hear what he has to say. First of all, congratulations, Oliveira. That was a great series. And
yeah, thank you.
It was good to see you. Good to see you performing well. So you saw the series, I assume, or maybe you heard about the series between Gumiho and Hero Marine. Yep. Is all that like mech play and that heavy Viking play that we saw Gumiho going for, is that what triggered the double starport play so heavily in this series for you?
Oh, well, like I practice a lot with Gumiho and Kiro, and I know he very like match style. So I think he will go match today, like we practice. So I try to make like first Raven, and after second starport, then I can like always win the sky fight. But I think I can't keep make Viking because I think it's not my style, and I'm not good at that. I'm not good at that. So I changed to bio again.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out very well for you. That contain in game 3 was a thing of beauty. Now with the with the fight up the ramp, it's funny because if you watch the VOD, you're like behind in supply and workers, like army supply and workers for a lot of that game, but it felt like you were winning it the whole time. When you attacked up the ramp into the Siege Liberators with like a bunch of the Marines, did you have a moment where you were like, uh-oh, or did you realize you were still kind of in control of the game?
Well, I like when I kill his first Madwag and like almost 2 and 3 Vikings, and I think I already win because he can't kill my tank and elaborate.
Yeah. I mean, it gave you so much control. Then you decisively set up that contain at the natural. It was really, really awesome to see. Very impressive play. Fear Dragon, do you have anything for the reigning world champ?
Yeah, congratulations again. I'm super curious how you're feeling about your upcoming match. The next player is going to be Estrella versus Beyond. Is there a player that you'd rather face right now? I think that, for your information, I think they're like 1-1 right now or something.
Well, like I don't want to meet Beyond again because I play a lot of TPT in this match. I want like TVP maybe with Australia. But yeah, a little bit aside, the morning I lose to Maru. I think first game, second game, like if I could play better, maybe I can win. So yeah, a little bit aside.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and hope you get some good rest before your next day of games.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, that was Oliveira coming in hot off of his victory. And I like that he was able to reference the fact that, yeah, he did beat Beyond earlier, and that could actually end up being a rematch because he beat him in the very first round. And if Beyond is able to defeat Estrella, man, it's sort of funny, like when you've already beat a player and Oliveira's just like, I already beat him, but also it was 3-2, and maybe I'd rather just play Estrella.
Yeah, we are going to have our play of the day right here. And it's funny because it starts off with a huge cleanup for Classic. But it was this positioning at the bottom of the ramp right as Classic was gaining momentum and equalizing the game, where Cure was able to sprint in, got that great setup at the natural, kind of bottleneck Classic's units coming back down to the natural, and then was able to just take a convincing fight, killed the 2 robos, killed a couple probes, and undid this incredibly tenacious comeback from Classic on Alcyone. And that really felt like the beginning of the start of that reverse sweep for Cure. Obviously, he was in the lead for a lot of that game, but he couldn't close it out. But that was the real killing blow for him there.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely with you there. And it was a very, very fun series overall. But that does mean that we are pretty much done with all of our series for the day, guys. And we've had a very, very fun day. 5 different best of 5s that have happened here on the B stream. I believe that the A stream, as I was kind of telling Oliveira, is still going on with, of course, some of the other series that were going on. We had, I believe, Estrella versus Beyond that was going on. And do we know what the current state of that is?
That is a good question, but I'm sure...
It's still just 1-1 for me right now, but...
Yeah, that's what I see as well. But it sounds like that is going to wrap things up for us for the day. You and I, obviously, we've been up. I was up early at like 4 in the morning. You were up at like 12:30 a.m. And you have a full day of activities ahead of you. So fortunately, we're going to have a day off before our next broadcast day. We'll be back on Saturday. Of course, you can continue to follow the action at twitch.tv/EWC_black for the main stream. I know I'll be tuning into that. Other than that, anything you want to say before we sign off for the day?
No, thanks so much for watching, and make sure you catch all the mainstream games that are still happening right now and will be happening again tomorrow, basically over on the mainstream.
Absolutely. That's going to do it for me. We'll be signing off now. I am Steadfast, joined by Fear Dragon. We'll see you on Saturday. And thank you for tuning in. This is the EU Sports World Championship, StarCraft II.
Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta beat them through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dead to bad hand, I just play my cards. And all I need is one shot, like a